Sorry, I gotta turn on the YouTube stream, my bad. So that's kind of like the situation over here is that like Brad was like virtue signaling about like being called all these bad names, and then like this is in his comment section. And that's like part of the reason for why I just cannot take this guy seriously, because like how can you be out here DMing me about the bad no words you've gotten when this is one of the top posts in your comment section? Like, bro, like truly, it is so hypocritical, and it just makes you look like a little pussy. Like, because this isn't yours. Like, what are you doing complaining about, like, complaining about what you're seeing? Bro, like, what are we doing here? Anyways, we're going to be talking about that address later. We're going to be talking about that situation later. And it should be a fun one. This guy's also making a vid about you and Candybug. Oh, boy. Yeah, you're putting Degen King. This guy's... his brain is degenerated. There's no real reason to actually watch any of his videos. Like truly, I feel like he drools when he talks. Like that's the vibe. That's the vibe I get from him. He drools when he talks. So like I don't want to watch his content. You feel me? Yeah, no, this I don't recommend watching people like that. They probably they're probably not that fun to watch anyways. So that's the issue over here, right? And so naturally, right, guys. There was a really good comment, right, on one of my recent videos that I think is worth revisiting now that we're in the current climate. There's a really good comment on one of my previous videos. Let me go find it over here. Yeah. The second follow-up to the story drama. People don't understand. Drama doesn't break Ugg's career. Drama makes Ugg's career. I have never seen a more appropriate comment to be in like the first slot. I've never seen one more appropriate than this one. And this is the situation, guys. I don't know why he would lie so much to try to cover himself. It's just a terrible fucking look. I don't know why he would lie to me. So that's that. All right. But before we get into this, before we get into the situation, ladies and gentlemen, there is some news that we do have to like get into. There is some news that we do have to share. That is, of course, some actually like devastating fucking stuff. I'm actually gutted over this. Because I think there are more issues with this than actually talked about before. And I think I'm just going to make a separate video on this. Because I think this is actually a problem. I think her being a sword is actually an issue. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's fair to say at this point, her being a sword is kind of a problem. Especially an arrow sword. Like... I don't think she needed to be an arrow sword. Like, that looks like... Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean. You know what I mean. I guess that means they like Gian more than Cardathea, because Gian gets the privilege of being the best arrow broadblade character, while Cart gets to be the worst arrow sword character. The worst arrow sword 5-star. Goodbye, Cardathea. Do you see what the issue is? It's like, does she need to be a sword? Like Cart? No, right? Like, nah, man, I don't know about that. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that's a good idea. All right, yeah. So for this video, we're also gonna have to like kind of like go through the gallery as well, do a little bit like crossing stars, and then of course take a look at the release order of the characters in the game, because yeah, it's a bit of a rough pattern. As they might say as of late. So let's go ahead. Let's get this started. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have a bit of a situation to cover, and this situation is a result of the, upgraded drip marketing that Kuro Games decided to show us for Wuthering Waves 3.6, where they get into the characters, their attributes, and perhaps most importantly of all, based off the crazy amount of news we've been seeing regarding Qingxiao, their weapon. Here's Jingran, by the way. We'll make an extended video about this later, but I wanted to focus on Qingxiao for now, because I think that this is a bit of a problem. And I'm not out here trying to, like, doom post the character before she releases. I'm more so talking about this from a sheer, like, categorization, like, sort of, like, just, like, organization and just, like, gameplay point of view. Because there's, in my opinion, a lot of issues with the next Arrow DPS character that looks like one of the strongest characters we've ever released in lore, who's also supposed to be a paragon, which is like one step below a sentinel in terms of power. Well, when you know that Qingxiao, right? And I'm just gonna play. I'm just gonna play a little bit of the 3.5 story cutscenes. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah. I think this is how you know that Qingxiao is everyone's favorite character. Look at this story replay. Yeah, no, this one got updated. Look at Mellow's story replay and look at what's most replayed. Nah, it ain't for E-Rover, it's for this. Check it out. It's for this. We're cooked, right? Yeah, there she is, guys. This is the first character 3.6. And just so you know, I've already talked about this before, but her sword control is so insane. These are like 20 big swords, and they're all surrounded by thousands of little swords. So it's like, imagine unlimited blade works, but it's like she summons a massive sword, and then unlimited blade works is surrounding that sword. And then she does that like 8 times. So she's lived for over like 100 years. She's considered to be one step below the Sentinel, maybe the same strength as a Sentinel. And, well, she's an arrow character, and she's also a sword. You're probably beginning to, after hearing the stuff that I'm saying, you're probably beginning to identify what the problem is, right? This character is going to come in and pretty much just steal all of the thunder of another arrow sword character that we have in the game. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the Sentinel Resonator over here, Qingxiao. And I think it's obvious to everybody out there, Qingxiao is meant to be a DPS, right? If the character that's swinging around gigantic swords with little swords surrounding the big swords is meant to be like a sub-DPS or support, we've lost the plot completely, right? And the end result of this is that you're kind of going to have a bit of like another arrow DPS situation. And this sucks, guys, because it's already happened to Cart before. Y'all remember the release of this unit? This unit takes Qingxiao and buried her behind the shed. Because Sigrica is both better as like for free-to-plays, better for anybody in general. Like, if you had a choice between Cart and Sigrica, this character is better to pull basically 99.9% of the time in the present, even though everybody skipped her. But that's just like a meta fact. And I'm beginning to have the same idea over here that Qingxiao is probably going to be a similar type of unit. You're really going to want to pull her over Qingxiao. But do people really need more reasons to do that? I don't think so. I think there's a reason why this is like considered basically one of the most popular scenes in the story. Nobody gives a fuck about Yang Yang. They only give a fuck about Qingxiao and the aura farming over here. That's I think that's pretty fair to say, right? Yeah, boring ass quest except for this part. Anyways, this is another issue for more reasons. We're not just burying Qingxiao after Sigrica did 99% of the job. This is also going to be another sword character as a whole. Are you ready for this? This is where we're going to get into Crossing Stars and actually take a look at the menu. Let's take a look at some of the past DPS character releases. Sword. 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 That's going to make 3 sword users out of the last 1, 2, 3, 4 DPS characters. And if you don't count the Cyberpunk collab, yes, it is still 4 because of Sigrica. Sorry, it's 5 without the collab, 4 because of, or sorry, it's like 5 with Luke and Sigrica in between. That was a little bit confusing. So basically, all of 3.x has just been sword users as well as like gauntlet users. And then you got like Lucy over here with the collab. And the situation over here is kind of like simple, right? These 2 units are sword users and then also have the same damage type. Yes, it's crazy. And the end result is that Linnea was kind of like the best in slot for both of them. Because she is a she's a sub DPS, right? That buffs liberation damage, which both of these units ended up wanting, right? And guys, there have been a lot of talks about Qingxiao's kit, and there's a reason why I was pushing so hard for her to be a broad blade user as opposed to a fucking, a sword user. And the reason's very simple. When you look at the new Sonata set that's in the game, right? This is obviously for Qingxiao now. We know what the arrow confirmation is for her, but it was kind of obvious from the name. This is Tune Strain shifting, and that increases your crit damage and then grants an arrow damage bonus, right? So naturally, you only have 2 sub DPS units in the game that are going to work with Qingxiao on her release, because Jingran's probably not going to be a sub DPS, right? Based off his set. And those 2 sub DPSs are Lene, who has a Tune Strain mode over here, as you can see, and then also buffs liberation damage. And then the other one is, well, Denya, who's also got a Tune Strain mode. But that's kind of like the situation, guys. There's only 2 Tune Strain DPSs in the game, and guess who Lene doesn't have a teammate for yet? She doesn't have a teammate for her Tune Strain form, and then she also just buffs liberation damage at the same time, right? So the end result is, Lene, if it's another sword, then she's going to be buffing yet another sword liberation damage dealer. And if that's the case, guys, we're now going to have 1 sword liberation damage dealer, another sword liberation damage dealer, and then Qingxiao. I mean, most people are probably having the same take. They think she's going to be the Lene's DPS and be a sword. Well, now because she's confirmed sword liberation damage unit. The third one, potentially, right? She could be a different damage type. She could be a completely different damage type as well. Like, God forbid, maybe she got some weird, fucked up scaling, right? And she actually uses, like, laser shear. God fucking forbid. But she somehow uses laser shear. Like guys, that could be a thing too. But this thing is so dog shit, it's unbelievable, bro. Attack, dealing damage, targets at a Tune Strain, gives resonant skill damage bonus in ER. Wow, that's really something, guys. And this is the thing, right? If she doesn't work with Lene, if she's not liberation damage, then effectively the only sub DPS that would work with Qingxiao day 1 would just be Denya. It would, like, just be Denya with, like, Lene as, like, an alternative, but she wouldn't buff her fully. Kind of like using a Lene with Luke. But then you just have, like, this piece of shit in the game. I think this over here existing is probably what should piss off players the most. Because you see this weapon over here that just has, like, amazing base stats, good crit, all of that stuff, and then nice passive where it gives attack, and then dealing damage to targets that are under Tune Strained. Well, you just go ahead and you gain a liberation damage bonus. That would line up perfectly with Lene as a character, right? And so I think a lot of people were just thinking, man, Qingxiao is going to be that free-to-play deluxe unit, and then you could just... But no. This doesn't have a user for another version. The Astrolabe doesn't have a user for another version. And it's EOG once again. And this is the situation when it comes to being a sword. I'm not going in that much about, like, the actual, like, meta viability or the meta downsides of being a sword, because there aren't really downsides to being a sword. There is a big upside, right? For Qingxiao being a Broadblade user, because that synergy with the standard weapon was there. But in most cases, it's actually a lot better for you to be a sword user because you have EOG, and EOG gives its general attack effect, which pretty much everybody on the roster should be able to use, right? Much less specific than liberation damage like you see on the other weapon over there, and the Tune Strain specificity. That just means that Qingxiao as a whole is going to be a good pickup for a lot of people, right? Because you already have a weapon that should work pretty decently with her. And my personal take is this. We haven't had, like, an unviable sword character in a really long time because of EOG. And because of EOG, you oftentimes don't actually need their signature on pretty much all of their best teams. Yes, I have done great clears without Yang Yang Sig. I've done great clears without Hiyuki Sig. I've done great clears without Imith Sig. And if you have their teammates, you truly feel like you don't actually need it. And then those teammates, right? Think about your Chises with your Hiyuki or your Imiths, or of course your Denyas. They go with your Imiths or your Lukes. blah, 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 all of that stuff. Or you're Lucilla, who's going with Yuki, or going on to Echo skill teams. By getting their teammates, you can build other teams in the process, right? So it's kind of like a bit of a 2-for-1. Sword users are really easily able to fit their, or skip their weapons, while rectifier users and stuff, on the other hand, right, really aren't able to. And the pistol users can just do whatever they want, because pistols are fucking broken in this game, the standard units. That's why everyone is free to play. And so it's actually good as a whole for the unit. However, I still think we need to take some actual time to talk about the... It's getting a bit diluted, right? I think we're getting to a point where it feels like there's almost too many sword users. I think that's pretty fair to say at this point. And I think that the end result over here is... I know China and Wuxia is all about swords, but this is also a personal take that I had regarding the character. We clearly see Qingxiao over here. Like, Kuro could have gotten really creative with this. Just look at one of Qingxiao's animations over here. Sorry, I'm just... these guys are just getting their ass beat, but it's hard to find the timestamp. Watch it right here. Couldn't she have just been a rectifier too? I mean this genuinely. She could have just been a rectifier DPS as well. So this is what I mean by... We don't really need to be spamming the sword this much. It's unnecessary. Because this is a character that summons swords with her forte. And so you literally see her attacking without wielding a sword. That's like her thing right here. Like in lore, she attacks without even wielding a weapon, which is kind of like a rectifier. Like how Verena attacks without using a weapon, right? She summons plants and shit. She's like Verena, but she summons swords. So like, yes, she easily could have been a rectifier. But instead, we have our 17th sword user this year. And the crazy thing is, Kuro has already been seen going crazy with the weapon types because this bitch is a broadblade. She has rectifiers literally in her idle animation sitting behind her as she's a broadblade. It would have been a little bit extra, right? If she had another if she had a third rectifier. Well, this bitch has... Great, this bitch has 400 swords, and now she has another one. Yeah, we thought it was weird if Mordia had another rectifier when she has summoned her kid. Great, this bitch is wielding a sword after she summons 10 million of them. Like, it's a bit on the nose, right? I think it's a little bit much. And for a character like this, who's all about summoning stuff, blah, blah, blah. It's just more of the same. So... glad to see that the response that I've had and the opinion that I've had is starting to be shared a bit more across the player base. Because I don't think that this is a relatively disagreeable take for most people. I think we actually do have too many sword users. And my personal take is I don't want to see another sword user for like a year and a half. I'm not joking. I don't mean this like, oh, fuck free-to-play players, but no more EOG. But, bro, we have other weapon types. We have other weapon types. And clearly, the most fucked over one is one that's getting some attention. You want to know the Broadblade characters in this game? We got Jing Ran. Then it was Chisa. Then it was like Augusta. And it was, okay. Actually, we had a couple of Broadblade characters. Did we have no sword characters in Ridacida? Is that why they're over-rotating now? No, we had Camellia into Bran, into Cardathea, into Chuyan. No, we had a lot of sword characters last year, too. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's not too much. I don't know. I feel like sword users are the most populous in the game, though. So who actually knows? At the end of the day, I don't think it's that crazy of an issue, but it really does poke a hole, I think, into a lot of the plans that people were having when it comes to these standard weapons. And I would love to see more kits, at least in the future, that seem more intentionally designed around these. Because I think a lot of individuals have kind of been like looking at these, right, as sort of like, oh, they're supposed to be designed for either an existing character or a future character. And when we have so many of these weapons where literally only these two have a reason to be pulled, and all of these other ones are like why would you get them unless you just don't have a 5-star weapon? I don't really know, right? Because we're in 3.5. It's been 6 versions. We've played 6 versions with these weapons, and only 2 of them are used. What's this supposed to be for? Who's this supposed to be for now? Are we ever gonna get a Toon Strain Liberation DPS? Did we like put this in the game for nobody to ever use? I'm just wondering. SP Calcharo, or like, who is this for? And who the fuck is this for? But maybe this means that we're gonna get some fucked up ER scaling on Qingxiao in the future. I don't really know. Again, my personal take is just this. Kuro games, enough is enough. Let's get some more diversity on the roster. I know swords are big in Wuxia, but like, I don't want to see another sword character for the rest of the region. Like, if Sin is a sword, I might actually crash out, because that means like every Sentinel Resonator ever, and like they're all swords. Oh, I guess that's another thing we gotta mention. The strongest characters in the game are all also like sword users. I think she's strong. I think she's strong in lore. She's broken. She's overpowered. She's like weak. She's weak in lore. He's overpowered in lore. She's overpowered in lore. Guys, it's like all the sword users are broken too. And now we're going to have God as the next sword user. It is what it is. Let me know what you all thought. Peace out. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not. It's weird. It's weird to me. It's weird to me. Very weird to me. I don't think it's going to be that good for the game, though. Oh, one last thing that I wanted to mention. Oh, yeah, one last thing I wanted to mention was about the weapons. One last thing that I wanted to mention over here, when it comes to sword users as a whole being generally better when it comes to a character, that's another big reason for it, is because sword users end up having some of the most, well, wide damage types in the game. However, there's another concern as well with this many sword users. Basically, after Chu Yan, or really starting from Cardathea with Chu Yan as like the stand-in, right? As the outlier, we've started getting the most hyper-specific signatures in the game. Like, these are so specific, if you're not using the character it's designed for, they don't have an effect. And that's basically this one, as well as this one too, and also this one. Maybe there's also a possibility that's going to happen again for Qingxiao as well. So do keep that in mind. Maybe it's because EOG is so general and good, they kind of have, well, fucked over a lot of the other weapon types. It's unfortunate. But she's Toon Strain. Yes, and the Toon Rupture character could use a standard weapon and do just fine. So, like, why would the Toon Strain character not be able to do that? I'm not exactly sure what the point you're trying to make. Is that fair? Does me saying it like that make you feel dumber? It does, doesn't it? It does. It makes you feel dumber when I'm like soft worded as I'm shooting down your comment, right? All right. Alrighty. Okay, great. My editors are on point. Cool. All right, now it's time for us to make the other video. Yeah, we gotta talk about the free-to-play friendliness over here. Alrighty. The good news is that should be a pretty good vid. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back at it again. And while we have already addressed some of the crazy news regarding the reveal of the weapon and the attributes for Qingxiao and, of course, Jingran, well, we've already talked about them. So now we're going to be focusing on a different topic today, and that's going to be the free-to-play friendliness, the budgeting, whether or not you should actually be looking to pull and save up for these units. Because this is always a conversation that people want to have while maybe like the first phase of a banner is still going on, right? We still got about 13 days until Yang Yang is gone. That's a really long time. I really wish it was sooner. Man, this patch has taken a while, bro. I'm going to be honest. After the first couple of days of this patch, it is dragging on, brother. Yeah, I wonder why. So, Soy Soy, one of the best negative status general healers in the game for negative statuses, assuming that it's a bit of an oxymoron. She's out next. And the thing is, these two characters that you have coming up are very likely to not really work with her well at all because they probably don't interact with negative statuses. And so there's a decision for a lot of players to make. Am I going to go for Yang Yang, Soy, and kind of like build out that negative status combo? Or am I going to say, fuck that shit and just go for some other stuff? And that's what we're going to be deciding today. Should you fuck that shit and should you go do other stuff? Let's answer that question today. So, of course, the first unit that we're going to be talking about right now is going to be the unit that is up first, and that is going to be Qingxiao. Yeah, she's going to be the first banner version 3.6, and as we're all aware, she's like basically... Let me see it. Do I have it here? Yeah. Yeah, she's God. Anyways, she's clearly supposed to be a very strong character in the lore, and I don't think that she's going to disappoint on the damaging DPS that side. Sword spammer, unlimited blade works, whatever you want to call it, she's got it. And she's going to be an arrow sword user. I know I've said I've already made a video about this topic of being an arrow sword user kind of being an issue for a new character release. But I'm just going to rehash it again anyways real fast because, yeah, the final nail is in the coffin for this unit, ladies and gentlemen. And the issue is that this unit is also available on the beginner banner. So I guess my take over here is this. Please, beginners, this is just another sign to you. Do not pull this character on the beginner banner. Do not pull Chikona or this unit on the beginner banner. It's a terrible idea because she's an arrow sword, but she's going to be way worse than her. I'm already calling it right now. So that's just another thing. Yeah. Just forget that Cardathia exists after this one. This is important for a couple of reasons, right? Sword users have one of, if not the best overall general weapon in the game. And that is, of course, Emerald of Genesis. We're all familiar with it by now. We probably all got it in our first couple of months, if not weeks of playing the game. This bad boy over here provides a very, very, very standard crit rate, standard crit attack, and then, of course, gives you a bit of an attack buff if you're able to use your resident skill. Not sure how many Qingxiao's going to have in her kit, but this thing simply existing makes it function as a stat stick that, well, allows virtually any modern DPS released in the past year to perform even without their signature weapon. Yang Yang without her sig does just fine. Hiyuki without her sig Amith without her sig just fine. Chuya without her sig just fine. The only sword character released in the past 2 years that doesn't work without her sig is Cardathia and Bran. You're probably beginning to understand what's going on over here, right? Yeah, if you're not seeing the writing on the wall, but get some better glasses, motherfucker. This means Qingxiao is probably going to be close to, if not actually, a must-pull for most players. And the reasoning for this is extremely, extremely, extremely simple. Qingxiao has this other specificity in her kit and how it's going to function and how it's going to work. And you find that over here by either looking at this menu or just looking up the set yourself in-game because you can farm it in-game. And that is Heart of Evil Purge's 5-piece effect. Inflicting Tune Strange Shifting, which is basically guaranteed to be in Qingxiao's kit, is going to increase your critical damage and grant an arrow damage bonus. You know what that means? That means that one of Qingxiao's supports, who knows if it's going to be her best in slot support, but one of her viable supports off rip is going to be Linne. And so, guys, what is the advice that's been given to every player ever when it comes to this unit? Pull her. Just get a copy of Lene. Don't even bother with her signature. Just put her on Static Mist, and you're good to go. You've got one of the best units in the game. This is basically the take. If you don't have her at this point, you're kind of just breaking your account. And so I think it's kind of a baseline expectation for a lot of individuals that, like, 90% of people are going to have Lene because she's basically, like, at this point, I would say she's like the Verena of sub DPSs. I don't want to say she's the short keeper of sub DPSs because she's got a lot of better options at this point in like specialized teams. I call her the Verena because she can be put in basically anywhere and you'll still get some decent results. But with Qingxiao specifically, right? I've just been talking about the reasons for why you should just have Lene as a general sub DPS. She's got special bonuses for being Toon Strain, right? Because you can see over here, she's got a special Toon Strain mode. She interacts with all of it. She can apply all the stacks, so on and so forth. The only issue with Lene, though, is that her outro skill buffs 15% all damage and 15% and 25% resonance liberation. So this is kind of like the situation over here. The best in slot for Qingxiao is either going to be this character, and Qingxiao is going to deal liberation damage, and Lene is finally going to have a DPS for her Toon Strain form, because she doesn't have one right now, or Qingxiao is a different damage type, and she only works, or her best in slot is going to be Toon Strain Denya. Because Denya, well, as long as you're able to inflict Toon Strain, you just get 40% all damage amplification. Which is pretty cool, right? Basically the same as Lene's, but Denya's buffs are a bit different, right? And so the end result is going to be basically this. Lene's either going to be the best in slot or the pretty close second best in slot for Qingxiao. And Denya's going to be the second best in slot or the actual first best in slot for Qingxiao. And that's kind of like the situation over here. So the end result is, as long as you have Lene, you should have a team and you should have the sub DPS that makes Qingxiao work. And most people are probably going to have a Lene because she's such a strong fucking character. Now, though, there's a couple of other conversations that we need to have because we've already solved the sub DPS issue. And until we find out what damage type Qingxiao actually is, we can't actually know what the other sub DPS options are going to be, right? Because if she's like somehow a heavy attacker, which would be fucking crazy, right? Because we just had Yang Yang, then Mortefi suddenly becomes a viable support, right? But until we actually know what her damage type truly is, because I think a lot of people thought it was Liberation. A lot of people thought it was Liberation, and a lot of people thought she was going to use the standard Broad Blade. Because, like, it makes sense, right? If she was, like, going to work with Lene, if she's a but she's not. So, like, that dream is basically dead. She could still be a Liberation damage sword, but none of us know yet. So that's the case over there. However, though, there's another conversation that we do need to have about the arrow attribute in general. Because the arrow attribute has this little bonus over here of Chikona. Chikona is one of the best overall buffers in the game because she just provides a lot of arrow damage specifically on her basic attack over here, right? Which is going to summon like the little solo concert and give you a 24% arrow damage bonus to the team. And then via Gusts of Welkin, right? She going ahead and she increasing arrow damage by another 15% over here. You can see that for 20 seconds. That's pretty good. And then on her weapon, assuming you do have it, that's another 10% arrow resistance reduction. The end result is that having her with her SIG on any arrow team results in the enemies taking a lot more arrow damage. And guys, there's always been a special bonus for arrow characters. And this one's really going to fuck with you. Because you might not want to play this character anymore, but... Guys, Arrow Rover is still a very strong character. Arrow Rover is still a very strong character. I hope we recognize this. They're a very strong character. And the end result is, with their SIG, the SIG that only they can use, right? They give 26% arrow damage amp. That's technically the highest amp in the game. On like a non-expiring buffs the entire team, that's like the highest amp in the game at 26%. So theoretically, you could run Arrow Rover, Lene, and then Qingxiao. And I don't see how that would be, like, bad. It would not be great, but it sounds like it would be strong, and it would probably fuck a lot of the content in the game. Right? Is that fair? I don't think that's too crazy. Probably would be better than with Mordier, but these buffs are pretty good, right? These buffs are pretty strong. These buffs are pretty powerful. And the character is entirely free to play from you playing the story. So that's one of the bonuses of using an Arrow Rover. Because you want to know where else I've used an Arrow Rover before? Guys, you know what? We're going to do a short gameplay demonstration just so I can show you how fucking powerful this team actually is. Like some of y'all might not actually know. Like y'all think I'm playing games over here. Yeah, y'all think I'm just goofing around. All right, looks like we need some live gameplay then. Yeah, show you nerds what's up. Gion time? No, it's not Gion time. Let me just show you what another Arrow DPS that has like some specialized... Actually, I don't know if I could do it against the Lampy Lumen. I've never played Arrow Rover against the Lampy Lumen, but we can definitely try. We can definitely try. I don't know how it's going to end up. This is one team that I actually have used in this...
Toward our shared future.
You know what? Yeah, Rejuvenating Glow might actually be good on this team. Wait, this is a good idea. Let's check this shit out. Y'all ready for this? Triple Arrow team, bro. Let's get this going.
Annihilation.
Oh, get parried, nerd.
Hopefully this helps. What sleeps within bamboo? One strike. Settle it all. Break like bamboo.
Let me.
My move is the blade.
Just a tiny push.
This ain't look good.
This doesn't define me.
Yeah, maybe when I'm getting my ass beat like this, yeah.
You're gonna remember this.
Wind calls. Waves
I don't know. That looks pretty good to me. Yo, do you see how Arrow Rover can just, like, fucking go right through that shit? That was kind of crazy, though.
Mandate calls. Judgment falls. Vanish.
Let me.
Bro, he heals a lot. Bro, how am I full HP?
Know what explosion means? True name.
Wait.
Illuminate.
Wait, I was almost dead.
Cool your head.
Wind calls.
So who said this was bad?
Wind howls.
Are you on drugs?
Fettered by bounds. Hopefully this helps. What sleeps within bamboo? Your life.
Oh my gosh, bro. We just CC'd him for like 10 years.
Let me.
My move is the
My
blade.
friend. Detonate. Straight to the stars.
Boom! There you go. And that's basically, I'm just saying, you probably are going to be able to do that with just Qingxiao and Lene. Or Denya and Qingxiao. And guys, I love how people are saying Arrow Rover did nothing. No, he did do something. This is what Arrow Rover did. He provided 26% amp to the entire team.
Leaving the past behind.
Yes, that is what he does. 26% damage amp to the entire team, as well as Rejuvenating Glow's attack bonus. So he gives 10%, he gives 25% attack as well as 26% amp as a character. If you're calling that nothing, you're mentally retarded. I don't know what else to say. Like, you're just fucking stupid if you think that's nothing, bro. Like I'm just gonna end the discussion there. You're a fucking idiot. So that's one of the bonuses over here of being an Arrow character, because you automatically have Arrow Rover as a like tertiary support option. because they just exist for arrow units only. I've used it with Yuno. I've used it with DPS Chu Yan. I've used it in a bunch of situations, right? And so you could maybe put in a Chakota there, or maybe you could put in your Linne. And Linne might not be benefiting from the arrow damage buff, but Linne doesn't do that much damage in the first place. So yeah, that's why arrow is good. That's why Arrow Rover is cool. It lets you build some of the most homeless, free-to-play teams ever. Because, guys, Varina's technically free. I think Arrow Rover is more free than Varina, right? Like who's more free, Arrow Rover or Varina? I don't actually know. I think Arrow Rover is, but that's the thing. You use Arrow Rover in this team because your cart, you know she's not doing anything. You know she's homeless as well. So Arrow Rover's freed up. And then your Varina's free to go do something else, right? Then your Shorekeeper that you might have used on that team is free to do something else. Then your support as a whole that you would have put in instead of Arrow Rover is free to do something else. And this is especially relevant, right? What I'm talking about over here is especially relevant for which endgame mode? Because you playing Havoc Rover right now? You playing your Spectral Rover right now? You playing your Electro Rover right now? Might as well use a Rover in this game mode, and Arrow Rover seems like the strongest one right now, right? When your supports are limited, you got a limited number of characters to use, right? So now the whole Arrow Rover conversation seems kind of helpful, right? Yeah, shut the fuck up. Yeah, no, he is useful. He's probably the most useful version of Rover right now. Let's be real here. It's not like you're using the other ones. So that's the situation. A free support on top of... I need to turn off this fucking music. I don't know why it's still on. So that's the situation. A free support on top of the best overall weapon type in the game because you get the free general weapon. That is the situation surrounding this unit's release. So now let's talk about what could potentially fuck this character in the ass. Not being an attack scaler. Because guess what? That's the same exact thing that fucked Cardathea. Because, guys, this unit being an HP scaler, and as a result having a signature, where it's the only weapon in the game that provides the stats that she wants, is one of the reasons for why this unit is so bad. Because she's an HP scaler. And so, that's truly like the one thing that could ruin this character, is her not scaling with attack. And that's why some people are like, oh, dearie fucking me. Oh, dearie fucking me. Is she actually going to be an ER scaler? And honestly, if they do it right, maybe it won't be bad. Because it still scales with attack. Right? There's still attack scaling in here. So she'll still work with general supports. Right? Even if she's an ER scaler like this, and maybe she will be, right? At least it looks like it's still going to be doable. It looks like attack is still going to benefit her. And it's not going to be like a bricked situation if you run Shorekeeper, a brick situation if you run, what's it called? Any other unit, right? And hell, maybe she'll just be like Sagrika, who gets damage bonus based off her ER. Yes, guys, you might have not known this because you don't have this character. This character scales off ER. You want as close to 150% as possible. She gains like up to like 80% damage bonus based off her ER. Oh, that's why I wasn't critting. Hey, we did pretty good, especially considering we had 74% crit rate during that run. Hey, check that shit out over here. Yeah, it still gets 20%, okay? So, like... Yeah, you're jealous, I know. Yeah, my Sagarika is really strong, I know. So that's what's going on with Qingxiao. So you're probably guessing the same exact thing that I am based off this discussion. This unit looks like she's going to be pretty strong no matter what. And there are only like a couple small caveats that could like kind of cut into her release and cause some issues with her. But this is the final thing that I'll say regarding scaling. Guys, the great news is, even if she is some weird fucking scaling, like HP or purely ER or God forbid defense, you want to know the cool thing about that all? She'll still have Arrow Rover. Guys, she'll still have Arrow Rover, so it'll be like pretty okay, even if she is like an HP scaler or whatever. Because then you would still have Arrow Rover to provide a baseline level of support even without attack buffs. It'd be unfortunate, for sure, but at least there's like some silver lining out there. You've got somebody that can sort of work. But that's it for now. Now let's move on to the next unit that we've got over here, and that's going to be Jing Ran. And the thing about Jing Ran is that his release is much easier to understand, and there are basically no questions about anything he's going to do. If I were to summarize his role and the things that he's capable of as a Fusion Broadblade, it's this. He's going to be an HP scaling fusion version of Augusta. That's basically it. He's got the same shield regeneration mechanic, and he's really going to want Yuno on his team if he's not in Mono Fusion. But you're probably getting the same idea that I am. HP scaling kind of just means in this game expensive. I'm sorry. HP scaling in this game kind of just means expensive. And the reason for that is very simple. HP scalers don't have a lot of free-to-play options for basically anything. They don't have a lot of free-to-play options for weapons, and they don't have like any healer options, because every healer in this game buffs damage, right? But all of them also like buff attack. Not all of them, but a lot of them also buff attack. And so kind of like the end result is that if you're an HP scaler, any attack scaling on you, if you have no attack scaling, is completely wasted. So, high base attack is considered a valuable stat for weapons like EOG, because your attack stat, all your percentage boosts, like this one over here, scales off that base. HP scalers oftentimes have very dog shit base attack weapons, but then the opposite effect is really good. Because, well, that's a lot of HP, which is actually her damage. So you can see what I'm kind of picking up over here. Based off the track record that Kuro Games has had with HP scalers, they've only had one because I think they realized this was a bit of a fucking mess. Well, they're really not free-to-play friendly at all. Or they are sort of free-to-play friendly because she had like a free team, but the way that it was designed, I think, just wasn't that great for a lot of players. And I think Hiyuki's just a way better negative status release, right? We could see the same thing happening for Jing Ran. Because his Sonata set, all of that stuff, guys, it's all already in the game, right? I think I've used my Encore as kind of like a staging ground over here for all the stuff. But as you can see over here, the 2-piece bonus gives HP plus 10%. Then you got, upon gaining a shield, gain 5% increase in crit rate for 5 seconds, which means you have to maintain shield uptime, like Augusta, who gets a shield whenever she attacks. Pretty sure Jing Ran's going to do the same fucking thing. And this effect can be triggered once every half second, and at max stacks you get a fusion damage bonus. So as you can see, he's all about shield stacking repeatedly over and over to build up a crit rate buff of up to 20%. Then he gains some damage bonus. And of course the HP on top. There's no attack scaling anywhere. And so this essentially means all the stats that you see here, those are the main stats that you want to see on his supports. And you can see that the 4-cost Echo on this set gives you fusion damage and heavy attack. So, remember when I said he's a fusion version of Augusta? Augusta is also a heavy attack damage character. So you're probably beginning to see, oh man, there are already some teams that I see forming right off the get-go. But we need to talk about some other stuff first. I don't know what you're doing on the weapon side. I don't think you're going to use this. I don't think he has Toon Strain or Liberation damage in his kit. And this is Liberation damage too. Do you begin to see why I kind of wished Qingxiao was the Broadblade and not necessarily... What weapons does he have? Bro, truly, genuinely. Because even the ones that you might think have their downsides. Hey, why can't he just use Jian's weapon? Look, Jian's weapon gives heavy attack damage. Haha. Look at that. Look at that, brother. This thing has a 587 base attack. Remember what we just said about HP scalers? Maybe Jian's weapon will be fine with him. Even if the base attack is wasted, maybe the passive stats are good enough, right? Maybe this weapon effect is just fine. Because you get 12% attribute damage bonus, right? You have 12% attribute damage bonus, which is like great for Jing Ran. It's not attack, and then you get just raw heavy attack damage scaling. It at a baseline, it should have some effect on him. But that's like kind of it. Yeah, no, there's no real other options because this one's Liberation, and then it's just worse as a stat stick. This one's Resident Skill, but I guess it gives the 12% attribute damage bonus, which is nice. Bro, the best weapons for this character, I think, will be like Jinxie and Jian's weapon because they have 12% attribute damage bonus. I'm serious. That is what it's looking like right now. Based off this one line, these look like the best. Augusta weapon, though. No. No. Have you guys even seen Augusta's weapon before? Bro, this has 675 base attack, which is useless on HP scalers, and 12% crit. This was the IQ check. If you asked why not Augusta's weapon, you failed it. Congratulations, because like that just means you didn't understand the last 5 minutes of what I clearly explained regarding HP scaling. Like I just explained HP scaling, and then you just asked why can't he use the highest base attack sword in the game with the lowest secondary stat, when HP scalers want literally the opposite of that. Low base attack and then high other stat. So, never let anyone convince you the gacha community is smart. Because what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Anyways, you might be wondering, what about some other options? Well, that thing is 23% attack, so maybe not. That's negative statuses, so maybe not. I don't know about that one. That gives attack as well. You're probably beginning to see there's like not even HP weapons. Bro, is there even an HP? There's not even a single Bra Blade in the game that gives HP. Okay, yeah, no, I already know what the best ones are then. It's these two because of the 12% attribute damage bonus. Wait, like literally off of... This one's going to be good because it has heavy attack? This one's only good because of the first line, but everything else is a downgrade. Wow. So yeah. Basically, if you've gotten the gist of what I'm saying from the weapon side, you basically will have to pick up his signature unless this kid has some weird, like, attack scaling built in. So that, like, it, like, converts attack to HP or something. Maybe they'll put that in. Maybe attack will, like, turn into HP for him. And then, like, fix... That'd be good if they just did that. Added conversion in so he's not, like, dog shit. I don't know. We'll see. But basically, it's looking like Sig or Skip. Because Cart, 100% is a Sig or Skip character. So I'm going to assume HP scalers are Sig or Skip units. And if that's the case, well, it's just Sig or Skip. Unfortunate, but that's one of the consequences. Now, let's talk about some of the team comps. Let's talk about some of the team building. And let's talk about some of the supports that he's going to be working with. My take is this. Do not pull him unless you have one of these two characters or you're planning on getting one of these two characters. Is that fair to say? Because of this. As we all know, Lupa's all about fusion and having 3 fusion characters on your team. And with a character like Mornier, a Brant, whatever, you can just combine Lupa, who buffs only fusion, not really attack just a teeny bit, but she buffs mainly just raw fusion and fusion resistance reduction. Well, Lupa combined with this guy over here, and then just any fusion character in the 3rd slot, likely a Brant or a Mornier, is going to get you great results. Then Yuno, on the other hand, well, we all already know what Yuno is able to provide for heavy attackers that can refresh a shield, right? 1, it's going to be a nice, whopping 40% all damage amplification because you'll easily be able to get 10 stacks on on this DPS, Jingran, because you gain a stack every time you refresh a shield. And that's what he's going to do in his kit. Then you combine that with 50% heavy attack on top. And what does Yuno not give anywhere in her kit? Yuno gives 0% attack. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Yuno gives 0% attack in her whole kit. Absolutely nothing. So Yuno provides you no wasted stats at all when it comes to your team compositions. Lupa, on the other hand, does have a couple of wasted stats. The unfortunate thing, though, is this. None of these team compositions have a third slot that feels really good. And that's sort of the issue with Jingran. He's got two really, really good sub DPSs, but his supports don't feel good. What are you going to use with Yuno? A Shorekeeper who buffs a fuck ton of attack? A Mornier who buffs attack? Who are you going to use in that third slot? Nobody actually really knows. Maybe use a Qingxiao for her defense reduction, because oddly enough, she might actually be the best slot. Bro, how else are you going to increase his fucking damage at this point? I don't know. Yeah, you fucking put in Qingxiao to reduce their defense, because it's not like any of the other supports are going to do anything. But then Qingxiao doesn't have an outro skill that buffs amp, so maybe she's not that good. You can already see where some of the complications are, right, ladies and gentlemen? You don't have a lot of options, and you're kind of left like feeling lacking somewhere along the way. And that's just how he's going to release in the present. And naturally, I feel like they're going to end up coming out with some sort of like support or third slot for him in the future. Because guys, this is really it for the sub DPSs. And some people might be asking, well, Saint, like, he's a heavy attacker, bro. Like, why'd you just skip over like the premier? I've already talked about this before, but Mortefi's kit is essentially this. He buffs 38% heavy attack, but then the rest of his kit is just attack buffs. Static Mists, attack buff. The attack buff from his S6. And of course, the attack buff from Moonlit Clouds, which is another 22.5%. So the end result is this, guys. If Mortefi is not buffing somebody who needs attack, half his kit is like actually not doing anything. And the big reason for why you decide to put him in a team, it's not actually there, lads. And so that is a bit of a concern, right? That's a bit of an issue. And that's kind of like a wasted slot for this unit on your teams, specifically your Jingran ones. Because I bet there's a lot of people that kind of want to try out this one, a sustainless, right? A sustainless team. It might work. It might still clear, but just know a bunch of your buffs are going to be wasted. But you're all doing this to activate Lupa's buff, so it's kind of like a trade-off, right? You get what's going on over here. Jingran, oddly enough, I feel like is going to have a tougher spot in the meta, specifically because he's got some specialized teammates, and on top of that, he feels like he's got some missing ones. Qingxiao, on the other hand, right? I don't think you can say that because, right, you can use Arrow Rover, you could use Mornier, because Mornier is going to buff all the Toon Strain as well, even more additionally, right? There's a bunch of different characters you're going to be able to, like, make a... Like, she has a lot of third slots. Qingxiao has everything figured out. Everything figured out. You can build probably her best in slot team on day one, because it's going to be Lene or Denya. You can build her best in slot team the second you pull her. This guy you can't, and it's all on the basis of him being an HP scaler. It's one of the biggest debuffs in the game. And I am simply praying that Kuro Games has put in some sort of concession, some sort of like dual scaling into his kit. Because HP scaling, in my opinion, the way it was done on Cardathea was the most disgusting shit ever. Because of this one reason. On a character that scales with attack, let's just use Yuno for example. HP and defense, even though they're not desired roles, they do something. HP and defense, they might allow my Yuno to survive another hit, tank another attack, push through, like muscle through something, right, to get a hit off. Attack on Cardathea does literally nothing. Ever. So dead rolls, HP defense rolls, do something on attack units. It's not what you want, but it still does something. Attack rolls on Cart do literally nothing. Literally fucking nothing. They don't change anything about the character. And that's what I think is the issue. Because it's literally harder to roll echoes for her. Because she has actual dead stats that do actually nothing. And not a lot of characters in the game have something like that. And Bran, I'm just hoping that he's got some sort of attack scaling. I think this would be good. And I would really love if he had something like this. And I'm praying this is built into his kit. Once he reaches a certain amount of attack, he gains an HP buff. I'd love to see that in his kit. Once he reaches like 1,000 attack, 2,000 attack or something, right? He gains like 40% HP. Or he gets like reverse Bran scaling. I'd love to see this. Like Bran scaling where he gains like HP based off his attack. And then it's capped at a certain amount. And I think that would be cool. I think that would be neat. That could actually make him feel a lot better to build. Maybe could make him feel worse to build, but I'm going to be honest. HP scaling is already at like the bottom of the bottom when it comes to Wuthering Waves. It's at the bottom of the bottom when it comes to Woo-Wah. So like, it can really only get better from here, right? I'd rather Kuro experiment than just do what they did again, because what they did was bad. It is what it is. But yeah, that's going to be our coverage of these two characters. And like I mentioned, you probably get the general gist. This looks like one of the must-pull units, a free-to-play pickup that every person should have, because you are given so many tools right off of the bat, or you're highly recommended to pull a tool like Linné, who's always good in so many places, and Linné should probably work well with her, right? A lot of players are going to be in a good situation to pull Qingxiao and get a lot of her, and get a lot out of her on her release. It is the exact opposite for this guy. And this is my recommendation for most people. 99% of players should just skip this banner and wait for a rerun. Because, like, why would you pull this guy right now in the present when, like, his teams look fucked? Genuinely, I'm just wondering why you would decide to basically pull him in the present. Because this ain't like a Luke Curson. We're like, yeah, it'd be fine if you skipped Luke, but there was a reason to pull him in 3.1. Because he's super budget, super cheap. This guy's not super budget or super cheap. And his teams aren't complete yet. He's got, like, every debuff in the fucking book. As far as I'm concerned. Because who's the unit after him? Who's the unit after him? Who do you think is going to be released after Bran? Just give me a thought. Probably this one, right? The patch is probably gonna be this one and then So Ming, right? Because that's all we got left. It's So Ming and then her, and then we're kind of done with the cast. So truly, maybe this is the most skippable character in history, because I think even Kuro Games is telling you, bro, he's not ready yet. He's not ready yet. He still needs his third teammate. But we got seen as the next banner right after him. So of course you're going to fucking skip him. It is what it is. Let me know what your polling plans are and whether or not this video was helpful to you in crafting the path forward in version 3.6 and beyond. Peace out. All right. That was a that was a doozy. All right, 3.6 free-to-play friendliness. Bro, I'm actually... Dude, why was Qingxiao just not a broad blade that uses the standard weapon? I'm sorry. I'm getting cancer. Like, genuinely, it was like, bro... It's like somebody took the square peg and then put it in the round hole in front of you. That's what it feels like. That's the best way to describe it. Yeah, they just slowly put the square peg in the round hole. And they're just like staring at you while they do it. Oh, fuck. You know what I mean, right? You know exactly what I'm talking about, right? Bro, and the setup was like all there and everything, and then it's like, nah, fuck it. Nah, use laser share. It actually feels like they rage baited us. Like, bro, like, truly. And I think the part that fucks with me the most is that, like, I don't think she should have been a sword user when she, like, her kit is her summoning 700 swords. It's... I'm sorry, bro, bro, come on. Bro, come on. It's a little bit too much. I'm in Wuxia. Guys, this is a level of LARPing right here. I've read a lot of Wuxia. Never have I saw a thousand sword formation summoner not using a sword. Well, you're a fucking liar because that's literally what she does in this cutscene. Where's her fucking sword, you moron? Where's her fucking sword? Like, what the fuck are you even saying? Bro, this is why I call everyone LARPers, because you don't even remember the fucking cutscenes. Bro. Are you, like, sarcastic? Or are you actually surprised? Is it the first time you saw the cutscene? I've read a lot of Wuxia. Okay, now everyone knows you're a liar. Congratulations, because now nobody believes you. Because, like, you were so wrong. Like, great. Like, I don't know why you're, like, being sarcastic. You just discredited yourself. It's weird to be sarcastic after you embarrass yourself. It's rather... that's not really a move. Okay, guys. Just for... There are times to use... I'm going to make a hot take. I don't think it's hot. The clearest sign that someone's autistic is when they use sarcasm at the wrong time as a response to something. I've realized that. Because, like, sarcasm truly is, like... You need to, like, know social cues to, like, use it properly, right? Because, like, there are certain times where it's, like, super inappropriate to use sarcasm, right? Because, well, you might be talking about, like, dead people or some shit. That was sarcasm. You get what's going on right now. And autistic people, they got no idea. And so the wrong time to be sarcastic is after you, like, said some dumbass shit and embarrass yourself. That's the wrong time to use sarcasm, and it's basically like a cop-out of, like, I don't know social cues. I realized that wasn't really a hot take, was it? So this is the thing. He used the sarcasm properly, but why would you use the sarcasm in that circumstance? You get what I mean? You don't want to use sarcasm to, like, defend yourself or as an out. It makes you look like... It makes you look slimy. It makes it look like you're dodging and shit like that. Again, not a lot of people can understand this. That's why you see it happen so often online. And guys, it's like, it's easy to do that and act that way online because a lot of people do it. But you'll slowly realize that's how you can identify who doesn't actually, like, talk to people very often, because if you try to have this type of conversation IRL, like, people will just, like, walk away from you, and then you'll get the feedback in the moment. Oh, if I do this, I'll have no friends, so I should stop doing that. But it doesn't happen online because relationships and conversations are so touch and go anyways. People don't get the negative feedback in the proper channels, and so they assume this behavior is, like, normal and acceptable. We good? That's actually why being a streamer can be one of the most helpful ways to understand social cues. Do you want to know why? Because you get the immediate feedback in the moment. For example, when I say something funny, my chat gets filled with arms. When I say something that's crazy or shocking, right? Then my chat might be like silent for a second, then start getting flooded. When I say something gay, well, you already know what's going to happen if I say something gay, right? And you get to identify what's the cause and effect of various things and actions. And in a lot of ways, watching a like somewhat normal streamer is going to be a great way for you to build up on social cues as well, because then you'll find out what's like relatively normal in the process too. But then that's how you turn retarded when you watch Mr. Pokey every day. You kind of like it's like Animorphs. You're devolving into a cockroach or some shit. Thanks for listening to my TED Talk. All right. So this is what you did. So this is what you did. Now you just look even more retarded because you're not banned. But I guess this is the thing, right? Are you truly winning if your goal clearly is to rage bait into getting banned, and then you get banned? Do you think you won? Because the end result is that you just got banned. Like, do you think that's a victory? Haha, I acted retarded and got banned. I'm such a winner. Like, is that what goes through your head? Like, you've won. Don't ban him, it's better. Well, I mean, this is the thing. His silence is better than a ban. Because you can tell he's really thinking over here, or he's not. It's one or the other. And so him not being banned, and then him also being silent, right, just makes him look more retarded. Because now it sounds like he can't find a response because he's got no thinking abilities. The house always wins, as they do say. Oh, man. Oh, man. Now let's get on to the next topic. We got Zenless 0, boys. Fuck. We got Zenless 0 3.1, guys. The best, the long good... Why they named the version that? Sounds like it's EOSing. Sounds like it's EOSing. Why would you do that? What the fuck, bro? I didn't even do anything and I'm already losing my shit. Bro, I just looked it up. Dude, you got me fucked up. Bro, they got me fucked up. Okay, I gotta get some stuff prepped for this. Because this is what we gotta look for. This is what we gotta look for right now. All right. Where we at? Where we at over here? We need to bring up one of my previous videos regarding Zenless Zone 0 and its anniversary. Holy moly. Holy moly. Guys. This is how you know this drama was big. Y'all remember this motherfucking video over here? Where I called the ZZZ anniversary overrated as shit. And now the game's dead a year later. Guys, these are the stats on the vid. Guys, these are the stats on the vid. I'm not even joking. They were so mad, but I was just right. Bro, they were so mad, but I was just right. That's how delusional this community was back in the day, bro. They was delusional. So let's see if it's actually better than last year's, because this is what I bet. There's nobody talking about how it's the best one ever. I think they're just like, say, this is the thing. I bet it's better than last year. But nobody's saying this is the best anniversary ever. Right? People are just saying it's good, but they're not calling it the best anniversary ever, right? Are they? Yeah, no, I don't see anyone saying that shit. I don't see anyone saying that shit. All right. Oh, dear. Better than HSR? Bro. Anything's better than HSR at this point. I think we've gone past that. Like truly, I don't even think it needs to be a conversation anymore. All right, I gotta get close. Woo-wah. Oh, I'll be able to throw in the Let me see here. Let me see their special programs. I want to see how many views their anniversary had. Because this is not looking... Huh. What was their anniversary version? Was it 2.0 or 2.1? Oh. Ooh, that was at 580K a year ago? Ooh, okay. Yeah, we get that one on the screen. I need to see some of the comments on this bad boy. Hey, y'all got any posts of people calling the most recent ZZZ anniversary the best one ever? Y'all got any posts looking at that, calling it the best one ever? Let's figure it out. My take is that it's better than Woo-Wah. Guys. Wuthering Waves' anniversary, I do believe, had like 160 free-to-play polls in it, right? So this is kind of like the take. 160 free-to-play polls or a low number of polls and then a free character. Who knows? Right? So we'll find out. All right. 166 for this patch. This is the unfortunate part about that. We'll have to find out if it creeps into... Well, the right term to use is desperate. We'll have to see if it creeps into desperation. Let me take a look at some of these numbers right now. Wait, so that was 3.0? You know what? Yeah. Yeah, I see it. I see it. I see it. I see it. Yeah. Okay. So, at a baseline, 166 polls in ZZZ is worth about 110 in Woo-Wah, maybe 100 in Woo-Wah. So, at a baseline, if you're comparing on the raw number of polls, do recognize, ladies and gentlemen, polls in ZZZ are worth less than Wuthering Waves. I don't think that needs to be explained too much at a baseline, but yeah, one game has a guaranteed weapon banner. Question mark? How are you confused? One game has a guaranteed weapon banner and a lower pity. So, like, if it's confusing to you how Woo-Wah polls are worth more than ZZZ polls, you're stupid, because you get more characters and weapons in Woo-Wah with the same number of polls. Mathematically, you literally do. Like you get more characters and weapons with the same amount of premium currency in Woo-Wah than you do in any Hoyoverse game. So, like, yeah, it's not a confusing argument. Everyone knows that at a baseline. So if they have the same number of pulls, then Wuba has more. It's not a hard argument to. It's not a hard argument to make. If you have the same number of pulls, Wuba has more. Like that's not hard. Are ZZZ players that dumb? Yes. I already knew that. I don't know why I asked the question. I don't know why I asked the question. All right. You know what? I'm a little bit inspired from hearing that yesterday. I'm gonna go prep a little bit. We're gonna go take a quick little piss before we jump on into this react over here. So just enjoy this song because it was pretty good the other day. Yeah, just get some Lopa up in here. All right, but yeah, we're gonna get into 3.1 in just a second.
Now the pressure's on, what did they expect? I'm coming for everybody until there's no one left. As long as my heart stays beating inside my chest, there ain't no time to rest. I'm a little bit obsessed, and that's why I be coming for your neck. I'm coming for another pound of flesh.
Alrighty. I just sorry, I got caught up on I keep getting sent DMs, man. So yeah, we're gonna have to address some of that stuff later. Oh boy. Yeah, get edged, losers. All right. Yeah, get fucked. Yeah, I bet you're hella mad right now. Yeah, let's take that anger and direct it towards CCC. Oh man, look at me. Oh, I'm a little conductor over here. Toxic streamer. Okay, all right. So let's get this one underway, and of course, do the proper preparation for the type of content this is going to require. All right. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, the time has finally arrived. Yes, we are finally here. The long goodbye. I personally think that's a crazy name for your anniversary patch, especially when Zenless Zone 0 is on one of the most diabolical downtrends I've seen in the gacha space in a while, right? You can kind of like look at the past couple of months. This was 3.0's reception on Twitch and so on and so forth. Angels of Delusion, all of that. Yeah, the devs were deluded for making them. The game has not been looking particularly good on basically like any metric possible. You can do Google searches as well, YouTube searches, all of that. It's been kind of in the dumps. And to come up with the live stream title, The Long Goodbye, after the game has been on one of the craziest downtrends ever, I'm going to be real here. It's kind of nuts. A little bit tone deaf, but maybe they've got a lot more under the hood than, well, maybe last year. Because I had a bit of a hot take regarding last year's anniversary. We could see it over here. Zenless Zone 2.0, where Clouds embrace the Dawn special program. I made a video on that, calling the anniversary a little bit overrated. right? Saying that it wasn't really that good, especially compared to other ones, and people calling it the best one ever, we're simply going to paint a picture about the game that wasn't accurate, and then the game would then proceed to have a bit of a downfall based off those, well, misplaced expectations. That's literally what happened, because the patch released over here to a lot of fanfare because people mistakenly said it was the best shit ever, and then proceeded to crater down into fucking oblivion over the entire 2.x arc. My doubts were entirely justified. This was actually not a good anniversary, and the rewards they gave were truly not helpful to virtually any fucking player. Yeah, did you use that free standard unit? Did you use that free standard W engine? No, because they power crept the game so much that all that shit was useless, and you had to pull the new characters to clear anything anyways. And the response. Boy. That's a little diabolical. You look at the video itself. Boy. That was a little diabolical. Yeah, there's actually like way more dislikes than that. It's at closer around like 2,100 if we're going to be real here. And then you take a look at this, right? Oh, that's a lot of lost subs. But guys, this is what I'm all about. I'm all about telling the truth. I don't care about numbers like this as long as I'm telling the truth about these games. And that's how I've been my entire career. And that's the lens that we're going to be taking, ladies and gentlemen. I'm still going to have an open point of view about this live stream, but that's the lens that we're going to take. ZZZ players have overestimated, said that their live stream was the best shit ever when it truly wasn't actually that great, and then made false expectations for the game that caused it to have a very lasting downfall. So let's see if the hype is justified this time. Let's see if the claims that this is the best anniversary ever, it's better than Wuthering Waves, all of that stuff. Let's see if it's actually true before ZZZ players and the Gacha space as a whole get disappointed by a bait once again. So without further ado, we've got all of it over here. I've got some timestamps as well. I don't plan on watching all of the goofy stuff that's going to be going on over here. Let's get it started with the trailer at... Yeah, okay, yeah, fuck this guy. All right. Let's get started over here with the trailer.
一起来看。
Today's success, first step toward taking back the world.
Is still the beginning of a miracle.
They are the ones who once again defeated the enemy and brought new hope to Eridu.
Okay,
Back then-
okay, they got the Timu Amith.
We thought taking back the world was only a matter of time. In the end, none of us reached the promised destination.
A dangerous presence. I can sense it.
Wait, that's her voice? Oh, interesting.
It is an honor to stand and fight beside you. I'll support you however I can. Submit to judgment. I grant you eternal rest.
I don't know about that character design. She sounds like she's 60. Like 60 years old.
So this is where the Rosetta data was born.
I'm Truvia from High Ambitions Corp. I'm here for our appointment.
Does everyone in that covenant of yours have this nasty habit of haunting people like restless ghosts?
Okay, I guess they're just showing off a bunch of the cast over here. Was that like Sunbringer doing some kawaii shit right here? Wait,
I'm
let me
here
see
for
that real
our
fast.
appointment.
Does everyone...
Is she supposed to do that in lore? Hey, I guess the lore of this game doesn't really matter, right?
I'm Truvia from High Ambitions Corp. I'm here for our appointment.
That's Sunbringer?
Does everyone in that covenant of yours have this nasty habit of haunting people like restless ghosts?
S-rank wanted criminal Remy Dan. You would do well not to resist in vain.
Are you sure?
Do you really want to see the rest of Rosalia buried alongside your classmate?
Well, I guess they're trying to do a lot with the story. Yeah, I can't personally tell what's going on because I haven't necessarily been that up to date in the lore, but it sounds like they're trying to do a lot. Yeah, I guess from the past version trailers that I've seen, right? Because I've seen a lot of the version trailers and I know kind of like the overarching story. It feels like they've kind of gone from like 0 to 100 real fast, starting from like 3.0 and like actually doing things in the story. That's why I've heard people are like somewhat interested in it now, because you kind of just been like holding your dick. After like 1.4, you kind of did a whole lot of nothing, right? For about a year and a half. So now people are sort of just like, oh, I see the main plot again. Is that fair? Like following 1.4, right? You were just like sitting there doing a whole bunch of nothing. In Wi-Fi Peninsula, it was all just like nothing. Literally just sitting there holding your dick, not doing anything for like a year and a half. Now it seems like they're moving the overall plot forward in at least a somewhat like like stuff's actually happening. And that's what it looks like over here.
I hope
And you're gay too.
you enjoy this dance of death. This light is for you. More flair.
Yeah, it truly does just we've already made a video about this. The kit looks so much like Imeth, it's crazy.
Are you ready to follow my steps? Let's dance. Let's make a scene.
Wait, she has a heavy attack, piercing attack too?
Of death.
Wait, I need to see that again.
This
Wait,
light
she's
is
got
for
the
you.
Imeth heavy attack.
More flair.
Wait, she has the Imeth heavy attack.
Are you ready to follow my steps?
I need to see that again. Wait.
Let's dance.
She has the Imeth mech heavy attack too. She has the Imeth mech heavy attack, bro. They took that as well. No, I'm sorry. You know that's Imeth's mech's heavy attack. It's like they mix together the regular form and the mech form. You got the rapier stab that like pierces through the enemies.
Let's make a scene. My accomplice.
Yep.
Yes. Checkmate, monster.
Yep, she definitely needed orbital laser cannons. Did they remove the Imeth ult from her kit? Wait, did they get so much negative feedback from like copying the second ult that they removed it? She still has it. Oh, they just didn't put it in here.
As this dance draws to a close, it's time for us to say goodbye. You
Okay.
still have somewhere to return to, but I do not. I killed her with my own hands. The
I guess this is the part of the trailer where I don't know what they're doing, because like
era I knew, the people I loved, those memories, they're all long gone.
yeah, this I can already tell people are not gonna like this story again. I'm beginning to get the vibe that this is gonna be a Yi Shungite 2.0. I'm getting the vibe this is gonna be Yi Shungite 2.0, where like the dev decided to put their dream girlfriend into the game, and like everyone's pissed because like, bro, like this is like your fan fiction OC. Like, please stop ruining the story because of it.
Perhaps that's
This is Xiao Ji's OC.
what the Sunbringers truly are.
Okay.
Okay, this is what I think is going to happen. They're going to pull an Imeth, and she's actually going to die this version, and you're actually going to go save her. This is my take. If she actually, like, dies this version, it's truly over. They've just copied Wuthering Waves. Can I just tell you that they copied her. Because there's no way you just repeat the story that was actually done 6 months ago by your competitor.
I promise.
Okay, so they just confirmed that they're repeating the iMyth storyline. So they're... ZZZ players, is there like just... Is there like an actual response to this where like hey, somebody defend this? Like, somebody defend this. Nobody cares? Get over it. Okay, if that's the response, then there's no defense. That's telling enough on its own.
Come on, look.
What's wrong with copying something good? It's when you're this shameless about it and there's so many things copied.
Finally decided to show up, did you?
And now they got swimsuit skins for everybody. Okay. All right. Let me just say a couple of things off rip. We could talk about what we're seeing on the right. These are the same devs that put the Maid Suna skin in the game. So at this point, the door's already open, and after the Maid Suna thing, I don't think like this surprises anybody anymore, right? They already did it, then they did it like 3 consecutive times with the Angels of Delusion afterwards, and then they're doing this right afterwards. Like, truly, it's just, you could make a big deal out of this one, but the big deal's already been made before, and they're just not stopping. So it's like, that's that, right? That is that. Lucy is taller than Carlotta. Okay, so if we're at the point where we're comparing, like, guys, that's basically like saying you've never seen a woman in real life before. That's a telltale sign. If we're doing like Suna, Lucy versus Carlotta comparisons, we haven't seen real women outside before. Because Carlotta's build is a mature short adult. Like, that is Carlotta's build. This is not an adult build on the right. That's kind of like the main point. She doesn't look like mature for the height on that build. That's kind of like the difference. And truly, it's like, I don't really think, I think it's a discussion we've already had before. But like I said, they've already done this like 4 fucking times already. So it is what it is at this point. There's a reason why I don't think, there's a reason why a lot of people drop the game. Let me just say this. There's a reason why a lot of people drop the game during that time. Let's not beat the dead horse again, but this was the Angels of Delusion part of the game. It was all right here, and it experienced the biggest player fall off in history. So there we go. I mean, truly, no more discussion we need to have. She looks ugly as shit. The one on the left is the most, like, that's one of the most disgusting summer skins I've ever fucking seen. Like, truly, anyone that buys this, I question their taste. It's ugly. Bro, this shit is fucking ugly. Bro, what the? I don't even know what to say. Hers is good, though. Hers is like the only good one.
大家好，我是编剧阿鹏，
我是编剧小 Q。
从刚刚的版本 PV 来看啊，我们这版
I don't know what they're saying, and I don't think it matters. So let's skip ahead. What do we got now? The Ramiel kit at 1025. Well, I guess we get to see in full detail just everything. How they copied iMyth from the ground up. Let's take a look. I don't want to watch this because the music is so bad. Bro, how do they do this? Bro, it literally just... Bro, this is like the most... Bro, this music is actually ass. Guys, this is the thing. I like EDM. I like EDM. And this is shit. And this is also Imeth. I don't think we need to see much more. Basically, her kit is almost her kit, in terms of like what it does, so much of the gameplay patterns are... So many of the gameplay patterns are basically a one-to-one to what Imeth does in her kit. I made a whole ass video about it, and then we discovered today she has a heavy attack, piercing attack, which is just the same as Imeth's mech form. So, yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just gonna skip this because I don't want to listen to this fucking music anymore. But I guess that's the gist of the kit. Now let's go listen. Now let's go watch the old lady.
西格里德。
What the fuck is wrong with these guys? Bro, you're not at the club. You're watching a live stream at home. Bro, it's like these motherfuckers are at Coachella or like Tomorrowland and like half the crowd is on drugs and like, bro, they're just watching this at home. No, nobody hit a line before fucking watching this stream, bro. Nobody popped a fucking molly before this stream. What the fuck is this music? This sounds like the middle of somebody's set when they're playing the dirtiest fucking trap they can think of because they're trying to get the crowd ramped up. What the fuck? All right, yeah, okay.
空群局总务司官，在罗斯凯列法中有着各种夸张离谱的传说，甚至被谬传为实力比肩。
So is this what they're going to do for every unit? They're just going to say, well, actually, they are as strong as Void Hunters. Please pull them. Wait. I need it. Guys, I've got the perfect post to show you guys. Guys, I got the perfect... You guys remember this tweet from LD Shop? How, like, no unit in the game makes money except for Void Hunters because the game is not balanced. And so now they're going with, like, the advertising, the pre-release advertising of, guys, wait, she's actually as strong as a Void Hunter, I promise you. I assure you, dear viewer, dear player, she's as strong as a Void Hunter. Please pull her. Isn't that how it comes off? That's how it comes off, right? Just lie to me, Hoyverse. Just lie to me.
虚受的强者，虽然这些只是夸大的传说，不过本人的实力确实不可小觑哦。他的核心玩法可以用一句话概括：交替使用技能，触发寻空枪式状态，通过强化普攻打出分支。
Why does this just look like Ellen? I'm done with her kit. She literally just looks like Ellen. She sounds like Ellen too. Wait, close your eyes and tell me if this sounds like Ellen. Just hear her attacks.
的实力确实不可小觑哦。他的核心玩法可以用一句话概括：交替使用技能，触发寻空枪式状态，通过强化普攻打出分支技，脸枪式。
They're using the same. They're using the same SFX as Ellen. It's literally the same SFX as Ellen, bro. It sounds like one ZZZ 1.0. Kind of. Okay, since ZZZ players don't want to admit it. Let's just listen. Let's just listen to some Ellen gameplay. Let's listen to it from ZZZ. And this is when she's got to be ice infused for those attacks. Yeah, she got to be ice infused.
Hell no! Get blessed!
Do we want to pretend? Do we want to pretend that the sounds aren't the same? Do we want to pretend they're not the same? Ice does make the same sounds.
Get lost! Get lost!
虽然这些只是夸大的传说，打出风之技脸枪式，造成高额爆发。
让我们一起赶紧看看吧。
西格利德的普通攻击第4段、闪避反击、强化特殊技、连携技等均视为出枪式。西格利德使用其中任意出枪式命。
Looks like an Ellen reskin to me. So yeah, look. I don't know how I feel about that. It is what it is. All right. Now that we're done with her kit, I feel like these two characters are. I think you're meant to skip this unit. That'll be my summary of her. I think you're meant to skip this unit and just pull Alicia in this patch. That's the take for the majority of the player base, right? This is an Ellen reskin that everyone's supposed to skip because you already have Miyabi. Just like how you're supposed to skip Promia because you always have Miyabi. Just like how you're supposed to skip Hugo because you already have Miyabi. Just like how you're supposed to skip what's her name? The tentacle ice bitch because you have Miyabi. Right? So it's the same as before. Skip her because you have Miyabi. Calamari Yijuan? Oh, yeah, that's the one you're supposed to skip. Cool. Glad we established that. All right, what else do we got here? The Remiel Bang Boo at 1755.
在3.1版本还会有新的小帮部登场。
没错，天使形象的艾瑞尔能在战斗中为大家提供助力。他升空闪现到目标附近后，会牵引周围敌人，造成伤害。另外，牵引到的敌人数量越多，他给我方上的增益也会越多。当雷米尔在场时，则会默认上所有的增益，不管牵引到的敌人是多少。
This Bang-Boo looks overpowered. Yeah, I don't know. This Bang-Boo looks like it's overpowered.
这就是雷米的魅力啊！
发动连携技，艾瑞尔会掷出缤纷星旋，给对手华丽一击。版本更新后，在帮部
Visual clarity is off the charts. Damn, now even the Bang-Boos are contributing to the pollution. Yeah, those are probably the biggest SFX I've seen from a Bang-Boo. I'm not gonna say the best because the game already has a lot of clutter visually. I still don't know what's going on when I play Miyabi team sometimes.
和对应的音频频段将在版更后开启并持续整个版。
Remiel kit is interesting. Watch the mechanics. So you want me to? So okay. So this is the take. If we watch the mechanics and it's literally just the exact same as iMyths, what are we gonna do? Like truly, what are we gonna do if it's the exact same? Fine. Let's check it out.
人雷米埃尔，
流明属性是一个全新的属性啊。
没错，流明属性有一个独特的机制，雷米尔会根据队伍中下一位带着人的属性，让自身造成伤害发生变化。也就是说，当队伍不同的时候，它的输出属性也会随之改变。
那可以根据敌人的弱点来变更不同的队友。
So she has different roles based off. So her attribute changes and her role changes. So she goes from a DPS to a sub DPS, basically.
来应对不同的环境，感觉很百搭了。
是的，来看看雷米尔的攻击方式吧。普攻连段可以对敌人造成伤害并累积飞行能量。
Her role doesn't change. She's a support. So they made the character a support when they look like a DPS. Okay.
施加一个流明属性继续点，点按强化特殊技，
okay.
雷米尔可以发动攻击对造成伤害，同时
No, she's a support. Okay. Great. I guess we're going with the the Chisa support. Yeah, the fuck your lore.
时为敌人施加2个流明属性继续点。
看来这是流明属性的
This is
独
a
特继续
support.
方式。
Yeah.
是的，当飞行
Apparently.
能量积累充足时，
Guys, this would be like Imeth being a support. Honestly. What if I told you Imeth was a support? She buffs the team. She doesn't actually deal damage.
长按特殊技键，雷米尔可以进入转换姿态。
Okay, dude.
此时切换队友入场的时候，雷米尔将升空进入相变时流状态。在此状态下，雷米尔会为全队提供增益，同时在后台自主行动，为战斗提供协助，如控制敌人或为敌人
So she's for Lova.
施加继续点等。
处于非操作状态时也能为队友提供帮助，真是我们空中可靠的后援。话说，我还看到
Okay, yeah, why did we just say that then? So she is a DPS. You're all retarded. I'm done. Nah, Frolova is a DPS, and you guys were all saying she was a support for like 20 fucking minutes. But if she actually deals damage, but the damage is off-field and triggered by her teammates, she's an off-field DPS like Frolova. So you guys all just like don't even know what you're talking about. Okay, awesome, great. I who could have thought the ZZZ community would get confused over a kit?
个新的跳刺。是的，这是流明属性的
We'd never have seen that one coming.
专属反应异化。简单来说，若敌人身上有继续点的时候，当他即将被打入属性异常状态时，会触发异化反应。雷米尔会消耗继续点来提升这时造成的对应异常伤害的总伤害，同时为自己存弹，最多可以存3发。
继续点转换成弹药，弹药再转换成最终爆发，一环扣一环。
没错，锤了弹之后，雷米尔就可以通过长按普攻键。
Okay, so that is the Imeth heavy attack thievery right there.
发动大范围攻击，触发药变效果。这个时候可以清空弹药，对敌人造成伤害，并回复大量的飞行能量。而在飞行姿态下，当雷米尔触发3次异化反应后，就可以存满。
Okay, I get what's going on. So basically, she has Imeth's kit, but her teammates charge up the Forte. Not her on-field attacks. Great. I've explained it to you. She basically has Imeth's kit, and essentially, she doesn't build up her own Forte on field. Her teammates do. Then you swap back to her when the Forte is charged up, use the special attack, then swap off of her and let the teammates fill it up again. That's the kit. And I guess she provides buffs to the team, a little bit more utility, but at a baseline, that's essentially the gameplay. Bunch of cutscene attacks, bunch of like those transitions, but at a baseline, it actually does look the exact same as Imeth's to me, but your teammates charge up the Forte. I'm gonna be honest, it kind of looks like her kit was supposed to be a DPS one, then it got reworked into whatever the fuck this is. Very interesting move, I'll say that for sure. I would say this is a big innovation to the game. Absolutely, right? It's a big innovation to the game. But part of me does actually believe she was designed as like a DPS at first. They got like switched halfway through because they didn't want to get caught for plagiarism. Like, straight up, that's like what it feels like, because this does not look like a support kit at all. And it looks like it got turned into one afterwards. That's the vibe that I get from it. That's the vibe I get from it.
3发弹，这个时候将激活特殊的
She gets a maximum of 3 void flares.
支援技，激活后下次入场时会自动触发。哇，落地就
Once activated, it'll trigger when she enters the battlefield. Oh, they added intro skills too.
是毁灭性打击。
不仅如此，发动支援技后还可以让下次长按攻击升级，可以造成更高的伤害。
这看着打的是真爽啊！
来看看实战中的雷米尔的表现。我们长按特殊
Yeah, that's a support kit, boys.
器键，让雷米尔起飞，随后切换维列娜和简交。
Yeah, that's a support kit, boys. That definitely looks like one. Totally. Yeah, just dual wielding laser swords, stance switching, and then yeah, bro, that looks like a support kit.
发异化反应，
That's my take. It's like I don't really the kit to me is way too flashy to be a support. When I see somebody like twirling around like fucking Darth Maul, like fucking bro, dual lightsaber wielding. Then again, we have Chainsaw Blade Chisa, right? We have Chainsaw Blade Chisa, so it's kind of like a similar vibe, I guess. Though I would say this, I don't know. I guess the disappointment over here is this looked like a pure DPS to me. I guess she's not. Like a little blend of both. It is what it is. All right. Now let's move on. Take a look at some of the banners. Ooh, how are they going to monetize in this version? Let's take a look.
独家频段和对应的殷勤频段将在版更后开启并持续整。
Okay, they do this every time they're trying to make money. They make it look like an entire, yeah, they make it look like, they make it last the entire version of the banner. It's like the Miyabi one as well as, was the Yi Shungite one all version? I don't think so.
各版本周期。
没错，全版本都可以抽，不用赶上下班的时间窗口了。
是的，在整个3.1版本期间，神战们都可以获取这位打使结社阵营的全新限定 S 级代理人雷米埃尔。 流明属性异常定位。
What are they showcasing here? Wait, is that is she gets the little glowy effects if she has the bro? I don't fucking care. Bro, I don't care. Is that it? All right.
喂，还没有入手的神将，这次。
So their first rerun is going to be Arya.
要把握机会啊！
下半期的副歌调频有些特别，我们将推出独家重映频段，刘英、福波佑夜。
Oh God! Oh, not this shit again. Oh, not this fucking shit again, bro. Bro, I said last time this was here. This is here just to bait you before they power creep everybody on this. Like, this is right before they power creep everybody on this and make them genuinely useless. Guys, this is the thing. Truly, in this game, you are supposed to skip this and never pull on this ever. You never pull on this. Ever. It is a terrible idea to ever do this. Never pull these characters. Guys, because next patch, within the next 2 patches, they're going to be putting out a version of these characters that's just better. Just like how they put out Yi Shungite after putting Alice on this banner. They put out Yi Shungite after putting Alice on this banner. They released that character the next patch. There's going to be a better anomaly support coming out to replace Yazuha. They're going to find a way to power creep Dialin. Next 2 patches, guaranteed. Don't pull this.
前与优真3位 S 级代理人同时复刻，可自行定向选择。
3选1，而且首个 S 级保证为自选，首次10年还会有额外的8折。
Genuinely impossible to power creep Dialin. Shut up. You're really giving these devs not enough credit. They'll find a way.
残星倾囊300 S 级殷勤同步复刻，规则一致。
神将们可以在频段开启期间随时更改定向目标，累计调频数据也会继承。当后续再次开放同类的频段时，数据同样继承，与其他限定频段分别。
Hey, at least the good thing is that the pulls on this banner apparently carry over. So, like, I guess, guys, think about what they did the last time this banner came out. When they put units on that banner that literally just got replaced the next version. Why, like that was the last time they did this. They literally put a poison pill on that banner. Unk, it's guaranteed. You're guaranteeing a unit that they're about to power creep. So that they can take your pulls and then make you regret pulling on the banner because a better one is coming out in 30 days. This is basically like somebody, right before the next iPhone comes out, the iPhone goes on sale. You're probably going to be upset if you actually want the new iPhone that's just better than the old one, and then you just bought the old one on sale and there's no returns. Like, this is what this is. The sale before they come out with something better. Because they know nobody's going to pull these units ever again after what they do. They did this already. They already did this. They're going to do it again. This is me telling you they're just going to do it again.
一样继承，与其他限定频段分别计算。
总之呢，不要错过哦。
神将们熟悉的待遇。
Bro, who cares about this shit? All right, let me get this part off my screen. Now let's take a look at some of the new drive discs. Oh boy.
在新版本中，区域巡防有新的关卡追加，驱动盘系列随之新增了乘雨之势和荆棘玫瑰套装，神将们可以。
Anomaly proficiency, and if the equipper's attribute is Lumiflux. So, wait, let me just read this. So, the signature set for this not DPS character only buffs their damage. Yeah, this is not a DPS character, by the way. Yeah, their set only buffs their damage. There's really nothing else buffed on here. It's just damage. ZZZ players, this is why I don't take you seriously at all. This is why I have never taken the ZZZ community seriously at all, because you don't even know what you're talking about ever in this game. You call this support when there's only selfish, personal, self-damage buffs on this kit, or on this disk drive. And guys, nobody considers Chisa a full support in Muwa. Everyone thinks Chisa's like... Nobody calls Chisa a pure support. There were people out here calling this bitch a pure support. Which is crazy. She's not a pure support, obviously. Blend of Ibith and Frolova is what I'm thinking. Now the other piece. Defense plus 16%. Oh, this character's probably dead. The equipper's damage is increased by 15, and when the equipper's initial defense is their crit rate is increased, oh boy, yeah, I bet that character is gonna be strong. Just kidding, I bet it's dog shit. Anyways, not really too much to really say about these. I guess get this if you're gonna build your new unit, and then don't ever farm this. They probably just added this set so you'd have a useless piece of shit to farm alongside this. I bet they're both in like the same tacit field, so this is just like your consolation prize and meant to like grief you. Yeah, you actually want these pieces, you're gonna get these. Right? That's truly all it's there for, is to fuck you. They put in the worst set in the game. Alright. Now let's move on. We got a new event.
的重磅新常驻玩法迷宫鬼域背果计划。
你刚刚说常驻玩法，这意思是以后一直可以玩的吗？
Bro, I almost messed up saying that. Bro, hey, ZZZCCs, make sure you focus up when you about to pronounce that shit, bro. I'm not gonna lie, I almost got tongue-tied because it's been a long stream. That would have been a bad move. Yeah, the Enigma of the Labyrinth. It still sounded bad after I said that, but I just said the word properly. It still sounded bad, man. That's not good. Operation Bagel. No, I just said the word properly, but it's yeah.
没错。 故事起因是神将从牧羊人那里接到了一笔特殊委托，据说在神之迷宫帕帕哥空洞深处藏匿着神将祖师爷乔伊斯的特殊装备。
Why do I not care about the story of this event? Show me the gameplay.
乔伊斯留下的奥蒙德研究站，将这里作为前线据点，但研究站关停多年，用于搜索定位的核。
Did Ugg just say neither? No, I said Drew.
新设备已经无法正常运作，想要找到 ES 的下落，就必须让研究站恢复功能。
On God, bro. On God, bro. I said Drew, bro. On God, bro. I said neither.
神将们需要深入空
No, bro.
空洞回收高价值物资，及时撤离，再将物资投入装备制造和研究站修复。随着设备逐步恢复，搜索范围也将不断扩大。最终呢？ 我们会锁定 ES 的位置。
I'm not gonna lie, this looks boring as shit. I'm sorry. Maybe I need to rewatch it. This looks boring as fuck.
必须让研究站恢复功能。 神将们需要深入空洞回收高价值。
Bro, this reminds me of the Ark Knights Enfield roguelike.
物资及时
And that's not good.
撤离，再将物资投入装备
That might be the worst game mode ever made.
制造和研
I'm
究战
getting
修复。
vibes of it from
随
this.
着
I
设
don't know
备逐步
why.
恢复，搜索范围也将不断扩大。
Right? It's giving you the
最终
vibes.
呢，我们会锁定 ES 的位置，深入神之迷宫的核心区域，将它带。
It's not even showing? Hey, that might be the reason why. Where the fuck is the gameplay, bro?
也会在该玩法中生效哦。
Okay, all
带
right.
入的东西
This actually reminds me of the Hodami City event.
得打好基础，接下来就看操作了。
Yeah, this
没
is
错
this is more so. This ain't Hollow Zero. This is the Honami City event. What the fuck are you guys saying?
地图里散布着各类物资容
You guys are retarded. This is the Honami City event. Who said this was like Hollow Zero?
器可以搜刮，击败敌人也会有相应掉落。搜索到的物资
Okay
可以用来提升自身的实力，从而探索更多的区域，挑战更强大的威胁，获得更多的稀有道具。
没错，积少成多，步步为营，发家致富，走向神将巅峰。
没错，
But this is the thing with the Honami City event. If you fuck up with the Honami City event, it turns into the AKE version. Just so you know, the bones of the Honami City event and the AKE Etch Space Salvage are the same, but like AKE fucked it up so bad. So truly, it is up to this. We've seen one company do the extraction thing better. Wuwa did with the Honami City stuff. AKE failed miserably. Let's see where ZZZ lands with this one, because it could be really good or really fucking bad. And like, just don't do what AKE did and you might be fine.
另外，搜索中甚至可能会有机会获得菲林等高价值物品哦。
This looking
但是
slow
千万
as
小
shit
心
though.
啊！随着收集的物资价值变高，也会迎来迷宫中的恶美女孩乌里迪姆。根据 HIA 的记录，这些诡异的猎犬一直在帕帕科空洞内部游荡，维持着神之迷宫的以太稳定。
For some reason, I'm getting AKE vibes from watching this. I don't know what it is. I feel like it's the fact that I just saw this guy run away for like 5 minutes and just not fight this thing. And like, bro, it feels like this shit is going to take forever to do because of that.
似乎不是很喜欢调查
Just like AKEs.
们扰乱迷宫混沌状态的搜索建设行为。一旦携带着较高价值物资的目标出现，这些猎犬便会追击并将其诛杀。
哎，那战斗方面会有什么区
That didn't look fun. That looked kind of annoying.
别吗？
这就要聊到迷宫鬼域中代理人技能以外的2套全新的战斗系统了：一体技和海影系统。
Okay, well, we'll just have to see how it lands. I don't think you can make any super broad sweeping conclusions just yet until you actually feel it out yourself. So it'll be really good, or it'll be like good, okay, mid, or dog shit. Pray it's not awful.
一体技源自神将体内的以太一体佩洛伊斯，可对敌人进行精准格挡、抵御攻击，也可在一定条件下相位突进到敌人附近，或对敌人发动处决，造成大量伤害。
不光是战斗能力，在探索过程中呢，佩洛伊斯
Why is the game lagging during the live stream? Were they not able to... Bro, if it's lagging on their computers, you're just gonna crash on this scene in-game. Bro, it's
可以在帕帕哥遗留的空轨上奔袭，帮你快速穿越区域，提升搜索效。
That's not a good look.
效率。
Because now I'm wondering how it's gonna run on my PC.
再说海影系统，利用
Or I'm not gonna play it, but like people are gonna wonder how it runs on their PC.
研究战的特殊科技，神将们得以复现敌人的某些招式。伤害类的海影
Bro, everything's lagging. Bro, I think I know what's gonna happen. This game mode is dead on arrival because it looks so laggy nobody can play it. Bro,
研究
it's
战的特殊
lagging
科技
here.
神将们得以复现敌人的某些招式。伤害类的海影
Bro, it's lagging like shit
可以
here.
在战斗中打出额外爆发，功能类的则更加灵活，比如海影胸魁语者，可以隐秘躲避高威胁的猎犬乌里迪姆。
Dude, I think the optimization is actually going to make this unplayable. It's just one section on trail. No, we've been watching laggy-ass gameplay for the past minute. All the gameplay has been laggy.
搜索类的则可以提升搜刮效率。
当然了，如果觉得当前局势
And no, this isn't Hollow Zero, guys. This is one contiguous open world, and that's why I'm saying I don't think these guys have the engine or the game for this.
帮你快速穿越
This
区
is
域，
all
提升
one
搜索效率。
continuous map with no
再
loading
说海影
screens.
系统，利用研究站的特殊科技，神将们得以复现敌人的某些招式。
I don't know, bro. This is the thing. 2.0's exploration area is horrifyingly optimized as well. The one where you, like, explore, everyone was talking so much about how it was, like, laggy as hell there. And then this is like that on steroids.
伤害类的海影可以在战
I
斗
don't
中
know,
打出
bro.
额外
That sequence right there looked... I don't think the game can handle that. I don't think it can handle rendering all of this. I don't think it can handle, like allowing you to, like, walk over there and then show it on the screen. I think it's too much for this game.
爆发。功能类的则更加灵活，比如海影胸魁语者，可以隐秘躲避高威胁的猎犬乌里迪。
It's already optimized? I'm watching it lag on the live stream that premiered today. What do you mean it's optimized? If it was optimized, then it wouldn't be lagging on the live stream for the version, but it's lagging here, so it's not. Why are you guys just lying about the game? I'm just wondering, ZZZ players, why do you just lie about the game and say it's optimized when you're seeing an unoptimized slogfest that looks like a PowerPoint in the live stream? I'm just curious. Are you just refusing to see what's in front of your face?
搜索类的则可以。
We can't say it's optimized because it's not out. No, I can say it's unoptimized. I can say it runs like shit because I'm literally seeing it run like shit in front of me. Like what do you mean? Yes, I can say it's unoptimized because it's running like shit right here. Bro, if it showed up in 60 FPS on the live stream, I wouldn't be saying this, but this is on their computers. They have amazing processors, great graphics cards because it's Hoyo's computers. The devs' computers are lagging running this. What do you think yours is going to do when it's less expensive and not as good as the devs' computer?
提升搜刮效率。
Like guys, this would be like an engine, a Hemi V8 not being able to pull something. Would a weaker engine be able to pull it if the strongest one can't? The strongest engine is struggling to run this game. What is your computer, a weaker engine, going to do?
当然了，
That's all I'm saying. And the fact that they were confident that they decided to show an unoptimized mess on the live stream does lead me to believe the release version is not going to be optimized. Is that a crazy argument? I don't know why there's so many people defending that. Why don't you go critique Hoyoverse for showing an unoptimized 20 FPS, 10 FPS chunky ass PowerPoint gameplay on their live stream? Why are you trying to defend that? Why are you trying to go at me for saying that that's not professional, that's not good, and doesn't inspire a lot of confidence in the future version? What are we even doing here? Are you this desperate to defend the game that you're actually trying to strike down the most legitimate critique I could possibly give for something that looked like that? Good lord. Get a fucking grip, you morons.
如果觉得当前局势不利，也可以选择避开战斗。
Actually pathetic fucking behavior. Holy fuck. You're defending this?
保存实力，留待撤离。
量力而行也是一种策略嘛。
对的，在迷宫调查搜索时，也要时刻注意自身安全。如果血量告急、道具见底，或者侵蚀值过高，就赶
It's lagging here. Hey bro, it's at 20 FPS
紧前往
here.
撤离锚点吧。
Dude, this is what I
研究
mean.
站的产物
Why is it
可以固
20
定通往
FPS
研
right
究站
here?
附近的裂隙，只要成功将其激活，便可以安。
Why is that so laggy? You're literally watching this show up. It showed up at like 3 frames at a time. The menu was chunky. What the fuck? Like, guys, what are you... Why? You think this is good for the game, for the live
这些奥蒙
stream?
德研究站的产物，可以固
Bro!
定通往研究站附近的裂隙，只要成功将其激活。
What the fuck? The menus are lagging.
便可以安全撤离空洞区域，但撤离的路上千万别大意，可怖的猎犬乌里迪姆、影响精神的恶造声场，以及不断升高的侵蚀值，都在考验着大家撤离时的战术规划。
没错，万一全员倒下，收获可就没了。
不过呢，也不用太担心，我们准备了不少兜底的措施，局内可以使用特定的手段将倒下的角色带回来。 搜寻过程中可以使用安全箱提前锁定高价值物品。另外，即便行动失败，部分情况下也可以在下次行动中回到战败区域附近拾取上次留下的物品。
随着对伊艾斯踪迹的深入调查，神将们也将
Has Wuwa been this laggy on a live stream reveal? Bro, I've never seen... Bro, I think the last time I saw a game this laggy was like AKE or something, bro. Or like DNA. Bro, I don't know. It's never... This is like an extended section too. I think that's the issue. This part is like... Bro, this part has been like 6 or 7 minutes long and all the gameplay's laggy.
里面有一个新敌人荣誉行者，想从他面前全身而退也是一场硬仗。
若单局带出价值超过一定数额，还会触发大富豪奖励。带出价值超过一定数额，还会触发大富豪。
Just so you all know, all the ZZZ players defending this shit, they watched the live stream before I did, so they knew that was coming up. They knew that was coming up in the live stream, and they were still defending it. Bro, that was the laggiest...
带出价值超过一定数额，还会触发大富豪奖励。
Dude, this shit is not gonna run! Dude, it's not gonna run! That's at like 5 frames, bro! Bro, this shit is cooked! Bro, I've never... Bro, have you ever seen shit this laggy before? They... Bro, I'm sorry. This is insane. This looks like the game is running on an integrated graphics card. This is like when your graphics card like crashes, doesn't turn on, the drivers don't register, so now you're using like Intel onboard bullshit, and like that's what the game would look like. Because you're not actually using a real graphics card. Bro, that's what it looks like on the live stream.
奖励，研究站的发财部会根据带出价值的
they're just moving to at like 2 frames a second.
多少，赠予额外的抽奖机会。撤离带出的物资可以投入基建、脱金中枢、仓储枢纽、制造工坊、大富豪回收处，还有研发中心，组成你的前线据点吧。
研发中心可以强化。
Okay, at least the gameplay is smooth there. This is what I'm gonna say about this game mode. I can see that they're ambitious. I can see that there's potential for it. Like I said before, it's either really good or really bad, but the performance looks so absurd in this live stream reveal. I have almost no confidence it's gonna be playable on release. That is my take. After seeing all of that and possibly the most choppy gameplay I've ever seen an official source give, I don't think it's going to run. I'm not even saying this to Doom Post. This looks so far from being playable, it's unreal. And the fact that they were confident enough to just show this scene is baffling to me.
带出价值超过一定数额，还会触发大富豪奖。
Why would you do that? Yes, part of me wishes that they were dishonest and lying and then like only showed the high FPS gameplay. The long goodbye. Nah, that's way worse now. Nah, it's way... Now I'm thinking you can't even develop like... Fuck. That's rough, bro. I'm gonna be real. That's I just feel like this is not a great look. Guys, and this is the thing. I'm saying this. What do you think anybody outwardly looking in is going to say about this? Truly. Imagine I'm not a gacha CC. Imagine I'm not Saint. Imagine I'm not somebody that doesn't like ZZZ. And I'm just like a normal person or normal gacha player, a normal whatever, right? And then I see this shit. Like what do you genuinely expect the reaction to be from anybody that sees this?
带出价值超过一定数额，还会触发大富豪奖励。
Like they're just gonna be. Why does it look like that? What's like? Why is it so laggy? Why does it look like it's not playable? Why did they put something that looks like it's not playable in the live stream? Why is it so unoptimized in the live stream? Do they not have enough time to get what they want done? Why did they show this? Why isn't it more completed? Why isn't it closer to completion? Why does it look unfinished? That's just normal questions to have regarding this. And this is my take. If you don't have those questions, you might just be a shill for the game. Because how do you not have those concerns seeing this? How would you not be concerned about how this is going to deploy? How would you not be scared about, like, oh, why does it look like this? Why does it look like this in the live stream? A normal player, I feel like, that actually wants the best for the game would share in the concern because this makes the game look really bad. And my take is, if all you're doing is defending this, and then you're basically saying, well, can't know until release. No, you can know, because this is what they decided to show publicly. And so, guys, I'm going to just say this. If Wu-Wah drip marketed a character, and it was literally a human turd, that's like Wu-Wah players saying you can't critique it because the human turd hasn't officially come out in game yet. So you can't critique the fact the character looks like and is a literal piece of shit. They're not in game yet, so like they might actually look better. This is what you sound like when you're out here saying, oh, well, it looks laggy as shit every single time it's in the live stream. Literally borderline unplayable, but it will surely be playable when it releases. No, you're just making a take based off what you've seen, and it looks unplayable. Because that's what this looks like. Unfucking playable. It's really just that simple. All right. Now, moving on. What else do we have? Summer event 2929.
我们的夏日活动嘛，
回到启梦度假村了。
是的，死而复生的启梦度假村迎来了复苏后的。
Okay, they got that ugly ass, goofy ass outfit. All right.
好的。本次活动玩法分为2大部分：踏滩赶海和真凭。
Okay, let's see what the events are.
操控角色，使用高科技的赶海工具，在沙
Looks boring as shit.
看这海产到处跑，一定很上头吧？
赶海中还有丰富的道具可以拾取，有的可以直接。
Are you just cleaning up trash?
收获附近所有的海
So they just took a page out of AKE's
有的
book.
能让
That's a
你
great
高速
idea.
移动，还有的则能在你周围刷。
I'm skipping that.
海产捞上来了，接下来就是经营纪念品店铺了。
没错，篝火晚会的经费就靠这个了。
珍品巧售中，神将们可以用赶海收获的原材料为顾客定制纪念品。
Okay, now it's basically a go pick up all this garbage and then go make more garbage out of that garbage. That's just what it looks like. Is that a bad summary? Just pick up garbage, then make garbage out of the garbage. Bro, I think I'd rather go pick up water bottles outside at the park, because then I can at least go turn them in for money afterwards. This is basically equivalent of doing that just in-game. Like, you're actually just, like, doing what all those old Asian people do. They pick up water bottles at the park, then go recycle them for money. This is like...
满足顾客订单的具体要求。
I'm sorry, this is just a Joker event. Maybe you'll like this, but I can't take it seriously. All right, let's look at 3303, the photo event.
还是启明星或者牧羊人？
是卡爷，因为希腊的爸爸来到罗斯凯里法出差，所以卡爷也随之而来。他还在这里认识了爱好观。
Why does it?
竟然还有邦布喜欢官人？
这里毕竟是邦布之城。
What are they doing?
相宜的瞬间进行相应的拍摄。
It's just a photo event. Okay, so guys, I think they always coincide like a photo event for this game. Every time they release like some kind of like weird skin or weird character design. I feel like the last time they had a photo event, they put in the Suna maid skin. So like, great. Now you got like another photo event for your your Lucy. Yeah, okay. I'm done talking over
这
here.
个可以帮
Yeah, no, it's odd how they line up the coincidences, but it is what it is. You're seeing it again. All right, now we got 34:42 for another timestamp.
不介意的话，
没错，在本次活动中找到雷米的身影，邀请他在布亚斯特各处同行，拍下照片，并递交给空巡局的事务专员。
This looks retarded. Okay, I'm done watching that one. Daily event.
最近在帮部门之间流传着一个传说，据说呢，只要在特定的邮筒里投下信笺，就能得到回应，许下的愿望也可以成真。
哎，等等，投封信
Okay, you deliver wishes, and you get some polychromes. Okay, so you get like 60 polychromes a day, maybe more.
每期达成3个。
Neat. Is this like the new? Is this new like Deadly Assault? What is this?
新增了绝境模式，每期达成3个关卡的9星后，就可以解锁该模式。
想要挑战自我、追求更高难度挑战的神将，可以来这里。
I think it's gonna be the true question. Is this a whale only mode? Like, do you need to spend money to access this mode? I'm wondering.
仪式
Because getting 9 stars in DA sounds like it's hard.
分手，
完成对应的战斗评分要求后，
Yeah, getting 9 stars in DA sounds like it's hard.
可领取绝境模式的挑战奖励。
炫彩称号，
Might be
名
like
片
Star
动
Word
态头
mode.
像。
It's the weird thing. As these games are adding more endgame modes, they seem to be actively dying. That's the weird part. Is it too little too late, or are the endgames that they're making not good? Because I've realized HSR has been adding a lot more endgame as it's actively dying, and it seems like ZZZ's kind of doing the same thing.
等着大家哦。
这些奖励真的很不错呢。等新一期开启后，我一定第一
There's no pull values for this endgame, it's just titles and shit? Oh, absolutely, just like HSRs, right?
时间把它们装备在我的个人主页上。
Basically, they're trying to incentivize more people to like M6 units because, well, I guess people really aren't spending a lot on characters, right? So it's kind of like another opportunity for like, oh, like we want somebody to like buy some of the extra things because I guess not a lot of people are buying multiple copies of units, maybe.
那你这段时间可得多练练手法了。录节目前我试了一下，这里的敌人可真不好打。
Because that's what I feel like the Star Word mode in HSR and this one are for.
知道了，知道了。
另外，协会物资商店内也上新了，拍照用的可兑换贴纸、相框，以及雷米埃尔专属的动作，消耗相应的代币即可兑换。
转身、展翅、回眸，连飘落的羽毛都在为他定格。
这也太美了。
But did they fucking lock an idle animation? Did they pay get it? Did they gate off an idle animation? Like the shit that like any character does if you just don't move them for like 10 seconds, they do an idle animation and they made that exclusive reward. That's weird. I'm just gonna say that I've never seen that before and I don't want to ever fucking see it again.
吧？
是的。 值此2周年之际
Yeah, whatever that is, I don't want to ever see that shit in any game ever.
Barry 和伊艾斯即将发起一项直播，回顾过去1年的感动与汗水归于何处。
毕竟传奇故事进行中。
One thing I'll say, this kind of doesn't feel like an anniversary live stream. It's oddly enough, it seems like they're not really talking about the rewards. Because, like, as far as I'm concerned, they haven't really been brought up yet. I've been looking at, like, the fucking timeline to see when they're brought up. I don't see shit.
周年之际也需要留些纪念嘛。
All right, this is just like a web event that goes through, like, your memories and shit. I don't really care. I'm just trying to get to the rewards right. Bro, they first start at 32 minutes into the live stream. 38. This is when they first mentioned the rewards.
即可领取。
Okay, so a 10 pull, a title, and an avatar. That's not particularly exciting, but surely there's more, right?
1600菲林，2周年的专属头像和专属的称号。其次，在上下半签。
Okay, then they got the same sign-in event that they have every patch. Just know, ZZZ has this one every single patch. So I wouldn't count it in like baseline anniversary rewards. if you're comparing it to other ZZZ patches, because they always get this 10 pull.
到活动中，神将们除了常规的10枚加密母带、10枚颁布券，
You can compare it to other games. You can't compare it to other ZZZ patches on like this somehow being more.
在下半的恩恩大派送
Okay.
签到活动中，还可以额外获得10枚加密母带。
So it looks like 30 pulls?
希望这些奖励能陪伴大家能更从容地开启接下来的旅程。
That doesn't seem like a lot to me, but maybe there's more later. Yeah, I heard a lot of people saying that there was like a shit ton of pulls, but that just looked like 30. Which is not a lot for an anniversary. 30 is not particularly a lot.
对我们来说，2周年不只是一次回望，也意味着一次新的旅程的开始。
Because I've been hearing numbers like 162. 166 pulls. So like only 30 from like being directly given, right, implies that there's somehow 150 or 140 elsewhere in the patch?
所以除了这些资源奖励外，我们还想在这个特别的时刻，给神将们一份新的启程礼物。为了让各位神将能更自由地选择自己喜欢的伙伴，这一次我们也带来了一项新的周年福利。
Where's the proof for 180 pulls? Everyone's just been saying that. I haven't seen a single link. Where's the proof for 180 pulls? Can somebody post that? If I don't get it within 5 minutes, I'm going to ban everyone who said 180. Sorry, if I don't get it within 1 minute, I'm going to ban everybody who said 180. We got the logs. So, yeah, unless I get a link showing the 180, everyone that said it is getting banned. Because that means you guys were just spreading misinformation to make this anniversary seem better than it actually is. Which is weird. That's weird. Right? I found this. Okay, what's this? Today, I bring my estimate of pulls for ZZZ version 3.1. Wait, this is where you guys got 180 from. A random Portuguese guy just like said, I think it's going to be this. So you just, a random Brazilian guy named Sayo Coat, who's just a random Brazilian guy, just said there's 166 because he's guessing. He literally says he's guessing. He's guessing. And you all believe it. ZZZ players like LARPing as intelligent people. that's all I can say. You guys are LARPing having above 60 IQ. This is insane. There is no confirmed pull count of anything, and any number being told to you is literally a guess that got pulled out of their ass, and people have gone from 160 to 180, all to try to uplift this game, which, again, guys, lying about the pull count is only going to make the downfall of this game worse. Do you guys realize that lying about the pull count, overhyping it, and saying there are more pulls than there actually are, is just going to make, if this patch is negatively received like the other anniversary was, it's just going to make the downfall even worse, right? The criticism even worse, right? Do you guys realize what you're doing by lying about the pull count so confidently with zero proof, other than just trust me, bro? And you're stating it like fact in my chat. that definitively there's over 180. There's over 100. You're stating it like fact in my chat. Unk, why are you always nitpicking? Use these types of sources. I use data mined numbers from the preload of the patch that give the astrite counts for the version, you fucking moron. That's what I use to estimate woo-wah pull counts. So, in your ignorance, because you don't even know the type of material that I cover, you just decide to spread even more misinformation to defend ZZZ. And that's what the community does every time I critique the game. Spread misinformation about woo-wah or me to defend the game. It was about how ZZZ's Annie has more pulls than woo-wah. That's the latest bit of misinfo. Nobody even fucking knows how many pulls are in this update, and you're all saying it has more than woo-wah. That's more generous than woo-wah's anniversary. It's better than woo-wah's already when nobody even knows how many pulls are in it.
在3.1版本中，神将们将可免费获得一位 S 级代理人。和去年的常驻 S 级自选不同，今年我们将范围进一步的扩大，升级为限定 S 级代理人自选。
Okay, I see what's going on over here. So they've decided to take, I guess, the least popular units in the game and give them out for free because they made zero money on their last rerun. Okay, so I guess they've just taken a look at like their sales records and just put the 5 least popular units on here for free. That looks about right, right? And I would say I think the obvious pick over here is to go for Lucia on the right. Because I think she's the only one that's actually slightly useful and everyone else is pretty dog shit. But I guess this is also the other thing I'm going to say about Lucia. I think they're killing Rupture in 3.0. I think they are just killing Rupture and they're going to make it useless in 3.0. So you just probably... I think this is going to be a wash anyways here. Much like how they've been making efforts to kill Miyabi in 2.x, I think they're going to try to kill Yi Zhuan in 3.0, so you want to pull the next Void Hunter. That's what I think is going to happen. They've been trying to kill Miyabi. They're going to kill Yi Zhuan and Rupture next, and so they got to move on to the next team. So it's kind of like they rotate through, because you got to pull the next Void Hunter, right? You got to pull the next Void Hunter. So they're killing Miyabi, so you want to pull, what's it called? Remiel. They're going to kill Yi Zhuan for Sunbringer. So I think all these characters are going to be useless. That's my personal take. I've already seen them do it. Probably will happen again.
本次可选择的代理人共有5位，分别为简、0号安比、雨果、班基和露西亚。当然。
And guys, if you don't think that's going to happen, it will happen. They will kill Rupture so that they can sell the next Void Hunter set. They can sell the next Void Hunter archetype. Because Void Hunters are the only thing that sells in this game, so you got to deprecate the older ones.
获得代理人可能还不够完整，所以这一次我们也会把他们的专属殷勤一同送出。也就是说，神将们不仅能选择自己心仪的限定级 S 级。
One thing I'll tell you is do not pick Hugo. This is the worst character I think I've ever seen in any gacha game before. Like, do not pick this character. He's so shit, it's unbelievable. Just wanted to say that.
代理人还能同时获得与之匹配的专属殷勤。
Like, they should probably refund him. ZZZ has a lot of characters that should probably just be deleted from the game and refunded. No joke. I don't think Woo-Wah has any characters at the same level as like ZZZ in terms of just actual dog shit. The closest we have is probably like Rosia or Yinlin, but they're sub DPSs that still have use cases elsewhere. Right? Like Yinlin, you can still use at end state. Like you can still use in a lot of places. But like, bro, Hugo, you're using him literally nowhere in any situation for anything. He's just dog shit bro, it's ridiculous.
希望大家玩得尽兴。同时，随着罗斯凯利法
Zani, fair enough. All right, I guess that's going to be that one. Let's see what else we got. Selectable character on non-rate up characters. What is this one?
开始，我们将新增定制调频的机制。在 S 级代理人方面，神将们可以从限定代理人朱渊、凯撒、月城柳以及常驻的代理人中自选共6位。
Well, I guess I guess that's another way to do it. HSR did this and then died though. So I don't have a lot of trust in this as like a player retention method. Right? After HSR did this then died, I don't think this does anything. Again, I'm using a past track record. I'm using a past track record of like let's just say this wasn't enough to save HSR. There, is that better? Are we politically correct now, boys? This wasn't enough to save HSR. Are we happy with that?
代理人之后
Because this is all I need to show. This is all I need to show, boys. Look, just it is a dude. There's not really. It's just down. It's just been down on a merry-go-round, bro. Ever since 3.0, just down average in everything. Just down. Better than ZZZ. But yeah, that's not good.
当神将们在限定池或复刻池中获得非 UP 的 S 级信号时，将会等概率获得自己选定名单中的代理人。同时，对应的 S 级引擎以及卡池 UP 的 A 级信号也将支持自定义。设置完成后，定制的内容会长期生效，也可以随。
I mean, I guess it's nice, especially the 4-star stuff, so I guess you can decide against some of the older units. The 4-star stuff actually looks like the most helpful to me. All right. What else we got here?
我的配合。如果这次选择了捡的神将，也可以期待一下这对搭档在实战中的表现。
Are they basically just telling you? Okay, so they're basically saying pull Jane so your Remiel's gonna be good. Guys, I bet Jane is the worst DPS that's technically viable with Remiel. I feel like putting I feel like I could put money on that.
除了简以外，猫鼬和丽娜也会在2周年的版本中迎来补强，并追加新。
Jane is very good. I don't trust any of you motherfuckers that plays EZZ saying anything about this fucking game after you retards said that Remiel's a pure support. So just shut the fuck up. You're not going to be listened to because you were already wrong like 17 times today. Learn when to not fucking say shit in a chat where you've already been discredited as a retarded idiot because you've already said like 50 retarded things. Do you think people are going to listen to you after you've just been wrong like 4 consecutive times, ZZZ players? No, you've all been wrong the entire stream.
的招式。
Jane is only good on M2. I wonder who's right. The 10 ZZZ players who were super vague and didn't say shit, or the guy who's saying she's only good on M2. Yeah, so somebody just said, Jane is the best with Remiel. And then somebody clarified, only if you have Jane's M2. Imagine that you just say she's the best without clarifying you need 3 copies of the character. This is why I call you retards idiots. And don't worry, don't say I don't shit talk Woo-Wah players for the same exact stuff. Do you know how much I make fun of Cardathea players who say she's great solo because they have her S3? Bro, it's literally a meme that I fucking call those guys idiots because they're just lying about what they have on the character. Yeah, I bet your Jade is amazing because she's M2, you fucking dipshit.
后续我们也会持续关注大家的反馈，努力让每一位代理人都能在战斗中拥有自己的位置，也能陪伴各位神将走得更久。除了福利内容。
And I love how these EZZ players, they basically got banned even though I didn't fucking do anything. They just stopped typing like good little children. Fucking idiots, dude. Like, it's so ridiculous how noisy this community is. It's why nobody wants to cover the fucking game, bro. Do you understand why nobody wants to cover the game? All right. All right. So I guess those are the agent enhancements. Those are the main ones. Who else do they have? Is it like Nekomata and Rina? I guess this is the thing. How many have they done for these characters? I feel like the part that confuses me is that I don't even know who's been buffed in this game and how many buffs each person has at this point. Like, how many times has Nekomata been changed? How many times has Rita been changed? How many times has Jane been changed already? Like Nekomata's already gotten changes, right? Rina already got changes, right? This is a first for all of them? Wait, none of them have gotten changes before? Really? I guess that's how it just gets confusing to keep track. Ellen's gotten 2, right? And Silver Ambi has gotten 2. Ellen has gotten 2. And this is these guys' first one. Hopefully you can understand why it's confusing.
除了福利内容，我们也一直在努力把游戏本身做得更好。过去的几个版本中，我们持续优化了新手的历程，希望让神将们前期的推进更加清晰、更加轻松。这次 3.1 版本试炼手册将升级为全新的新人神将指南，奖励发放也会进行调整。纯新玩家可以获得比以往更多的非零等奖励，老玩家也可以根据目前所在的任务阶段一次。
Okay, so it looks like they're increasing some of the pull counts over here. That's pretty cool. What else do we got? Signal search times 20, polychrome times 1600. Yeah, this kind of looks like I mean, I'm not going to go ahead and say this is dog shit. It's pretty solid though. And until I know the number of pulls, guys, if it's like 100 pulls and then this, I think I'd rather arguably have 160 plus pulls in Wuthering Waves. And that'll be my take that I make on the matter. Depending on the pull count of this update, that truly does determine which anniversary you would prefer, because this is the thing. You get your free 5-star and your free limited weapon, but it's from a pool of 5 characters that you may or may not want. And so if it's not characters that you want or need or will utilize, then this free 5-star is useless. For example, imagine if Wuthering Waves gave you a free Calcharo and the standard Broadblade. Would you be like, Kuro Games just gave me the most useful thing ever? No, you'd say, cool, but this shit is useless. And you would need one of these characters, assuming you don't have any of them already, and they need to do something on your account for it to be useful. And if that's not the case, you don't want any of these characters, none of their whatevers interest you, you don't want them, then the reward's useless. But the pool is arguably much better than last year, where all you had were standard characters. And I guess the good news is that with the better pool, you might be able to find some way to get some use out of the roster. Because last anniversary, bro, like, it was some dog shit, bro. You got a free standard unit, a free W engine. That shit was pathetic, bro. But here, I can see how some people might be able to get some value. However, it does beg the question of, why are they willing to give away stuff like this for free? And I do believe that this is probably going to lead to another meta shift where they kill Rupture. Why? Because they killed Miyabi. And I think they're going to kill Yijuan next because they got to sell more Void Hunters, make some more money, buckaroo.
Yeah,
they aren't that generous. Don't worry. They'll make you pay for picking Lucia. They're not that generous, and the devs will make you pay for picking Lucia, guys. Don't worry. I can almost guarantee it. You will suffer if you pick Lucia. All right. Let's see what else we got over here. How are we gonna close this out? Oh, this react's been crazy, but hey, it's a fun little side activity. What do we got going on over here? So, summer skins now. I think we all clearly saw that the Lucy skin was free.
OK， 这次一共有5套时装。
So there are a couple other ones.
首先是维维安的泳装时装，冤花池畔。
Yeah, y'all remember this one? This is the first time it's coming back after about 9 months. Yep, they decided to make this an exclusive for months.
随着夏日回归，这套时装将永久进入商城。
没错，飞鸟坠入星河，
Yeah, y'all remember this?
绽放池畔。
That was a while ago.
夏天和薇安真的很搭呢。
其次是之前在夏活中提到的露西泳装公主假日。
完成夏活特定任务即可限时免费领取。
that everyone's going to be getting. I guess you got to do the. I guess you got to do some of the events. There you go. What else we got? Oh, this is the worst skin I've ever fucking seen.
金红逐浪也将同步上架生成。
Bro, this is so ugly. It's crazy.
泳装之后
Bro, I don't even. Bro, whoever designed this, bro, you need to get checked out.
阳光下的雷米多了一份明朗和柔和，和平时战斗中的气质完全不同。
百年后归来的少女。
Oddly enough, it's the best one. It's also the most like tasteful out of all of the outfits. It's crazy that they gave like this character the most tasteful outfit out of the bunch.
也值得拥有一个尽情享受阳光的夏天。
哎，不过
I don't get it. Yeah, the other ones look ridiculous compared to that one. That if you saw a normal person wearing that, you'd just be like, "Oh, okay, yeah, it just looks like a nice swimsuit." All right, what else we got? Remiel has 2 skins. She does?
那3.1期间，我们再上一套额外的优惠方案：月夜与海风的时装组合，2套时装组合购买，可享7折优惠。
I'm surprised that's just not a base one in the game, because isn't that the one that she shows up in the game? Shouldn't you just give that one to players because she shows up in the game all the time in that one? Like, isn't she introduced in the story in this one? I feel like this one should be free. Just saying. The fact they're monetizing this one is a little crazy. I'm just gonna be real.
哎，不过要注意。 如果先单独购买了其中一套，就无法再享受组合包的7折了。省将
It's not free. No, this is 33% off in the shop. No, you gotta buy this one. I'm disappointed.
提前规划好哦。
前面说到了露西的泳装，3.1版本的丽都晨暮中也有沙滩度假风格的侧边栏主题和挂坠可以领取。
Effectively, you can say this. It's like them monetizing Rover's skin and Woowa. It would be like ZZZ monetizing one of their proxy sins, because the character showed up in the story wearing that. And you just turned like a lore, like story outfit into a paid skin. Yeah, no, I don't know. It seems a little bit off to me.
同期的名片和头像也非常可爱。
She shows up, she debuts in the game wearing that, and then you have to buy it afterwards.
感兴趣的神将们可以关注哦。
此外，3.1版本的点映返礼活动也将同步开启。本次版本期间充值菲林底片或购买丽都晨暮、神网会员以及现金礼包等，均可获得纪念票根。
累计获取一定数量的纪念票根，即可解锁本期各类稀有资源，其中还包括限定 S 级代理人和限。
Is that 2 5-star characters and 4 W engines? Wait, what is this? Special invitation letter times 2? Oh, you choose one of these 4. Oh, okay, okay. So you get 2 copies of this. Wait, what the fuck is this? What do they mean 2 copies?
定 S 级殷勤。
另外。 还有动态名片以及雷米埃尔的动态壁纸、侧边栏主题和挂坠，一整。
Tokens can be used in the shop. Oh, you mean for those standard units one? That's what you're talking about. All right, I see. So they paywalled the skins dynamic wallpaper. Wait, the skin is already monetized, so I feel like monetizing this on top of that, on top of the skin itself is kind of crazy. Like, shouldn't you just get this when you buy the skin? Why is the skins, like, dynamic wallpaper in the spending event? Shouldn't that be part of the outfit? I think this is the part that really, I I don't get is why did they like additionally paywall something that's already paywalled? That's a little weird to me. Seems kind of fucky, if I'm gonna be honest. But that's what you got going on over there. Maybe you get it if you buy the skin. Oh, wait, I get it. If you spend money and you buy the skin, maybe you auto-unlock this in the spending event because you had to spend money, right, to get it. So perhaps that's how it works. I hope that's how it works. Yeah, if you buy the skin, you automatically get enough for the wallpaper. Okay. Then you got dynamic key names, outfit accessories, 2 pulls.
整套个性化内容，我们给大家具体。
Wait, so is the spending event 2 pulls, then goes up to a free 5-star, and then it goes up to a limited W engine?
展示下它们的效果。
That might be the most fucked up progression I've ever seen, but yeah, sure, I guess. Didn't Wuwa do that too? I don't know if it went from 2 pulls to a 5-star character. I'd probably need to see the thresholds for this one. I probably need to see like the spending thresholds and stuff for that one. All right, what the fuck else is even in this live stream, bro? Quality of life?
原本目标内的神将试炼手册将升级为全新的新人神将。
Okay, they're expecting to get new players. Hope all this work doesn't go to waste. It would suck. It would suck if that happened and they weren't able and they reduced in players just like 2.0.
待虚兽回归，预约和回归活动现已开启。
神将们可以前往活动网页完成新版本的预约，即可解锁160菲林以及角色40级直升、养成材料等奖励。参与网页呢
Okay, another goofy ass web event to get some free pulls. Very cool. AOD event 5152. What's going on here?
本中，摊车将开进新爱丽都，妄想天使组合的
Just
成员
delete
会
these
与
guys
餐
from
车
the
经
game.
营者一起制作美食，招揽顾客。
You do realize the game would have done better if you just never released these characters, right? Anyways, I don't know why they're doing more events with them. And now we got the biggest announcement of them all, ladies and gentlemen, right here.
前瞻也到了尾声了，
Let's
没
wrap
事
this
大家
up.
聊这些啊，都觉得时间过得特别快。
3.1 版本的内容真的很丰富，聊到现。
I don't know what is up with DeWay's fit, but like he looks like really bad. Like I don't know what's wrong with that shirt, but like he looks like both a lesbian and a gay man at the same time.
现在感觉还有很多内容没有说完，
剩下的就留给大家在游戏里慢慢挖掘吧。
一晃眼啊，绝区已经2岁了。
这一路走来，真的很感谢每一位神将的陪伴，你们的热爱、期待和包容是我们最大的动力。
绝区的世界还在不断的生长，
我们会继续努力，在玩法和
Sorry, somebody in my chat said, "Don't they all look stupid?" I just wanted to read that one out loud for a second.
内容上持续加码，
希望能带给神将们更多开心的体验，
陪大家走更长更远的路。
They all look kind of goofy.
好，祝绝区零和所有神将们
2周年快乐！
Nah, that comment got me fucked up. It's just like the entire, like, they're all posted up, and then someone's like, they all look stupid. I'm like, no, he's not wrong, bro. Like, bro, this dude looks like Steve Irwin wearing a vest. Bro, he looks like a crocodile hunter.
绝区零3.1版本漫长的告别即将上线，
我们不见不散，拜拜。哎，等一下，还没结
Dude,
束啊
that guy's weird. I'm sorry, that dude's weird.
我今天来到这里啊，还有一个重要的事要宣布：绝区零与崩坏星穹铁道将在不远的未来开展联动。
This is how I know this game is fucked. What? It's like both games are dying, so they're like, maybe a collab will save them both. That's what it seems like, bro. It's like both games are dying at once. We got no money to bring in a separate IP. Let's collab with ourselves. Because that's what it seems like, bro.
大家敬请期待，
拜拜。
Or it's like, bro, nobody wants to collab with ZZZ. HSR, you gotta take the bullet, bro. What's this? Oh, we got Pornbringer. Okay, so, yeah. Yeah, no, they just added Kiana Coslada to the game. Congratulations, guys. Your Kiana's in ZZZ. She loses all aura. I mean, I feel like that was the vibe. I am beginning to realize, though, the lack of comments about how Sunbringer is actually just Kiana Coslada does lead me to believe that most ZZZ HSR players, they are just LARPers. And they don't even know what Honkai even is. And I think the only reason why people are drawing comparisons between Elysia and Remiel is because of Cyrene. Because Cyrene released first, and so they know, oh, pink hair girl mean Honkai Impact. When they don't know that a white-haired girl with orange and blue eyes is more Honkai Impact than Remiel ever could be. Like this is so much more HI3 than anything the narrative has been around, but nobody's talking about it. That's how I know everybody is just... They're actually, like, they're like Hoyo LARPers. They're Honkai LARPers. Bro, she looks so much like Kiana, it's actually crazy. She looks so much like HI3 Kiana, it's fucking ridiculous. Why was that trailer, like, more interesting than I feel like the entire live stream? I don't know what it is. Like why did that trailer seem like, it's like at the end too. I don't know. It's a very interesting thing. I mean, my personal take on this is this. This live stream was really interesting in that I feel like there's potential in here. I think the actual design of her kit is, even though it is very highly lifted from iMyth, the actual implementation of it in-game as like a pseudo support sub DPS for Lova with like iMyth's animations and stuff like that. I think it's an interesting take on the archetype. And they did a lot more than I was expecting when it came to just, you know, lifting iMyth's kit completely. So actually a decent job by the ZZZ devs over here. However, this looks like one of the most uninspired, lazy units I've ever seen. It literally just seems like LNV2. And then, bro, this disaster that we just looked at over here with this, bro, this was like the longest part of the live stream. Let me just say that. This section over here about the new game mode was literally the longest section of the live stream. And a lot of it was truly questionable to me, especially the lack of performance and all of that stuff. Literally 10 FPS getting down to 5. The summer event looks like shit, but I think it's supposed to be because like you're meant to feel like you're playing AKE while you're going through this. This looks like an AKE activity to me. Like, hey, just make it so that you clean off poo next year, then we can go full circle, right? But yeah, and then you go make a bunch of garbage out of it. I'm good. The actual rewards itself, I'm gonna say this. right? Don't know the numbers on the spending event, though I will say this about the spending event. I feel like all the characters on here aren't really that good. Like, if you had an option, you probably wouldn't choose any of these units if you're looking for the current support, the current DPS, or like the current sub-DPS for anomalies. You choose somebody else. So the design of this one seems somewhat similar to me to Wu-Wa's one, where they give out a bunch of older units that you don't really care about having. So you feel no incentive at all to actually go through the spending event. If that's how people feel from this one, who cares? Right? Because I think that this is a low FOMO spending event because the characters aren't good because there's so much power creep in the game. So, like, oddly enough, the power creep is what prevents the spending event from being predatory. Do you see what's going on over here? So, yeah, there you go. WZZZ devs. New unit buffs seem like okay, whatever. I don't really know. And then this whole, like, standard character thing. This is gonna be my take. I think this is okay. I think this is fine. I don't think this is the best way, though, for people to try to get copies of older units that they might want copies of. And the reason why I'm saying this is that you still have a 1 out of 6 chance of getting this unit that you want, and this also means the unit never shows up in a banner ever again. So, like, you are basically permanently at the only way to ever get copies of this unit ever again is a 1 out of 6 chance on a lost 50-50. So you have a 1 out of 6 divided by 2. So you have a 1 out of 12 chance every time you get a 5-star to get this. I think I'll pull up somebody from chat. Proof. It's called math. Yeah. The proof is being able to perform basic mathematics. That's the proof of what I just said. And so with that in mind, I don't really think that this is actually that great for a majority of people who would have wanted these characters in the first place. Because what's the bonus over here? Oh, I get to go get copies of my Yanagi or my Caesar or my Ju Yen, right? What if I just never get them because I can't make a 1 out of 6? Right? What if I just never get them ever? Like that. It's rough, right? When you could just pull on a banner and get copies of the character that way. So yeah. I personally think that this anniversary has the potential to be a benefit to the game, but I think that this alone, it could sink the entire patch. I'm not talking about Lucy's skin, but yeah, you could think about it that way too. I think that this game mode has potential to sink the entire patch. Because, guys, if it runs like shit and it looks like shit and it's embarrassing and stuff like that, bro, I'm gonna farm the fuck out of it. The hell? Bro, these guys are fucking clueless and lost. Bro, I'm gonna make like 3 videos on that shit if this runs like ass. Because why are they going ahead? How are they not able to get their shit together on the 3rd year that this game is running? It's just embarrassing at this point from a multi-billion-dollar company. So yeah. I think we've given actually a very fair critique of this. Obviously, a lot of dumb, toxic, positive shills in the chat today, but I did want to give this a fair shot, just like I did for last anniversary. And we'll just have to see, right, if the response is as negative this time. Maybe it will be, maybe it won't. But just know, all I've said today is the truth. My personal truth, at the very least. Yes, I give my opinions on things, but that's what I believe. And genuinely, I don't hate this game. I don't want to see it die, but the things the devs have done over the past 3 years kind of do make me not care if it does. So we'll see how the cookie crumbles once 3.1 arrives. Let me know what you all thought. Peace out. Because, guys, this is the thing. ZZZ is one of those games where once you uninstall it, you're probably not reinstalling it. And one of the reasons for that is because it's a big-ass fucking game. So, like, once people hit that uninstall button, bro, it is kind of over for that shit. Like, you kind of aren't re-downloading it. You're just being skeptical. I can't blame you. Guys, how can you not be skeptical with ZZZ? This is why I'm saying, unless you're taking a couple grains of salt with every ZZZ live stream, you're a shill. You have to be skeptical about these devs. Always. After the track record, you can't just believe them. Why? Bro, what did they do to earn that level of trust? What, that they're going to make things... What did they do to earn that, bro? I don't know. I don't think they did anything. I think all they've done is stuff to lose your trust over the past couple of years. I think that's all they've done is lose your trust. And I felt like I was... Bro, I felt like I was too fair for this. I'm going to be honest. I think I should have been meaner. I'm actually looking at myself. I'm like, what happened to me? Why did I get so nice? The fuck? Imagine, yeah, bro, you can't even complain about this one. Bro, I was way nicer than I needed to be. Bro, this shit was so bad, it deserved far more. I'm gonna be real. This shit was so fucking bad, I deserved far more. Bro, when it went to 5 frames a second on the menu. Bro, when it went to 5 frames a second on the fucking menu, bro, I almost lost my shit.
贷出价值超过一定数额，
Bro, what is that? Bro. Anyways, sorry, I forgot to hit stop recording. All right. Did you see Fob? I did. I heard he lost 70 50-50s. I heard it was like a 0.0018 chance. And this is why AKE this is why a gacha system like this will always be bad. Because guys, think about it this way. In this gacha system, you have an unlimited worst case scenario. In this gacha system, you can theoretically lose 119 50-50s in a row. It's going to happen eventually, and then the game's going to look really bad. You designed a system that has the ability to create catastrophic headlines about how dog shit your gacha is, and you just didn't fix it. This is like... Let me say it this way. AKE's gacha system is like shorting a stock. When you short a stock, you have an unlimited amount of money you can lose. If you short a stock, right, you're expecting the stock value will go down. And like, then you'll get paid back, right, the amount. If the stock value goes up, you are liable for an infinite amount of money because it can go up infinitely. And so that's why shorting a stock is so dangerous, because you can lose an infinite amount of money. Enfield's gacha is the same way, where you can lose an infinite number of 50-50s. But these guys over here, bro, they were like, shit, who cares if we have a video of M-Tash losing 7 50-50s in a row? Yeah, no, that's good for the game. That's good PR for the game. They just have a system that basically creates the worst headlines and the worst PR for the game possible and put it in. Do you understand that? They designed a system that gives players an infinite amount of possibilities to lose, and so now we're hearing about people losing an infinite number of times. And it makes the game look really bad, and it's just the devs are retarded for doing it. Because these devs did this to themselves. Now you have your own sponsored CCs calling you out and making the game look like a fucking scam. Because they're just telling the truth. Because that's the truth about this gacha. You can lose an infinite number of fucking times. What happened to AK viewership since yesterday? Exposed for viewbotting. And probably Twitch took like some administrative action to ban all of the streams surrounding it, because the viewership today is literally at like 2,000. It was at 80K yesterday. I would not be surprised if Twitch took executive action and just like started monitoring the section. And this is what the real views are at. So yeah, there you go. There you go, lads. It's the chart literally made a penis. Congrats. That is how AKE is now represented on Twitch. It's just a giant penis. You want to see a chode? There you go. Now it's a chode. I like how it's only 20 viewers more, but there's 60k additional viewers. You went from 302 channels to 27, and then there were 70k extra viewers. Off 25 channels. Wow. And then suddenly, right after this view botting, right? Guys, I think this is what happened. I think AKE was view botting the entire release of the game. Then they got caught over here because of this, and then Twitch just started shutting down on all of the botting, and they shut down all of the botting here. And then that's why the views have just been downhill ever since. And it's at the lowest levels. It's at like pre-launch levels now. I think this is when Twitch stopped the botting right here. They started right on they started today, this morning. They started stopping the botting. And then it's just been dog shit ever since. I'm 99% sure that's what's going on. So yeah, that's why we're at 2k viewers right now. Rough situation. Rough situation. Show us those NTE bots. I already have multiple times. Some streamer is farming you. Oh, who? Guys, who's farming me right now? I am the one who farms. Let's get that straight. Yeah, no, I am the one who farms. That's how it works. Yeah, no, I don't see shit, bro. No, I don't see shit. No, I don't see nobody farming nothing, bro. However, VXV, guys, VXV at this point is my fan channel, okay? That's the best way that I can describe VXV Fiction's channel right now is I looked at his channel and 90% of his thumbnails have me in it. I don't know how to view that other than this is a fan channel. It's literally a fan channel at this point. Like it's more of like a saint, like daily saint updates. Does that make sense? Like yeah, VXV's channel is basically daily saint updates. I realized I need to upload my ZZZ video. Oh, shit. Yeah, I need to upload my ZZZ livestream video. Ooh, whoopsies. Yeah, that's an hour and 47 minutes. Yo, editors, let's try to get that ready for evening today. Good luck. Yeah, let's try to get that ready for evening today. Actually, no, it's just a live stream. You guys will be fine. You guys will be fine. So, like, I was looking at it, right? And I was like, huh, interesting. Me. You know why I called it my fan channel? That's why I called it my fan channel. And guys, you want to know the person he was doing this for before? Tectone. So it is what it is. Kind of it is what it is, brother. It is what it is, brother. Yeah, he was doing this for Tectone before. So kind of gay. It kind of is. It kind of is. But I feel like V will be the first person to tell you that shit is kind of gay. What can I say? What can I say, bro? What can I say about that one, bro? Alrighty. Is it time for us to talk about the legendary situation, ladies and gentlemen? Is it time for us to talk about the legendary situation? Because we all know this one has been brewing for a while. This one has been brewing for a while, and Bran Online's already decided to make a bit of a response. But this is the thing. This response is a bit of an issue. And I'm just going to say this. I would not have worn a wife beater before recording this. Just cause. Like, it's just, that was a bad move. I'm just letting you know that. Just not a great look. Not a great look. It's like showing up to an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting with a Budweiser shirt. You're allowed to do it, but you shouldn't. Because of the implications. All right. Ooh. Okay. We're going to institute this thing, guys. It's going to be called a wellness break. And whenever I take this thing called a wellness break, you all should probably take it too. You want to know the reason why? My fucking back hurts and I want to go like stretch it because I've been sitting for like 3 hours. So like I'm going to go take a break because of that. Everyone should just do that. Yeah, because like it's unreal for me to be sitting here for 3 fucking hours and not move. I'm just saying, yeah, maybe I'm at a certain age. I just think if you're young and you don't have any problems now, just know that you're kind of just like storing them all for later. So like go take a walk. Okay? Like use this as an opportunity. Whenever I get up, you get up too, and you'll probably be healthier in the long run. Okay? Cuz like don't worry. If you have no consequences now from sitting for 12 hours a day, you will. Okay? Okay? You will. While I was chilling, I actually was taking a look at some of the Streamer U clips. Guys, I'm gonna be honest, kind of eye-opening. Like the Ludwig was like doing this one presentation, right, about like what the top 10,000, top 100,000, top like 1,000 streamers, content creators make. Boy, oh boy, that was eye-opening. So yeah, apparently, if you make 3,000 a month from all your content, you're considered in the top 10K. That was eye-opening to me. Only 3K a month, which is, guys, I'm gonna be honest, in the US, 3K a month is like not really a livable wage. Like you are in some trouble if you're on 3K a month. Like and that's your only income, you're in some fucking, bro, that's 36K a year and you're a top 10K? Is that minimum wage? Maybe. I'm not super sure. I haven't done minimum wage calculations in a while, but yeah, no, that's rough. That's rough basically. So yeah, saw some of those numbers and I was like, holy fucking moly. The struggle bus is real. My rent alone is 3K a month for one bedroom. That's what I mean. The US is expensive, guys. The US is expensive, especially in a lot of the higher income places. So yeah, maybe someone's like streaming from Wyoming and they're in like Wyoming and then they make like 3K a month. Yeah, maybe they're fine. Anyways, that was just like a cool thing. I would definitely recommend if you're trying to get like a little bit more up to date. There's some informative stuff out there. There was some informative stuff out there. All right. Say reads YouTube chat. I do actually read YouTube chat. But this is the thing. YouTube has one of the most stubborn, I feel like, developers for their streaming I think I've ever seen. From the perspective of, they like... There are so many ways to improve, like, the YouTube chatting experience with, like, different, like, external apps and stuff, but they, like, don't want to do anything with that. So it's, like, it's really rough. It's really, really rough. So, yeah. All right. Now, let's go ahead. Let's get some of the breakdown over here. Has Bran uploaded a new video, or is this the main one? This is the main one, right? Okay. So, I think the only parts that I am gonna be taking a look at over here are... Wait, does he just... What is he doing in this entire vid? Is he going through and basically trying to justify his initial reaction that he deleted? Let me actually listen to this a little bit. I haven't seen this yet.
We're going to talk about a few things, and I think it's only fair that I go over all of these details because I'm seeing a lot of out-of-context clips being taken and spread in a lot of places, and I realized this when I woke up this morning to a bunch of very unkind messages, which is fair enough. I'm going to go over a few things about the Candy Milk video here because I did indeed react to the apology or follow-up video on stream yesterday, and it ended up...
So this is what Bran does. He immediately hand waves all of my reaction as out of context. Right at the start of the video. Okay, how about, why don't you just address my video then and then explain what's out of context there? Wouldn't that have just been easier than just not actually addressing my points and then just saying I'm wrong? That's not a good look, is it? So let's go ahead. Let's start breaking this all down. All right, let me also do a quick update on my end on a couple of things. Just want to make sure I've got all... Take it from... Ooh, interesting. So, you know what? Guys. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wait. Oh, wait a second. Bran just got caught. Give me a second over here. Sorry. No, I'm gonna have to... No, this guy is doing some unacceptable shit. Okay, give me a second over here. Give me 1 second over here. Huh. Okay. All right. I know what to do. I know what to do over here. Oh, this is going to be a rough one. Give me a second, guys. Sorry. I need to get some glue. It's going to take me a second. I basically got to, like, look through one of my older videos and then look up, like, a specific term, and then we'll go from there. Yep, and then we will go from there. Okay. Not this one. It was... Oh! So Bran... I think this one's at the very bottom. And I kept it at the very bottom for a reason. I actually intentionally did not delete this comment. I actually intentionally did not delete this comment. Guys, I'm gonna have to show DMs. Guys, I'm gonna have to show DMs. This is the most disgusting shit I think I've seen Bran do before. All right. Let me just show you a little piece of glue that Bran decided to show me. So basically, right, Bran talked about the awful comments he was receiving, right? This is an example of one of the awful comments that he received on my video. If y'all brigade his new video and send blank, he might finally understand what it feels like to be a victim. I kept this comment up because the 3 replies to him are all saying he's a fucking retard. And that we don't do that shit over here. And that it's ridiculous that somebody would say that this is a course of action. And it's got 0 likes. I kept that shit in there to show that nobody was supporting this course of action. 3 replies, all immediately shitting on the guy. And guys, this is an example of what Bran said. Guys, this is what Bran said is him getting attacked by my community. Literally, one guy comments. They have 1 like, 2 likes. 4 hours ago, 2 likes. 12 hours ago, 1 like. Well, this is what Bran's community said about me. 69 likes. Rape Tontus. Bran, I'm getting called a rapist in your comment section. There's 69 people liking it. And your counterexample to this was this, that, and this. He sent this in response. I sent him me getting called a rapist with 69 likes, and he sent this back to me. Oh, we're both bad, bro. Saint, we're both bad. Dude, I need to expose this motherfucker. I cannot believe that this... I didn't even know that he sent this as proof. What a little disingenuous little rat fuck. Disingenuous little rat fuck to try to draw equivalencies between these two. This is your community. Heavily supporting me getting called a rapist. You see that nobody in my community supports any of this shit being said about you. And you made equivalencies between them. Bro, this is unreal. Bro, this is unfucking real, bro. Bro, this is unfucking real. I'm sorry, man. I'm over this shit. This is fucking ridiculous. This is fucking ridiculous, bro. Unfucking real, bro. Unfucking real, bro. Unfucking real. All right. Nah, I don't buy this shit for a fucking second, bro. I don't buy this shit for a fucking second, bro. I don't buy this shit for a fucking second, bro. Dude, this guy's such a fucking pussy. Dude, I'm sorry. I can't deal with this shit. Dude, half the reason why I'm even showing DMs is because this guy's a fucking little bitch, bro. Bro, look, just read this shit. I'm sorry. I know I continue messaging, but I continue to get messages like this, which makes it seem like I'm handpicking videos of low sub count CCs. It's really fucking annoying when you're painting me in that light. React to any and all videos that seem like they make a good lot. Bro, this is the comment. Bro, this is the... Are you serious? You're crying about this one? You're crying... You wrote a fucking paragraph and cried about this one. How does a 400k sub CC get one guy to this high of a degree when he's still crying to me about this? This is the comment that... Bro, the way he worded it was like he got called a rapist. Bro, Bran, if this was the comment, I'd get you. I'd get you if this was the comment. Sure. I'm getting called a rapist. And you're crying a fucking paragraph about this. Truly. This is why I'm showing your fucking DMs. Is it fair that I'm showing the fucking DMs when this is what he's bitching about to me in them? Guys, in the DM history, I showed him I got called a rapist in his comment section. And then he sent this back to me. Dear God. Okay. Let's get this started. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. What a disaster. All right, so one of the last things that I need to do is go find that comment over here that I intentionally kept up with, like, all of, like, the... Wait, let me look up the word brigade. Let me look up the word brigade. I'm trying to find that comment somewhere because I want to show all the replies to it. Did it get auto-deleted, though? That'd be a shame if it did. He's in chat. He removed it. It's 4 minutes ago? No, I'm talking about this one, guys. This one's hard to find because it got downvoted by the community. You have to go searching for this one. This one is difficult to find. That's like the issue. It got mass downvoted like crazy. It's going to be at like the bottom of the comments list. You know what? Let me just look it up over here. All right. Mentions. Comments. Search. Bro! Okay. Keywords. Brigade. Dude, these retarded people at YouTube. Oh. I've got it. This is the actual comment thread. If you brigade his new video and send death threats, you might finally understand what it feels like to be a victim. No, we're better than that. You don't fight fire with fire. Unfortunately, we aren't as toxic. Nope, don't stoop as low. Those are the 3 comments, and he intentionally did not show them. This is why I kept this comment up. Because it's a W community moment that just shows we don't do that shit here. This is the proof we don't fucking do that shit here. And he's trying to insinuate that that's what's happening because he didn't show the comments on purpose. And that's why I'm showing his DMs too. Because this guy's a fucking rat snake fuck. Imagine you said this to me when I know my own comments and I actually read them. That's why I was able to know I was able to clock you on your bullshit. And guys, when you see the thread, it will be unbelievable to you. It's truly unbelievable the shit this guy is saying on top of the garbage that he sent me as well. On top of the actual literal garbage that he sent me as well. Let's get this started. We are going on a full fucking dismantling, bro. I'm so tired of this shit. I'm so tired of this shit. All
we're gonna talk about a few things.
Shit, I need to re-record that. All righty, ladies and gentlemen. We are back at it again, and we are back for the 3rd video in this saga over here, where we are watching a house of cards crafted by one of the most... I think the best word to just use here is like bitch-made. One of the most bitch-made creators in the space. Because I have never seen such pearl-clutching, virtue-signaling, pretending to be offended, and of course, minimizing their own wrongdoings. I've never seen it done to this level before. And we finally got a response from Bran Online regarding the candy bug situation. And this one has already gotten pretty viral. And of course, it's already led to me getting a bit of flack for my most recent response to him, where I went through a deleted Twitch VOD that he had, that he re-uploaded after being called out. It's a fact. He deleted the VOD, re-uploaded it, and now he's trying to go with a different narrative. And he is lying every single step of the way to try to defend himself from the really bad takes. Not bad takes, but the bad looks that are coming from this video that, of course, he's getting some flack for. And this is the thing. Bran is over-exaggerating. And to a degree, gaslighting. And I would even go so far as to say outright just lying about the stuff that's happening to him to garner some sympathy. And, of course, keep attacking Candybug. Keep pushing the issue when she's somebody that has gone through a lot of harassment over the past couple of weeks as a result of the Genshin community. And of course, we'll just play it again. It all culminated with the Genshin community doing this.
Hi. So this is going to be a sort of addendum.
Sending her a bunch of death threats, saying that they're doxing her, and of course, doing some nasty stuff with her art as well. And that's the situation. That's the setting. And realistically, people knew that this person was getting death threats. They had all these issues, all these troubles for the longest time. And this is one of the clips
Where I wanted to talk about my feet.
that Brad is going to say is out of context. Just know Brad is going to say this clip is out of context. Let's listen to it. You let me know what's out of context here. We're going to watch a whole minute. A whole minute and 30 seconds of this. You let me know what's out of context.
Overthinking everything. It's like, bro, you utilize this for your thinking. Do you really think the simplest explanation for Linnea really liking Melusines is the fact that she's a pervert? Or do you think it's because she's just never seen them before and she's amazed by them? What's the easiest correlation to make there? Like
I'm providing context that's not even relevant for the upcoming clip. I am intentionally actually playing too much of the video.
You got to utilize your own logic if you're going to put this at the end of the video and call everybody else out for it. You have to. You have to.
Recommended it.
Just to let you know how little context you actually needed. The real clip starts over here. I just played extra to let you know that's how little context you need.
Have to.
Recommended it easier. Not everything is some kind of conspiracy. You can feel free to say how much.
Yet again, you're so close.
Recommended it easier.
It is. She is very close to just like the nail and the head, genuinely.
Everything is some kind of conspiracy. You can feel free to say how much you think I'm a...
The real clip starts here.
You can feel free to say how much you think I'm a waste of space or whatever. I'm probably not going to read it, to be honest. I've gotten enough DMs already.
Okay. And that's the clip. You don't need the context of him looking at the death threats. He just stares at them for 10 seconds and his first reaction is a giggle. That's the clip. And so Bran will tell you that is out of context, that his first reaction to looking at death threats for 10 seconds of observation is to laugh. He'll tell you that's out of context. I played all of that extra part of the video to let you know there was no context missing. You didn't need to know what the previous topic was about to know that his actions here are fucking weird. So now let's play Bran's video itself. Let's listen to what he has to say to defend himself in this matter. Hope you guys are ready.
We're going to talk about a few things, and I think it's only fair that I go over all of these details because I'm seeing a lot of out-of-context clips being taken.
In the first 6 seconds, we hand wave all of my video as just out-of-context clips when we just proved nothing was out of context. Bran, she said she got death threats. You looked at them for 10 seconds, then your first reaction was to giggle. That is purely in context because there's nothing else. The first minute of the video, the preceding minute of that segment, we just saw it provides nothing to the death threats. You don't need to know anything that was said over here to see your reaction and realize that was fucked up. But he just waves it away as out of context.
Taken and spread in a lot of places, and I realized this when I woke up this morning to a bunch of very unkind messages.
You want to see the unkind messages Bran was talking about? Because this is the thing. I now need to show Bran's DMs. Hope you're ready for this one. Because this is what he sent me last night. You want to know when he sent this shit to me? Bro, it was at 2 a.m. Let's read this. Okay, so I'm going to put this out here one time. I wake up to a literal flood of comments and bombardment from people calling me a pedophile to tell me they know where I live and worse. This didn't happen. He provided no proof of this to me. Do you want to see where he provided proof instead? He said this. He said all of these things happen. People calling it a PDF. They know where he lives and worse. I have the actual comments. He equated this to being called a pedophile. This also has 1 like from 12 hours ago. He got 1 guide and said, this is my community calling him a pedophile. A 12-hour ago, 1 like comment saying, let me drop this. If I was a kid, still, I wouldn't trust Bran offline as a trusted adult gang. This is you being called a pedophile. Bran, Let me replay your own statement for you.
The game. After all that's happened, I honestly feel like I can't even look at this game the same way anymore. This fandom is so incredibly toxic, and I guess I was stupid to think that they wouldn't jump down my throat at every...
Okay, listen, I'm really trying to give the benefit of the doubt here. You cannot act like you were a 100% victim here.
Bran, you just somehow conflated comments like this to you being accused of crimes. And then, because they got liked by one person, the guy has 4 subs and it's 12 hours ago, you're saying that you're getting bombarded by comments. Guys, he sent me another one. If y'all brigade his new video and send blank threats, he might finally understand what it feels like to be a victim. Bran sent me this as proof that my community is harassing him. This has 0 likes in 10 hours. And Bran also has 3 replies to this comment that he decided not to show me. These are the comments. I left this one up because the comments were good. If y'all brigade his new video and send blank, he might finally... No, we're better than that. You don't fight fire with fire. All it will do is give them more fuel to attack back. Guys, it doesn't matter. Bran will attack anyways. There was no fuel, obviously, right? We can see that my community is overwhelmingly saying, don't do that. He's being downvoted to shit and it's got 0 likes, despite 14 hours and the comment is still up. Bran, you want to know what your community said about me within hours of your video being posted? Keep in mind, people, 1 hour ago, 69 likes. Let's see what your community's upvoting, Bran, about me in your comment section. Keep in mind, people, the only reason that certain people think that Bran was advocating for Candybell getting doxxed and DT or calling her any names was because of Rape Tontus, aka Saint. Bran, I have people calling me a rapist in your comments section because of Mr. Pokey's stupid fucking thumbnails. And you're out here virtue signaling about this. You're out here crying, bitching, moaning to me about how you're getting bombarded by comments as I'm being called a rapist in your comments section. And this is a top upvoted comment. And this is the thing, guys. I told this stupid motherfucker just as much. So let's read this. I wake up to a literal flood of comments. Guys, these are the 3 he sent me. These are the only 3 he could send me. And when I show you the full conversation chain, he's gonna look so bad, it's crazy. Also, where's this one? To telling me they know where I live and where... He only sent me these 3. Guys, he only sent me these 3 messages. There's nothing about where he lives. I think he just made that one up for fun because there's no proof. Come on, brother, man. You know as well as I do that's some fucking bullshit. Oh, sorry. All because it seems like... It seems he doesn't even know. So Bran over here confirms he hasn't watched my video and he doesn't actually know what clips I reacted to. So he proves over here he doesn't know because it seems you picked a few sections. He didn't watch it. A 2-hour-long react to show people that I was trying to what? Send blank threats to someone. Come on, brother, man. You know as much as I do that's some fucking bullshit. My reaction was honestly pretty mild. Yeah, I'll take your word for it, bro. Especially, yeah, you're totally not on the record lying already. She said some things that triggered a lot of people. You're taking small segments out of context, like me calling her racist. You didn't call her racist. You introduced the topic of racism into the video, and then suddenly everyone's calling her racist afterwards. And so I said, there's simply a correlation over here. Bran introduces the topic of racism, and now she starts getting called a racist. And if people connect the dots, that's not my fucking fault. Maybe it's your fault for bringing up racism in the fucking video. And I say just as much here. And here's the proof of it. And here's the proof that Bran nor his community actually watched my video and still said it's out of context. Are you ready? Because that's how Bran opened up the video. That's how Bran opened up the video. And this is what I said about it. She's insinuating Hoyer versus racist. It's racism.
I wonder why that is.
Racism is the reason she's thinking.
All in line. Is anything out of context here? Because Bran said it was out of context. And so, when that's what's said in one of the biggest Genshin CC ever, his react video to yours, it's kind of obvious, right? That there's going to be people that end up calling you racist as a result of this. We can see what's going on over here. So yes, Bran, I didn't say you called her racist. I said that you introducing the topic of racism, and of course saying that she's the one that said it, is going to get people to call her racist. So that one, that little piece of bullshit, right? It doesn't check out either. If you actually look past the Control F transcript, you'll clearly see I was saying she's calling Hoyo racist. She's insinuating Hoyo versus racist. My video came out before his message. This came out at 3. This was a message at 3 a.m., 2 a.m. this morning. My video came out before that. So this guy just shows he didn't even watch my video. He doesn't even know what I said in the video and said it was out of context. That's the proof. Bran had no idea what my video even said in it, but he just waved it away as out of context. Just like he did with Candy Bug, because we got another clip for that one, boys.
And that was not good, of course. But I hope this person can actually listen to the feedback that is going to be important for them and make a good career out of this. Because right now it's like, these two videos have got them monetized on YouTube. But at the same time, their audience is just Genshin haters now.
He just hand waves everybody that watches her videos, engages with her content as just Genshin haters, much like he just hand waved all of his criticism as out of context clips. But don't worry, it's more.
That's it. So this person is either going to become a Genshin grifter.
And he calls her a grifter too. Guys, no explanation, just uses buzzwords. Out of context, grifter, hater. No proof, no explanation, just says those things. And I've given you the actual proof that Bran is just saying shit. He has no idea what's in my video. He has no idea what points I'm making. And he just made stuff up. Telling me to Control F the transcript. When I actually just told you she's insinuating Hoyo versus racist. It's... If you just Control F, you'll clearly see I was saying she was calling... Yes, bitch, I know that because I said it in my own fucking video, which you clearly didn't watch, but you still said it was out of context anyways. How would you know when you didn't watch it? Brain offline? Never once implied the CC was. And I didn't say you did. But I said the biggest Genshin creator saying the words racism in this space is enough to get somebody called racist, as you saw over here. And your video and the reaction she got is the proof of it. And then we got this. Same with the laughing at death threats. That just happened. Why did we even bring this up? That just happened. Let's listen to this.
Where I wanted to talk about my feet.
Genuine. Okay, a lot of these are fucked up. Jesus Christ. Again, these are fucking horrible people, bro. These are horrible people. This one, though, this might be some of the most petty shit. Both of these messages might be the two most petty messages I have ever seen in my life. Oh my god. Girl, I hope you know how much you're getting dragged on Twitter. OC ass looking like Chaska, so you both equally top anyways. Fed your art to AI since I felt like annoying you. Kiss. Bro, people out here are getting fucking insane. My god.
So that's the thing. Brad gave this explanation for his breakdown. Brother, I condoned the death threats the entire time, and I laughed at one message. No, that's literally not what it's just weird that he's incorrectly summarizing what's on video. You didn't specify what you were laughing at. Your first reaction to looking at a bunch of death threats was to laugh, and then after you collected your wits and realized, ooh, that's probably a 0 IQ move, you then started condoning it afterwards. People do that all the time when they're lying. They have a honest reaction to something. They realize their honest reaction wasn't the right one, and then they go in, and then they proceed to fix it on the spot. And that's what it looked like over here when you started off with a bit of a giggle. Please. I know you're still hurt about the misinformation vids back and forth 2 years ago, but purposely doing this is not it. Now he's trying to blame me. I was trying to say the problem is with me because of our history. Just like when you told me I got hung up on the things Glaive said, you're doing the same things to me. No, Bran. This is because we had a run-in when I was a 1,000 sub creator and you had 400,000 and you made 3 videos about me in a row trying to end my career when I was a month into it. Then I see you doing the same exact thing to another creator of a similar size with absolutely no remorse, no recognition of wrongdoing until you're called out, and then you start defending yourself with literal lies and misinformation as we're seeing in this video. This is why you're getting called out. Because you are actually seen lying like 5 times in 13 seconds in this video. I don't even need to play more of this. That's the thing, guys. I only needed 13 seconds to completely blow up this guy's house of fucking cards. Where the fuck was I? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, let's keep reading. Let's keep reading. I apologize for going hard on you when you just started out, and I'm sorry for going so hard. If you think this current situation is anything like that, it's not. Bran, you called this person. Bro, we just need to listen to all the things you said about this person.
And that was not good. But at the same time, their audience is just Genshin haters now. That's it. So this person is either going to become a Genshin grifter, or, and that was the plan all along, just like the other YouTube channel that did like the exact same thing a couple of weeks ago, or something fucking crazy.
So Brad is just out here further insulting Candybug, still taking shots, calling her a grifter, calling her just a Genshin hater, saying her videos are trash and they're all wrong and they're just Genshin hate with no real criticism. Guys, that is what he's doing to her. And he did that, then deleted his video, got caught deleting it, then re-uploaded it, and then across this entire vid, he's like re-reacting to his react. Why would you do this unless you did something wrong? What does this look like other than somebody fucking up and then having to like correct the narrative?
Fine is
What? This is the most guilty, caught thing I've ever seen somebody do. His take is so bad, so aggressive, does so much damage, he needs to go back in, re-react to it to try to smooth out the language. And he's the one telling you this stuff is out of context. He's the one telling you I'm the one lying. He's the one telling you that I'm taking these out of context. Bro, when you need to recontextualize your vid this much, the original one's out of context. If you need to be there the entire time to recontextualize everything that's wrong, this reaction is out of context. Now, you're just a history revisionist. What the fuck? A whole hour of you, like, revising your points? Are you just allowed to get do-overs like this? And then people forget the original things you were saying? Maybe this only works on Genshin Impact players. That's what it feels like. So now, it was one video with some good and some awful points. So this is where Bran already contradicts himself. We just played a clip where Bran said the video in the audience is just full of Genshin haters. But Bran himself admits the video has good points. So is it a video just for Genshin players, or is it a video that's actually balanced with good points as well? Because didn't he just hand wave everything as just grifting? How can you grift but have good points at the same time? Or is this Bran just backtracking again? Lying again about what he said? Because now he's saying the video had good points, but he boiled it down to just Genshin hate. And this is how I knew I needed to show these DMs. Do you see why I needed to show these DMs now? This guy's just lying. He's trying to gaslight me about what I saw in his react. Because I saw him hand wave all of her arguments and just describe it as Genshin hate. But now he's here complimenting her arguments and then saying she had good points. Both cannot be true. And so clearly, Bran is lying somewhere. Because he also did this. I forgot this. Bran also did this. And he's not going to own up to this one. He's not going to own up to this one. Are you ready, brother? This one's going to be bad. This one's going to be bad, lads. This one's going to be not good. Let's look up the term straw man in my comment section, and I will educate you on one of the funniest things, funniest clips I've ever seen. This is Bran's argumentation against her points. Remember, Bran said her points were good.
As I said, the shill for current characters has only gotten worse with time, with boss enemies made
Feels like a lot of strawman arguments.
specifically to be defeated.
He just calls it a straw man argument. He just says the argument's bad, it's a straw man. You should be able to use this clip to identify Bran doesn't know what a good or bad argument is because he committed a straw man by calling that argument a straw man. The straw man fallacy is a true IQ test because you just ask someone to apply it, and if they call something a straw man, they just made that argument a straw man. That's the proof Bran just doesn't know what he's talking about ever. And of course, when that's the case, it's pretty clear why he's getting caught up so much, and there's so many contradictions. There's so many contradictions that don't make sense when you look at these DMs, and then of course, you look at the stuff he's actually said in his streams and his videos. People were already on her ass before I watched anything, and yes, it got worse thereafter. So, Bran is admitting he made it worse for Candybug. He admits in this DM he made it worse for Candybug. And then this morning he uploaded another video. He knows he's throwing fuel on the fire, and he did it again to defend himself with lies. He knows, he self-admitted, he knows he's ruining her. He knows he's hurting her. And he did it again after admitting he knows that he's a root cause of many of her problems. And I'm showing you, he did it again, and then he also just lied in his video. He lied in his video too to defend himself while also shitting on Candybug again. This man has almost no morals. He truly is one of the most selfish individuals I think I've ever seen. Bro knows he's causing damage, AoE damage to other people, but he just does it again because he needs to protect himself with lies that I have proven to you today. This man is vile. Let's keep reading, though. There's more. There's more. The fact your people are stating this is entirely my fault is insane. This is my response to that. Proof! Bran, when your proof of you being harassed are 1-2 like comments, and you send this proof to me after I prove that your comment section, the top outvoted comments are all calling me a rapist, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't think that was said. I think you're making this up, like you made up everything else. Because he's saying my audience is doing that. Bro, this is how my audience reacts. This is my real audience. Stop with this bastardization caricature that you've made in your head about my audience. This is my audience. They take the call to brigade and send shit to you, downvoted it to infinity and beyond. 0 likes by anybody. Even my haters didn't like this. I know you're jealous. Imagine my community is actually so positive that even my haters don't like this comment. That's kind of impressive, isn't it? But then, Bran, you go over to your page and then everyone's calling me a rapist and upvoting it. Having a jolly good old time. 69 in 1 hour is kind of a lot. Right? Like 69 likes in 1 hour of another CC being called a rapist in your comment section. You've really cultivated something crazy here, haven't you? This is impressive. Bran, you have a rabid army. Bran, you're capable of a lot. You'll just have people willingly calling CC's rapists with 0 evidence and then mass upvoting the comments. You're wielding a social media nuke, bro. You could probably get somebody convicted of murder even though they've never left their house in like 40 years. Hope you don't abuse that. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, you're doing it right now. Oh, wait, no, you're abusing it right now. Shit. Damn. So, Bran, is it truly that surprising that your community might... Since your community is provably the one that's calling CCs rapists with zero evidence and mass upvoting it, isn't it fair to say that your community, if they're willing to do that to other CCs, might send death threats and dox people? My community is proven to not do that and will shit on the opportunity to do that, while yours will jump on it. So truly, is it that out of the question, with that proof from me, that your community would do this? Because they proved that they could. If they're going to do this, they'll send death threats. If they're going to upvote 69 times a comment calling somebody a rapist with no proof, they'll send death threats. Yeah, yeah. Sorry. That's pretty much it. If you want to argue that, go for it. Just at least make sure your argument is better than brain off lines. All right. You continuously say I brigade people when I've advocated the opposite. Bran, if your community is going to upvote a comment this much calling somebody a rapist, they're going to brigade people. Is this that out of the question? Bran, you just simply have to deny reality to not believe that's the case. If your community is capable of this, they will brigade people. This is worse than brigading. You're falsely accusing somebody of a horrific crime. That's worse than brigading. So brigading is like a lower tier than this, bro. Your audience is fully capable of doing it, and we have proof that they've done it. I didn't upload the second part of the... And this is where Bran really messes up. He sent this at 2:36 a.m. He uploaded his video about 6 hours after sending this to me. So look at what he says over here. I didn't upload the video he uploaded today as to not stoke any fires for the original CC. I'm now in a lose-lose situation because if I did post, I'd be the bad guy. So he himself recognizes he is fueling this fire, pouring more gasoline everywhere, right? Gasoline everywhere. And he's doing it again. He fully recognized it. I told you guys he fully recognized it. If I don't, I'm not doing enough. You do you, but please have a little bit of good faith here and at least talk about this with me here in DMs because I'm honestly really fucking confused. So we did talk about this in DMs. And I'm leaking them afterwards. Because obviously, you can tell from the first paragraph, this dude was lying from fucking step one. This dude is lying from step one. And that's why we're here. Because I did have a chat. And we're going to see more messages. And it gets worse. You can agree with me or disagree, but please stop purposefully painting me as a movie-level villain when that's not what's happening. I don't want to have a grudge match with you over a 2-year-old drama that I apologize for. I'm so fucking over it. So now he's putting the onus on me. Saint, you're the one that's keeping this going. You need to back off, man, or you're the bad person. Shut up, pussy. Let's keep reading DMs. All right. What else we got here? Here's my response. Awful and unfortunate you're being called a PDF. Here's me being called Rape Tauntus in your comments section on a highly upvoted post. This never happens unless I get involved in the Hoyoverse drama. It's clear that the toxicity originates from the Genshin community, so I'm not surprised there's blowback on you. Sucks though. As you know, and then 2, if you notice, the only reason why we're reigniting past settled differences is the fact that you're doing it again. You're punching down on smaller CCs a fraction of your size who don't have the community resources or the pull that you do in the content creation space, and you branded them awful things like grifter, hater, etc. from the get-go, just like you did with me and Glaive. If you're truly apologetic about your conduct, you would have stopped after doing it to 2 CCs, but you're doing it to a 3rd. You had this coming, and you need to stop feeling sorry for yourself after the 3rd instance, pussy. 3, you are the king of brigading. We have recorded instances of me, Glaive, and Candybug getting your comment section blown out after he reacts with the most disgusting shit possible. I.e., just shut up. Just fucking shut up, bro. Bro, you have no leg to stand on bitching about people's comments when this is what your community writes. Stop crying. It's pathetic. You look like a weak person. You look so weak crying about comments like this when your community is sending comments like this and accusing people of horrific crimes. So yeah, king of brigading. And then next part, we gotta move the camera a little bit. Your refusal to recognize that this is your third instance of bullying smaller CCs and that you have a pattern of trying to snuff out careers before they've even started is why you're getting focused on so much. I experienced your bullshit firsthand and now I see you doing it to others. That's why I went in on you after you went on Glaive, and that's why I'm going in on you now as you go after Candybug. You've also straight up just lied to me in this reply. You posted the second part of the video anyways, where you call her a grifter, say her community's full of haters, and handwave all the criticism in the mid as Getchide, giving it more ammunition for your community to attack her. Bit of a banger response, isn't it? He's kind of on the ropes after this one, isn't it? Isn't he? And guys, when somebody's on the ropes and somebody's panicking, that's when the house of cards starts crashing down, and that's where Bran sunk his own battleship. Let's read the next DM. I don't have anything to say, to be honest. Nothing that'd matter. I'm happy to remove comments calling you horrible things that I never insinuated. Are you happy to do the same? Because I reckon I already know the answer, seeing how your comment section is filled with this shit. I sent him a comment of me being accused of rape in his comment section. And Bran said this was the same thing. Two upvotes, one upvote, 0 upvotes, and 3 comments shitting on him is equal to a 69 like comment posted within 1 hour. And everyone upvoting me being called a rapist. And he's drawing equivalencies between the two. So my response was, are you trying to gaslight me? I provided you direct proof of the username and comment accusing me of crimes, and you just said my comment section is filled with it. Why am I being forced to look for your evidence? I'm a mean person when I'm mad. You wouldn't have fun debating me, would you? You wouldn't have fun arguing with me, would you? This is why CCs don't mess with me. This is why CCs don't fuck with me. You assume this is punching down on a creator when my original reaction was nowhere near as inflammatory as your perspective on it was. You literally made no sense to me seeing what you were twisting out of context to get people to believe. Bran says I'm twisting things out of context when we proved on the first message he didn't watch my video so he wouldn't know. Because he just said over here that I didn't say something that I obviously said in the video. So Bran over here just said I'm twisting things out of context that he didn't watch. So this is a lie. Proven. Shocker. Shocker. Bran lied again. Bran made conclusions about my content without watching it. Shocker. But we got a little bit of an admission here. I used the term grifter incorrectly. True. Awesome. Great job. A little bit of self-reflection for once. And true, for Glaive, I watched and supported Glaive for ages before I had any disagreement with him. I don't know where you got that from. I already apologized to you for the situation 2 years ago. Saying that I have this coming is insane. When the OG React was not in any way, shape, or form as bad as you made it out to be. Bran, you yourself admitted here. You made the situation worse for Candybug. You have already taken accountability for causing her problems with your reaction. So what are you waffling about right now, you fucking pussy? You literally confirmed you made the situation worse. So why are you now saying you didn't? Do you remember what I said about House of Cards crumbling down on the ropes, lies, contradictions, all of that? I shook him so much by just being direct and to the facts and holding him accountable that he just exposed himself as lying the whole time. Because how do you recognize that you made it worse but then say you didn't do anything to make it worse? Why are you going back and forth like this? Bro, truly, it was really easy to say sorry. It was really easy to say sorry. Now, 3.3. I'm the king of brigading. When I actively tell my audience not to because it looks terrible on me too. Bran, you had to be told to delete this comment. Bran, you are out here saying you basically had to be told to delete a comment calling a CC a rapist. Like there's a like I'm happy to remove comments. He's insinuating that he wasn't going to unless asked to. Because guys, I'm pretty sure it actually shows up over here. There's a reason why I was able to get that photo of it. Oh shit. Oh, it's right here. Oh, it's right here. Brad had to be told to delete this comment, guys. So he's out here virtue signaling about, like, when I tell my audience not to because it looks terrible on me. So he's saying he tells his audience not to brigade. Not to brigade because it looks bad for him, but you can just call other CCs rapists in his comment section because that's fine. And he'll only remove it when asked to. Because this is totally not a bad look for him. It's still up? Okay. So we've confirmed the comment is still up. So Bran basically is refusing to delete comments, calling me a rapist in his comment section, but then saying he's not a brigader because it looks bad on him, but this totally doesn't. Does this make any sense to you? So he's going to keep up comments of people being called a rapist, but then he's going to say, I don't brigade people because it makes me look bad. This makes you look really bad, too, because it looks like you're supporting false accusations levied against CCs, which is horrible. Like, that's really bad. Like, Bran, this is like you giving me the green light. Bran, if you don't delete this comment, you're giving my community the green light to accuse you of crimes for the rest of my career. I hope you realize this, right? You are giving everybody in the community a green light to accuse you of crimes in every comment section ever. Because that's acceptable behavior for you levied against other CCs. That's ridiculous, isn't it? That's why my community reacts like this. We downvote it. We don't have it actually happen. We don't have it occur, but you seem to bathe in it. And after I've made you aware that I'm being called one, you still haven't deleted it. That's a bad look, man. Give me a break. Every single time you react to something of mine or discuss me, I get literally flooded with abhorrent hate too. Yeah, guys. Yeah, no, this is... Sorry. I need to show you the abhorrent hate. This is one of the messages Bran sent me. And this is how I knew this guy was a bitch. This is actually the most recent one he sent. I know I continue messaging. This is the type of stuff he's saying is abhorrent and bad, by the way. But I continue to get messages like this, which just make it out that I'm handpicking videos from low sub count CCs. It's really fucking annoying when you're painting me in this light. I react to any and all videos that seem like they make a good react. Nothing to do with view counts or sub counts. In fact, the only stat I would typically look at is view count, because usually a super high performing video means people want to see it. That's really all, and I think that's a general consensus for everybody. Doesn't mean I won't watch videos from sub 1K, 100K, 1 mil creators who agree, disagree, and criticize opinions. So, basically, I started crying in there because wait until you read the comment. He wrote this paragraph, long ass paragraph, bitching and moaning and crying. Bro, he's just sensitive, bro. This is the comment. How dare you hate her, buddy? You're just judging because it's her first upload. Sucks that you didn't get that attention, huh? Bro, he's getting one guy literally scanning his comment section from 4 minutes ago, bro. He's like watching every comment. He's like, wait, maybe I'll find one. Maybe I'll find one that's shit talking me, so I can say that Saint is leading to toxicity. Bro, this is what you wrote a paragraph over. Bro, this is the type of comment he's calling abhorrent. Bro, this guy is saying those comments are abhorrent as he leaves a comment calling me a rapist live on his video. He is breaking down in DMs because of this as he leaves up comments calling me a rapist on the video. Bro, I don't understand how one person can be this fragile while also allowing this. How are you this fragile when you allow this in your comment section? This is so performative, it's insane. This guy is such a fucking pussy. I can't control people who I have no control over, just like you can't either. Yeah, you can delete your comments, though. But you won't do that. Have you ever seen your own community and everyone else's comments? Yeah, they're fine. Yeah, no, I've seen them. They're fine. They don't do this shit. Here's the proof. Let me find a comment thread like this on your videos, man, online. That shit ain't going to exist. Janet Pokey? It's deserved. What do you mean? That just shows he has no context about those. There's too many to list with the shit that I say, man. I'm not saying my community is perfect, but putting all the blame on me for the actions of others who aren't even verifiably from my community, this is me getting called a rapist on your video. Why are you just... He's just making a bunch of shit up. Right? There's so much disgusting shit in here, it's ridiculous. Now, 4, this is your own personal outlook on it because your own personal experiences with me 2 years ago. My intent was never to snuff out your career. You just ran with that. It was to disprove your misinformation, which you admitted to. I never admitted to any misinformation, by the way. He's just making more shit up over here. You're doing exactly what you accuse me and others of, getting stuck on one perspective when it's simply not there. I never intended to ruin yours, Glaive's, or this person's career. I didn't mean to shoot that bazooka and blow up your house. I was aiming at your mailbox and your house got caught in the explosion. My bad. What a fucking dipshit. Yeah, I wasn't trying to ruin your career, but I just did a bunch of things that would constitute as ruining your career. It wasn't my intention, though. That's how this reads. Basically, I tried to ruin your career, but I didn't mean to. So, like, can you just get off my back? I didn't mean it. So can you just, like, get off my back? Like right off it? You're kind of... My shoulder kind of hurts. Manslaughter is still a crime. Yes. If you kill someone accidentally, you're not liable for murder, but you're still going to jail because you're just not allowed to kill people, even accidentally. I know it's surprising. So even if you do it on accident, you can actually be held responsible. Even if it wasn't your intent, it's called negligence. And Bran, you are one of the most negligent creators I've ever seen. I think negligent is literally the best word to describe you as a person. Because good golly gee, I've never seen somebody who just seems so oblivious to what's going on around them. I've never seen somebody that could just so confidently, right, talk about how negative the brigading is on them as they're allowing comments like this to stay up in their own comment section. They're just allowing this, but then they're going to, like, virtue signal about how bad what everyone else doing is. Truly. What a situation. And now, let's read the reason for why Bran decided to further the hate towards Candybug and continue the harassment. Let's read it. I posted the second half of the video because you posted abhorrent, out-of-context clips of me. So Bran confirmed he didn't watch my video. Bran confirmed he wouldn't know the context of my video because he didn't watch it because he got basic information that I said very clearly wrong in this explanation, and he's still going with it. Guys, we've proven Bran didn't watch any of my shit, and he's wrong about his summaries. He's wrong. And now he keeps saying it's important and out of context. So, guys, remember the statement, are you trying to gaslight me? He is. Bran online is trying to, because Bran thinks he's smarter than me, and that, like, he'll manipulate me through his clever wordplay, that I would, like, fall into the trap of believing the dumb shit he fucking said. No, Bran, I'm not stupid. I'm not a Genshin Impact player. I'm not your audience. And so I can read through your bullshit and confirm live, you're just lying again to defend yourself. Because nothing was out of context. You just said it was with no proof. And I provided all the proof showing everything was in context. And they're just trying to cover your ass. So, he says it's out of context clips of me making me out to be someone who is purposely sending my community to send... Well, you're purposefully having your community call other CCs rapists. So if your community is purposely being used to call other CCs rapists because you won't delete this comment, so you're supporting of it because you made aware of it and still up and you won't delete it, so you like this behavior, you want more of it happening. If they're going to do that, I believe that they'll send death threats, brigade, and do everything else. If your community is capable of calling somebody a rapist, they're capable of sending death threats and brigading and calling people racist. Like imagine you saying calling somebody a rapist is like a lower bar than calling them a racist. I think it's easier. I think it's more acceptable to call someone a racist than a rapist. But you said, I have no idea how my community would call someone a racist. They're calling people rapists. Bro, like this is just truly like, I don't understand how somebody can have such a poor grasp of society. Is Bran autistic? This seems autistic. And this is the other thing. Bran didn't take my warning seriously. Just know I've got literal proof you lied to me in DMs. He didn't take that shit very seriously, did he? As in me, okay, yeah. Saying I'm deleting shit and painting me to be laughing at death threats. All absolute bullshit out of context things that I didn't see before I sent that message. Okay, so this is what Bran's saying he didn't do. Bran's saying he didn't delete things. That's the first claim. Bran is saying he did not delete his Twitch VODs. So Bran, literally, you can see over here, the date at the bottom says 7/16, and it says, check out this Genshin Impact stream from 7 days ago. Yes, the date says 7/16, so this is a deleted VOD. Bran proceeded to re-upload it and then say I was lying because he re-uploaded a deleted VOD after he got called out for deleting it. And this is what it's leading to. Now, I am not the biggest fan of Bran myself, but get the facts right at least. He didn't delete any streams. He didn't stream in that week in the first place because he was away. Now he has his little sycophants, his little retarded minions who be calling other CCs rapists, right? Going around and just lying about him deleting his own videos, even though there's actual literal video proof he did it. And he then... Bro, this is how I know he didn't watch my video. I am live here, looking at his Twitch VOD page with deleted videos. And then he tries to gaslight me in DMs saying he didn't delete videos. This guy is trying to gaslight me in DMs to me, telling me he didn't delete shit when I saw it live. What? Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Why would you do that? The video proof is right there. I'm looking at it. Why would you try to deny that you did this? And why are you trying to insinuate that, like, what? Now you're getting your viewers to lie about it too? Bran is essentially trying to gaslight the entire gacha space. Bran is trying to gaslight the entire fucking space, bro. And even came up with some bullshit explanation in the video, I think, for like why he deleted stuff. Bro, I'm gonna have to see it. What is the bullshit explanation for why he deleted something? I need to see that, bro. Where it at? Where it at? What's the explanation? Bro, Bro, what type of fan fiction did he fucking have, bro? Oh, here we go. Within the first 2 minutes. Let's check out this next lie, boys.
Twitch not so much, but that's fair. So there was no deleted live streams. There was...
Oh, so he just lied in the video. Okay. So it clearly he has a history of having deleted VODs and that he just said in his video, just lying, even though there's video proof he deleted them, that he didn't delete them. This guy has a little photographic evidence he deleted his videos. Then he just re-uploaded them and then said he didn't do it. Bro, what? But who does that? But who does that? Oh, and this is the other thing, guys. The one who called you. Wait. Fabita, let me see this. Let me see this again. Oh, there's apparently another thing. And apparently, in his most recent video, on a reply to his pinned comment, apparently, right? Apparently, there are some individuals saying Ralph David, right? Obviously, is the user that's been seen calling me a rapist. This is not enough to get you banned on Bran Online's channel. Because this unit's comment is still, or this unit's absolute fucking unit, right? Their comment is still here. Bran just deleted it. So Bran didn't ban the user calling other people rapists. He just deleted their comment. That's another caught in 4K, bro. And this is how you know. Check it out. So even if he did delete his comment, fuck it. Just make another one.
BTS and
just make another.
Chill,
it's right there, bro.
Take some time off of work. So I didn't know any of this stuff was going on. If I can be honest, I had no idea.
Hey, he lied about that too. I bet he had every idea what was going on. So basically, this dude is just proving he's the biggest hypocrite, the biggest fucking liar the space has seen, and this is just confirmation he does brigade people. This is just confirmation he is the most toxic creator in the space. I don't know how you just let other people call other CCs rapists and they don't even get disciplined. Why would you not ban this dude? Is calling other CCs rapists not bannable on... I ban people that do this. Yeah, no, this isn't allowed in my comment section. That's why you never see stuff like this anywhere. That's why the worst thing Brad could find was like shit like this. But this is what it's like in the Genshin space, boys. This is not bannable. You can't get hidden from the channel. It's fine. But he'll be the first person to tell you he's not brigading people. He'll be the first person to tell you he's not causing the problems. He'll be the first person to tell you all he does is positive stuff that only makes the space better. And guys, he's full of fucking shit. Because he tried to justify why he uploaded this video, right? He keeps trying to say it's to defend himself from the misinformation in my vid, the out of context clips in my vid. All of my clips are in context. This guy is just lying to defend himself and taking Candy Bug down with him for another ride. Because he's desperate to try to win in this situation. But we're making sure he doesn't get the opportunity to mislead any more people. So now, let's read some of my responses. Are you trying to gaslight me, right? I provided you direct proof of the username and comment accusing me of grape, and you just said my comment section is filled with it. Why am I being forced to look for your evidence? 2, you are punching down. You are farming the fuck out of a 4K sub creator, and you did it again this morning for more views. This is again, as you are calling them a grifter, saying their career is fucked, and that all they do is just Genshin hate, even though you already contradicted yourself here and said their video had valid points. You literally just went from calling her entire video Genshin hate to now saying it's valid after pushback. You were in the middle of an assault, got caught, and now you're trying to back away like you did nothing. This is why I said punching down so much. 3, you have recorded instances of brigading the fuck out of CCs a fraction of your size. I had 1% of your subs, Candy Bug had 4%, and Glaive had around 12. It's like you're not even recognizing you have an audience much bigger than anybody else you brigaded. And they do shit like this too. They call other CCs rapists and you don't delete their comments and you let them keep making more comments so they can keep calling more CCs rapists in the future. I wonder, would a community like that brigade people, the one that automatically upvotes a comment calling a CC a rapist 69 times in 1 hour, would that community brigade people? Answer is yes, they fucking would. Holy shit, they'd probably go murder somebody if they had their address. Now, you made... Oh, right. It's like you're not even recognizing you have an audience much bigger than anybody you've brigaded, and you're trying to draw equivalencies to me. And that just shows how desperate you are to try to defend your behavior. 4, you made 3 videos on a 1K sub creator that were fully aimed at discrediting their reputation, smearing their name, and ending their career. You apologized for it, sure, but then you did it again to Glaive and then again to Candybug, not me. The fact you admitted to being friendly with Glaive before doing the same thing to him just shows you're a snake. Why is it that you guys were on talking terms before, but then after you react, you've got no relationship? Anyways, this is the timeline. Since you're clearly trying to rewrite reality, I posted my video reacting to your deleted VOD at around 8:30 p.m. my time. You DM'd me at 3 a.m. saying you won't upload the vid and are asking me to reply in DMs instead. You then upload the video anyways without a response from me and then give this goofy ass excuse that it's my fault when my video was already live for like 15 hours. So this guy sent the DM saying he was going to take this action, took a different course of action, and then blamed something I did before he sent the DM. He's trying to pin this on me. The fact that he is harassing Candybug again, he's pouring more fuel on the fire for the 3rd fucking time. He's blaming me for something that happened 15 hours before this video. This guy is a fucking joke. Truly, he is a fucking joke. Your lack of accountability and the groveling for excuses and the constant attempts to try to bring me into this or draw comparisons to me or even blame me for your actions is absurd. So that's the situation, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, remember the last time we had to show somebody's DMs on stream? Gotcha smack? Yeah, it ended real well for Gotcha Smack, didn't it, boys? Yeah, that ended real well for Gotcha Smack. What's his viewership at like right now? Let me see. Oh! Kill him! Anyways. Fun time. But don't worry, guys. There's more. There's more. And this is truly where I think I'm just... We're going to end it with this one. Because this is Bran's latest reply, and I just stopped fucking replying to the dude. You can probably tell why I was on my last sort of like fucking legs. This is the last message he sent to me. This one over here. You can see it says 11:50. This was when he was bitching and moaning about the most, like, inconsequential comment I think anyone's ever seen. After I got sent this, I didn't care anymore. And I care so little, this is the last DM I'm going to read, because he kind of just waffles from here on out and is just, like, crying about the smallest shit. Nothing too surprising, especially when you've seen all the other messages. So, let's get this going. No, I am not trying to gaslight you. I am telling you that your comment section is filled with people calling me horrible things. These are the 3 things he sent me. These are the horrible things. This dude equated these messages to me being called a rapist in his comment section. Bran, how are you how long have you been a content creator? How are you crying this much? There's one item missing from there, by the way. Where? There's only 3 screenshots in here. What do you mean there's a 3rd one missing? Are you a Bran fan? Wait, how is there a 1 missing? There's 3. Sorry, I asked if you're a Bran fan because your statement was retarded. I am telling you that your comment section is filled with people calling me horrible things, such as the things you alone said in your video. They're calling me horrible things like the stuff that was said. Everyone has to reread that statement twice, right? That doesn't make sense. Nothing is specified. What the fuck is he trying to say? You have implied the reason I watched the video is to solely punch down on someone else due to how you personally felt 2 years ago. Yes, because that's what you're doing. Like, this is now a parroted statement to make in your comments, my comments, Twitter, etc. Because it's true. They're saying I'm laughing at death threats everywhere because you did. They're now saying I'm laughing at... Why are you blaming me? Bran, this is your VOD. Why are you blaming me for you giggling? How is this my fault? Do you see this guy blaming me because he did this? How, dude, I've never seen somebody who's just such a little pussy boy. Bro, this guy, bro, just call him pussy online, bro. Why? Bro, why are you blaming me for your actions? You did this! Stop crying to me about it! If people are giving you shit for this, it's your fault for doing it! People say that I called her racist everywhere, all because you want to believe it to be. No, Bran, I said you introduced the topic of racism, and when your community is the same one that just calls people rapists for no reason, it's not too crazy to assume your community is going to call people racists for no reason. You alone have provided me all the proof I need to just confirm your community is probably the one doing it. Because they've shown they have the chops for brigading, the chops for falsely calling people racist, the chops for harassing people, and it's all here in your own comment section on your own video, and we showed you won't delete it, you support it, and you want to keep it seen. Let's just stop. Let's stop doing this here. Your community does this stuff. We've proven your community does this stuff. So you can speak it to a hopeful existence. All because you want to believe it to be, so you can speak it into a hopeful existence. Bran, let me tell you the linchpin of this existence, of your community being toxic. Your community did it for me. I didn't do anything. Your community is the one that called me a rapist and liked it 69 times within an hour. That's your community. Your community provided this proof that this is what they're going to do. And now everyone can provably say, if they're going to call somebody a rapist, they're probably going to brigade people. They're probably going to call them racist too. And nobody can deny that now. Nobody can deny that. You are now known as the brigader community. You are now known as a community that will call people racist. You are now known as the community that will harass other CCs. And you can never wash that away. Because this is what's on your channel. And you're trying to equate it to the most baby fucking comments you've ever seen, bro. Like, bro's out here clutching his pearls like, oh no, Saint Tontas is the devil. As you're out here murdering babies. Shut the fuck up, bro. If enough people spread, it'll suddenly be true. Yeah. I guess if enough people say something is a certain way, it'll just be true, right? Hey, I guess I'm a criminal now. Damn, that sucks. I made one reaction to one video. Low sub count or first video doesn't mean you're immune to criticism. So Bran has just said he's going to react to more people on their first video ever and send his community after them. He said he's going to do it again. He's basically gave himself the green light to go harass more smaller CCs. Get ready, guys. Hey, if you upload a Genshin critique video, this is what's coming your way. You will be called shit like this by his entire community. They will mass upvote it and just do all this shit to you. I'm guaranteeing it. They will do this to you. Because it's happened to me 4 times already. It happened to Glaive, happened to Candybug. Bran is saying he's going to harass more CCs, react to them, and then sick his community that he knows is saying this shit on them. Actually, bro is like an actual, like, content creator. Bro, Bro, this is like bro is a small CC predator. If I use the full fucking phrasing, that's okay, right? Bro is a predator of small CCs. Straight up. I don't know how else to say this. He's just like, dude, first video ever? Not a problem. Get him. Let's cook him. It's like he actively looks out for them, looks for a fish that he could just take a nice little bite out of remorselessly, and then just fucking goes for it. It seems like he's just out there to destroy everybody, bro. And he gave himself the green light to keep doing it. This is the part. This is why I'm calling him a small CC predator. Because he has no remorse. He has absolutely no fucking regret. And he says here, I'm gonna do it again. He just says right here, I'm gonna do it again. That's crazy. I urge you to actually show me the parts which you find as inflammatory, as you made out in the original video, if you will. So, Bran is asking me, Saint Tontus, can you send me the parts of the video that you didn't like and that you reacted negatively to? Why don't you just watch my video, you retard? He's again asking me to do work for him. He asked me to find proof of my own community harassing him. Now he's asking me to find proof of what's wrong in his video when I have a video on it. This guy is lazy as fuck, bro. I don't even know what to say. Dude, he's lazy. Dude, he's just lazy. Because truly, not a single person said anything until you, and then the floods followed. So nobody held you accountable until I did. So that's what you're saying. So basically, you were held unaccountable for all your actions until I came in, and now you're getting held accountable. That's essentially what you were getting away with murder, and now an investigation's begun, and you're trying to tell the investigator to fuck off. Okay, cool. I'm genuinely curious which parts you found insufferable. They had to present out of context information to make me look worse. Bran does this tactic called say it until it's true. Notice every time he said the word out of context, both in his video and in these DMs, he doesn't explain how it's out of context. This is what you call a straw man. A straw man is when you go ahead and you try to poke holes in somebody's arguments, but you do that by making a weaker version of the argument to attack that instead. Bran Online is straw manning my points by saying that they're out of context and then saying that they're bad because they're out of context. Yet he provides no proof for how they're out of context. So every single time he says something's out of context, I just ignore it because he has no proof and he's just saying a bunch of shit because he's trying to gaslight me into believing that I did something wrong when I didn't, because he's not explaining what I did wrong, so I have no reason to believe him. Bran just makes points but provides no explanation. That's why he's a terrible drama creator that will never succeed on drama, and that's why he's in so much shit right now and is being caught in there's at least 15 lies at this point, right, in all these DMs. Have you ever seen somebody lie this much in DMs after saying, guys, this is why I can't take serious CCs that want to try to settle things in DMs. CCs. This is why you can't settle things in DMs. Bitches will just lie to you like this. Do it all publicly. Fuck it. Do it all publicly. These motherfuckers is just gonna lie to you in DMs. Like this motherfucker is right now. Just air it all out, bro. Stop being pussies. Because I bet this guy's only done DMs his entire life. He got comfortable lying. I think this guy just got comfortable gaslighting and lying to people in DMs. He thought it was going to work on me. Not on me. You literally went from calling your entire video Genshin hate to now saying it's valid after pushback. You're in the middle of an assault, got caught, now you're trying to back away like you did nothing. I have a way with words. As for this part, I said multiple times there were plenty of parts I'd agree with. I don't think it was mindless hate. I think the premise of the video was hate. Sorry, my head hurt after I read that. Sorry, my head hurt trying to understand that. It was literally called, was Genshin always this bad? So yes, it was heavily to do with hate. saying something is bad doesn't mean you hate it. Like if your mom like put too much salt in the eggs, you can say they're bad. That doesn't mean you hate her food. So this guy just said, was Genshin always this weird and bad? That means it has to be a full hate video? What? Dude, stop getting in drama if this is how you construct points. This makes no fucking sense. My opinion on this never changed. Genuinely, I'm pretty sick right now. My memory's foggy, but I did think from the start. I said I didn't like how it went from seemingly opinions based in game logic to opinions based in headcanon. Oh. What does that have to do with you saying... Okay, let me just say this. What the fuck does what he have to say have to do with this?
The game... After all that's happened,
that you were talking and what you expect from everybody here.
Sorry, not this clip. That's him talking about being a victim. Okay, how do you explain this?
It's just Genshin haters. But at the same time, their audience is just Genshin haters now. That's it. So this person is either going to become a Genshin grifter, or... And that was the plan all along.
Yeah, giving criticism doesn't mean you're a grifter. Yeah, actual grifters will tell you that criticism is grifting. Mr. Pokey seems to think that. Gotcha Smack seems to think that. A lot of people seem to think that giving critique to a game means you're grifting. No, if you're not giving critique, you're grifting. Bran, it's very fair to say most people think that you're the real grifter in this situation because you literally look like Hoyo's defense dog. Like, literally, you look like a Hoyo attack defense dog trying to shut down critique for the game, which is what grifters do. So let's just... I've given you an actual explanation for the term. You just threw around buzzwords to generate hate towards the creator. And if you're going to call their entire video grifting, that also means there's no good points in it. So you just got caught lying again. Now, show me the recorded instances of me telling my community to brigade people. I don't need to. Your community does this, so I believe they brigade people. So this is like this. Imagine that you're like, it's like a neo-Nazi group, right? And then the neo-Nazis are like trying to defend themselves. And they're like, how about you find proof that we're racist to black people? Yeah, find proof of that. And then there's like actually evidence that like members of that group are murdering black people. You don't need proof that they're racist to black people if they're murdering them already, right? Because like you can automatically like kind of assume that like one's obviously true if they're doing that. So similarly, Bran, I don't need proof that you brigade people as a community to believe it because your community does this. They call people rapists without proof. So if they're going to do that and there's this much support for it, I automatically believe they're going to brigade people. It's logical, it's fair, and that's going to be my take regarding the matter. He allows this. He wouldn't delete them until he's called out, and of course, I guess he likes the traffic it drives to his channel. You act like this is a conscious choice. Yes, you made a conscious decision, Brad, not to hide somebody from my channel. Or Brad, you made the conscious decision not to hide this user from your channel. They can keep posting comments. This wasn't bannable. You proved that this is not bannable on your channel, so you are making a conscious decision here. When I literally stated time and time again to not do this, you can keep saying you do this, but until you show me a situation that doesn't exist and me advocating for this, you're just literally wrong. Bran, you had to be told to delete this comment. You weren't going to delete this until I told you about it. You were going to let this stay up, and that alone is enough to prove you support this behavior. And if that's not true, convince me how that's not true. Also, I don't know the percentages. I had about 200K when I watched your video, I think. Maybe less. Deadass, I don't know. Candy actually very likely had less than 4K and gained subs from her video. Sub count is never a factor on if I watch a video or not, because I agree, that would be weird. So, Bran, how about this? Sub count should maybe be a factor on if you don't watch a video. Because you're getting shit for trying to snuff out careers before they've started, and you keep trying to justify how you keep doing that. Maybe you just say, hey, maybe I don't need to sick my community of 4,000 rabid animals that will call people rapists on every new CC that posts a Genshin Impact critique. Maybe I don't need to sick my community that says shit like this onto every new CC that makes a critique. But, like, you seem to be justifying your behavior, knowing your community, knowing that I sent you this morning, and you still seem to be saying that you're in the right to just keep ruining careers like this. So we're going to keep holding you accountable. In case you decide to try this shit again. Because clearly, you're on the ropes whenever you have a fucking conversation with me. You are so scared, it's unbelievable. And when it's this easy for me to hold you accountable, I'll do it for fucking free. But I'm going to get paid anyways. We got to make videos about you. I think the reason you see it this way is yet again because you're accusing me of seeing things the way you see things. You trying to draw equivalencies to me just shows how desperate you are trying to justify your behavior. But your entire reason for this hate train right now is because it reminds you of what happened between us 2 years ago. No, it's because your comment section is calling me a rapist. I saw this morning, that I saw you minimizing it for 5 DMs. And so I was like, fuck you, I'm leaking your DMs and showing the world what a piece of shit you are. And that's the main reason, Bran, why we're going in on this today. Because you literally decided you wanted to, like, barter with this instead of just deleting it like a good person. And then you proceed to try to justify your dog shit behavior of attacking more CCs with a community that you know is mentally ill if they're posting stuff like this, and you have no remorse at all in the circumstances. And also, when you decide to try to compare baby-ass little bitch boy comments like this to me being accused of crimes, oh, you've gone too far now. You are the most bitch made. You are bitch online, bro. You are pussy online, bro. Bro, I don't know what you are, bro. You might as well be a... I'm tired of you. But this is the thing. I'm not tired of farming you. I did not end your career. Nor did I try to. Look at you. This guy, dude's trying to glaze right now. I feel like part of him is saying, look at you, because he's scared of me as well. The videos were aimed at discrediting misinformation, not your reputation. Didn't want to smear a name and certainly not end a career. And yes, I apologize for it a couple of times. More so apologize for going so hard when I could have just ignored. And do you see how this guy is just missing the point? He even says himself, he could have just apologized. He could have just ignored and not gone so hard. And yet he still doesn't have the self-reflection to realize this is his third video on Candybug. Just like it was his third video on me. So he's out here saying, these situations are not equivalent. They're not even close. I apologize to you for going so hard, yet this is his third video on Candybug. Just like it was the third video on me. So even as he's over here trying to, like, virtue signal about how he's, like, doing things differently, it's literally a carbon copy of what he did before. 2 whole years ago. I reacted to one Glaive video where I disagreed, but he discounted the other countless positive reactions. Because of what? Narrative. I was told endlessly not to give that Genshin hater a platform, yet I watched his video because I found him genuinely interesting and honest about things. Now, this is the thing, Bran. You got convinced by your community because you are one of the biggest CC sycophants I've ever seen. And, like, when, I guess this is the type of person that dominates your channel, maybe you are just bitch made. You can feel like you gotta listen to them all the time. Otherwise, they're gonna say this shit about you. I think a big part of you, Bran, is that you're scared of your own community. You are scared of your own viewers. You are scared of your own fucking channel, bro. Because if you're too scared to delete this, I think you're scared of your audience turning on you. You're scared that this negative energy is gonna, bro, imagine if these people hate you. You probably don't want that. And that's why you're acting like this. Because they have you by the fucking balls. If you're too scared to delete comments like this, if you're too scared to moderate your comment section, they got you fucking vice grip, bro. You like in that one fucking hole by that one, like, patty motherfucker. Bro's ass was on the dude's head and, like, had him in a fucking choke, bro. I don't even know how you do that. That's your community on you, Bran. You are in a fucking pad thai, bro. And let me show you a photo of the pad thai real fast. Bro, you're dead. Bro, how do you get out of this? Dude, you're dead. Like, how did he even get there? But, like, how do you get out? Dude, you're dead. What the hell is this? This is a submission hold, bro. This dude's getting choked out. That's Bran online, and this is his community. And so that's this one, boys. That's this message over here. You know, I watch his videos because I found him genuinely interesting and honest about things. I got heated. In one reaction, we cleared the air the same week, yet you are still bringing it up. We're still on talking terms. It just so happens we never really had much to talk about. We literally only spoke about content prior. So, Bran, this is probably what happened. You guys just don't talk to each other because you kind of burned the bridge because you snaked his fucking ass, sicked your community on him, and he didn't like it. Because that's probably what happened, Bran. You had a negative reaction to him. Glaive got to see your dog shit community and decide he didn't want to talk to you anymore. Because he saw how nasty your fucking community is. And we've seen it firsthand today just how dirty they are. Very, very, very dirty people. Now, is there one last one, bro? I don't even fucking know. Is there one last one, bro? Let's see it. All right, here's the last one, I think. I'm not trying to rewrite reality. You're just really bad at understanding another perspective. Everything's my fault. Guys, Bran is the one that laughed at death threats. Bran is the one that introduced racism. Bran is the one that has people calling people rapists in their comments, and it's all my fault. Guys, he's just trying so hard to gaslight me into thinking I somehow have responsibility for this shit. And this is, again, because when somebody acts like this much of a fucking rodent, it is my responsibility to show the DMs and show how they're acting like a fucking rodent. Because good golly gee, pest control's calling, and they're wondering why I'm stealing all the business. I'm not trying to rewrite reality. You're just really bad at understanding another perspective. So let me present exactly what happened so you can choose not to believe it. I ended my stream. I tried highlighting my VOD for a sponsor prior. It didn't work. I tried everything like adding to a collection, unpublishing the VOD. Nothing worked. Zero reason to lie about any of this. No, it makes it seem like you deleted your shit because you got caught saying some bad fucking stuff, and then afterwards you put it back up and then are trying to, and then you made up this excuse. Because you already lied about like 30 other things today. You lied about watching my video. You lied about my clips being out of context. You lied about things regarding like how you were reacting to Candybug. You lied about actual things that occurred. And now I have no choice but to believe, but you're lying about this because proof? I then decide not to post the video to YouTube. So this is what he said. I just decided not to post the video to YouTube for some reason. Wait, that is actually his explanation. I gotta move the chat. Wait, he just says right over here. I did my stream. I tried highlighting my VOD for a sponsor prior. It didn't work. I tried everything like adding to collection, unpublishing the VOD, etc. Nothing worked. Zero reason to lie about any of this. Why is he typing like frantically? This makes no sense. I then, that night, decide to not post the video to YouTube. I then wake up this morning to messages in my mentions comment section on YouTube. See clips circulate that are clearly cut purposely to make me look bad. This is like, wait, what's the reason for why he didn't post the video unless there was something bad in his video? And the only time he posts it is after he puts on, bro, this is basically this. This is the unprotected video. He's the condom. Bro, you like re-reacted to your video and took on the role of a human condom for it. What the fuck? Like, you look guilty. So, you're saying there was nothing wrong with a VOD or a stream that got deleted, and the only time you re-upload it is after you put a fucking condom on the vid. And you're saying nothing bad happened. Dude, that's very unbelievable. This is extremely unbelievable, bro. This is extremely ridiculous, bro. Nobody can believe this, bro, after they've seen all of the actual lack of proof you provided, and of course, all the proof that I'm actually providing. So I wake up this morning to messages in my mentions, comment section on YouTube, see clips circulating around there, clearly cut purposely to make me look bad. I said, and I quote, I didn't upload the second part of the video as to not stoke any fires for the original CC. Yet between choosing that and going to bed to waking up to see you posting a whole hit piece on me focusing on out-of-context snippets, he still has not explained how any of these clips that I reacted to were out of context. Guys, he simply just said 40 times that it's out of context, yet in this many DMs and this many paragraphs and sentences, he has never explained a single time what is the proper context then if these are out of context. Is that fair? That's not happened yet. Basically, he just says it's out of context. I say proof, and he just says because I said so. That's not a way to argue and be taken seriously. That's a good way to piss me the fuck off, though. I then decided I had to make a follow-up because it's disingenuous as fuck. How? Where? Why? We still haven't seen it yet, bro. It was never about waiting for you to respond to my message before deciding whether or not to post. You just misunderstood me as a base level. You took it at me saying I won't upload the video when I said I did it. Bro is now out here bringing up fucking dictionary.com. He's like, well, technically, based off of the first English romanization of this in the print catalog, it was utilized in this way. And so as a result, bro, is he getting into fucking semantics? Bro, are you getting into semantics in a DM? You can read this. And most people could say, I think Bran is trying to piss you off. Because isn't it fair for your reaction to this to just be pissed off at his messages? I feel like bro is actually trying to rage bait me. What the fuck is he saying? This isn't me being obtuse either. It's my intent on telling you why I left it where I left it until I saw you uploading everything about me. What excuse did I give that it was your fault? Guys, he's asking where he said it was my fault. Brant, you said out of context 40 times, yet you've never explained what context is. Even in your video you uploaded this morning, you didn't explain what the context was. Bro, let's just listen to your retarded ass.
We're going to talk about a few things, and I think it's only fair that I go over all of these details because I'm seeing a lot of out-of-context clips being taken and spread in a lot of places, and I realized this when I woke up this morning to a bunch of very unkind messages.
Because, guys, he reviews some clips, right? Where's me? Where's me? How is my reaction in my video out of context when you don't play it and confirm and show where? He just said it and is telling his audience to believe it. He says the clips are out of context, plays them, but then won't play my video. This is the most pussy argumentative tactic I've ever seen. Says I'm out of context, explains these clips. I didn't even react to this one, by the way. This isn't even one that I reacted to, so he can't even explain why it's out of context. He refuses to, bro. Oh, wait, what else? What excuse did I give that it was your fault? He said it so many times. It's not your fault since you could have known about my intent without me telling you, which I told you after the fact as extra info, not as a prequel to the future. Bro, why is he trying to fucking talk like a Genshin dialogue at this point? Bro, just use basic fucking words if you don't know how to communicate in the fucking first place. A prequel to the future. Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you to be typing shit like that to me? Are you a fucking wizard? Bro, I've never heard the phrase prequel to the future before. That gave me cancer. Dude, what the fuck was that? Your lack of accountability and the groveling for excuses and the constant attempts to try to bring me into this or draw comparisons to me or even blame me for your actions is absurd. It's kind of a banger, bro. Deadass, I feel like I took enough accountability. My OG reaction was not what you made it out to be. Bran, this has been my take since day one. And after today, you cannot even deny this take. You shining any negative attention towards any CC is enough for them to be brigaded because your community is fucking insane. If you react negatively to a video, that person is getting brigaded with awful shit. I'm not even mentioned in your video and they're calling me a rapist. That's how bad your community is. I'm not even mentioned here and they're calling me a fucking criminal, bro. What do you think your community does to people that you negatively react to? You've been dodging me and they're calling me shit. And this is the take, Bran. You simply going ahead and reacting negatively in the ways that you do to these smaller creators actually ends their career. Because I'm pretty sure Crit Queen doesn't want to upload any more videos because of your community. I'm pretty sure Candybug doesn't want to upload any more videos because of your community. And this is the thing. I can see why, because your community just randomly calls people rapists without proof. It's upvoted like crazy, and then you won't delete them. And we've proven you won't delete them because we saw it refreshed. And this has been up for fucking like 15 hours, bro. It's been up for like 10 plus hours. Guys, this is what's going on over here. This is what's going on over here. This guy is just straight up trying to deny reality. His community is toxic. They brigade the fuck out of people. If they're going to call somebody a rapist, they'll call somebody a racist. And so, Bran, this is me telling you, your community brigades people. You should know that by now and stop chain reacting to small CCs for 3 days in a row so that they're on the fucking most wanted list in your community. Just stop doing that and you'll stop getting shit from me. Stop harassing smaller CCs. Stop sicking your mentally ill community on them. Keep them leashed. Keep them contained. Just upload your Genshin good videos and put them in a fucking quarantine. Stop sending these retards to other people's fucking YouTube videos, bro. You have a responsibility to, like, honestly just stop reacting to certain types of vids when you know that your community is just calling people rapists for no reason and you're leaving the comments up. You have like a civic responsibility at this point after seeing all this, but there's no accountability. And like I said before, he just gave himself more and more justification to just keep reacting. Doesn't matter if you're a small sub creator, you're still liable to have your criticism challenged by me, Bran Online, the arbiter of justice. Shut the fuck up, bro. Stop reacting to other people's fucking videos, bro. You're ruining their fucking careers, bro, because your community's the worst one on the fucking space, bro. Ain't no groveling. No attempts to bring you into this, my man. You did that yourself. You literally brought yourself into this entire situation by inserting yourself and using me as a scapegoat when people have even said you said other creators did way worse things. Bran, I just showed you. Bran, he said this to me. Bran said this to me after there's a comment in his comment section calling me a rapist. He hadn't deleted it yet when he sent this comment to me. Guys, he knows at this point I'm being called a rapist in his comment section. Bran, you're not being used as a scapegoat. And the crazy thing is, Bran, I don't know why you're out here spending so much time writing these paragraphs to me when you should be writing them to Candybug to apologize. Have you DM'd Candybug yet? Have you said sorry? Because right now, you got people being called racist and rapists over gacha takes, and it's all originating from your comment section in your community. Well, other communities, like mine, are seen saying, get the fuck away from this shit. Stop that shit. Stop. Don't do that. What are we doing here? Because this is the thing, Bran. I did self-insert into this drama because I saw you punching down on another CC in the same exact way you punched down on me. And then through that self-insert, we got to see the truth about your community, that they do brigade people and they do call people racist. So we basically just have the proof now you are actually the root cause of everything. And your own community proved that. That's brutal, isn't it? So let's not be out here trying to say it's other people, out of context clips, any of that. No, you did it. Because this is your comment section. Your community is liking this 69 times in an hour. That's all the proof you need. This is one of the most toxic spaces in gacha. And you got to blame the creator for cultivating the most toxic space in gacha. Bran, you are a toxic creator. Because I don't know how you build a community like this unless you're toxic yourself. Get exposed, don't cry, and of course, don't make any more excuses. Just own up to it. Say you're going to change. Say you're going to become a better person. Say you're going to moderate better. You're going to get better mods. You're going to try to level up your vocabulary and your logic so you attract a more mentally intelligent audience so you don't have all these retarded kids calling people rapists. Bro, do something. Change it. Get better. Grow as a person so that I don't have to keep calling you out for acting like a fucking 10-year-old. Is it because we have history? That's why I'm confused. Many people say my reaction was pretty milquetoast in comparison to others, which you also mildly gave a slap on the wrist. Bran, this is the thing. Your initial reaction wasn't that bad. I simply said your initial reaction was probably the reason why people are getting called a racist. Because clearly, I don't need to do anything to get called a rapist by your community. So she probably didn't have to do very much to get called a racist by yours. And so, you truly don't have to think very hard about this one. It doesn't matter how bad your reaction was. Your community is so bad that even a mild reaction leads to this. People being called rapists. So that should just let you know how mild reactions or mild pushback from you ends up, well, resulting later down the road. They do say like a butterfly's wings, right, can cause a tornado. Bran, you saying that someone is wrong leads to them getting death threats. Because your community is mentally fucking insane. You contesting somebody's point in a video leads to your community sending death threats to that person. You saying that somebody is wrong leads to your community calling them a rapist in your comment section. It doesn't matter what your intent is. You basically put in something mild and your community generates a fucking nuke. So it's your responsibility as a creator. Stop doing the things that generate nukes. Because you reacting to small CC's videos is like you just making a bunch of nuclear bombs to go blow them up on their channel. And the sooner you recognize that, the sooner you'll hopefully stop doing it. Or, because the views are good. Because the views are good, you'll keep doing it because I think you're desperate for some money because Genshin Impact is a dying game. That could be it as well. I'm blaming you for misrepresenting very important parts and shading my character to the point people think I actively called someone racist. Sent and laughed at death threats and more when it was obvious that was never the case. So, Bran, you did laugh at death threats. B, your community, I am 99% positive your community sent the death threats after seeing what they said about me. And C, I am 99% sure your community is calling her a racist after what they said about me. Because if they're going to do this, they'll brigade. If they're going to say this, they'll call someone racist. And that's a fact. That's worse than calling someone a racist. It's worse. Now we got this. I'm now getting spammed by people that's claiming you didn't delete your VODs on Twitch. That can probably clue you in on why people think your community is a brigading mess. I have no deleted VODs. Yeah, no, he's just lying. If you like, bro, you deleted your fucking VODs, bro. Like, why does he keep saying he didn't delete them? Why does he keep trying to convince me he didn't delete them? Bro, is he fucking crazy? You deleted your VOD, put it back up, and then you're saying you didn't delete it. Dude, just admit you deleted your fucking VOD because you were getting some flack for your dog shit reaction, and then you decided to put it back later. Bro. So guys, that's the situation here. That's the Bran Online DM session. And hopefully, by the time you've made it this far, you can begin to understand why I decided to show these in the first place. Because this guy is one of the most, this guy is like an oily little snake. He's a little slippery one, just slithering through all the little cracks, right, to try to, hide the wrongdoings that he's been up to. But we've been ensuring to catch him on pretty much every single lie that he tried to weave in this ridiculous web of DMs. But this is the thing. I'm a bit of a smart guy. I'm able to understand when somebody's full of shit. And that's why I made sure to verify, double check every single little bit of bullshit this guy was trying to bring forth to try to create some sort of garbage narrative, right? To excuse himself, absolve himself of all wrongdoing. That didn't happen today. And naturally, our video over here ended up being longer than Bran's actual video itself. That's why we're not going to be reacting to it. But hopefully you can understand why. Because this guy has been caught so many times. It's finally time for him to get some justice. Let me know what you all thought. Peace out. Okay. Okay, demon time day today, ladies and gentlemen. That was some fucking demon time right there. That was some demon time right there. Did we have fun? Did we have a good time? Yeah, I know it was a bit of a longer stream today. Holy shit, it was a fucking journey, bro. Holy shit, it was a fucking journey. My God. My God, okay. But yeah, that's gonna be that one. You working overtime today? Yeah, let me go see who I can raid right now. I'm a little bit tired right now. Little bit tired right now. How many hours was that, Unk? It's currently been a 5-hour, 28-minute stream. Yeah, pretty good. All right, I'm gonna raid Fire. See you guys later. Oh. Bye-bye.
Tan trola. Del 1 al 10. ¿Qué tan trola
Gordo, sabes cómo bailo
es
con
Remiel?
ella. Ja, ja.